What's up, nerds? How you doing tonight? Welcome to the show. How's everybody feeling? Surviving? Maxin' relaxing? It's not too taxing? I hope so. Good to see all of you. Sorry about the confusing start. Hi. Hi there. How's everybody doing tonight? You guys feeling good? You guys excited to review some homebrew? I hope so. I hope you're excited to review some homebrew. I'm excited to read some homebrew. Is anybody new here? Anybody first time on the stream? Who's here today? Who's here tonight? Let's say hi. Sup Quispy? Sup Vander? Sup Sean? Christopher Brown? What's up? Oh, somebody's asking for the forehead cam. I got you. What's up, Kangaroo? What's up, Soup Angel? Everybody do their exercises today? Let's get a little in right now. You ready? Let's get some exercises in before we start. We don't want to be We don't want to be lazy. You know what I mean? All right, guys, relax. The nose and the cheeks. Make sure your eyes are working. Make sure your teeth are working. Ready? Here we go. With me now. Don't stop. Don't you stop. Don't you think about stopping. No pain, no gain. Thank you, Crafter Hero, new member. Love to have you. Welcome to the show. Don't forget to do your exercises. Yeah, it's supposed to hurt. No pain, no gain. All right, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. I don't need to hurt you guys. You're a bunch of goddamn amateurs. Let's calm this lighting down. Jeez Louise. How's everybody doing tonight? Who just became a new member? Crafter Hero. My goodness. Well, welcome, Crafter Hero. Thanks for becoming a new member. I appreciate that. Excuse me. I burped. All right. All right. Oh shit. So we have some homebrew to review tonight. Should be pretty good. Giving back for all the content. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm pretty good, Molly Mock. How are you? Oh boy, nice face. Thank you, thank you. I grew it myself. Your nose hurts. Good. Guys, so for folks that are new here, my name is Cinder. Hi, nice to meet you. I do some like homebrew reviewing, I guess. And we talk about stuff, and sometimes I yell, but I usually don't mean it in a mean way. But it does come out sometimes that way. I try not to make it do that too much. Anyway, Thursday nights, for everybody that's waiting for Critical Role to start, / anybody who's not watching Critical Role, we review Homebrew. We actually review Homebrew 2 nights. We review Homebrew on Thursday nights and Sunday nights. Sunday night, actually this week it's going to be Monday night, whatever. But Thursday nights are the member review nights. So basically, if you are one of my YouTube members, or if you are in my Patreon, you can submit Homebrew, and I read it on Thursday night, and I can bring you on, and we can discuss it, and it's feedback time. If you are not somebody that is a member, or don't have the coin, or just don't give a fuck, but still want to submit something, there is also a open homebrew review thing I do, usually every Sunday night. This upcoming week, it's going to be Monday, but the link's in the video comments. And yeah, that's kind of what we do. We talk about stuff. I'm a party hero, as I'm sure you can tell. You're going to steal my hair and make a voodoo doll of me? I don't think that's going to happen, my friend. I don't think you know me very well. You could try. I'm more than welcome to have you try. It's probably just not going to work. Your caps lock is broken. You need a new computer. Let's get some music on. Hey, hey, Bass Cat, what's up? You can. It's so obvious who's new when they make these. Whenever anybody makes a corporeal threat, it's very obvious that they're new. You know, you can tell the new guys because they don't really know what the fuck it is yet, which is fine. We all have to learn one way or another, you know. Corporeal stuff doesn't really get to me, bud. You'll figure it out. Maybe. Probably not, honestly. But you'll figure it out. Looks like we'll see. Oh, Philip Mead, Bazinga, thank you for the 10. Very kind. I appreciate that. You're a champion. You guys want to see what the wheel looks like tonight? Bazinga! You forgot to submit? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. There's always next week. All right, here's the wheel. Boom! Here's our wheel tonight. What kind of mood are we starting in? Where are we sitting? Oh, maybe we start with the donut. We haven't started with a donut in a while. I'm kind of in a donut mood. Are you guys in a donut mood? Yeah, the member wheel is always pretty small. That's the benefit of it being the member wheel. It makes it so instead of there being like a 1 in 50 chance of your piece being read, it's like probably gonna get read. Donut does look tasty. We're gonna have to change out of the donut though if it gets too hectic in here. So I think Patrick Perini, my dear Dungeon Master, is also gonna join us tonight. I'm not 100% positive. Let me see. He can... Oh, he's here. He's just muted. He can't hear me either. Okay. I should probably connect so he can hear me too. Hey, Patrick.
Howdy, howdy.
How's it going, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. Oh, my goodness. Basscat is now too cool for school. Brother Bear, welcome to the club. Takes a while to learn that school is not the place to be cool, and I'm appreciating that you have learned it. Welcome.
Takes a hot minute. How you doing, Chad? It's good to see you.
Yeah, I hope they're doing pretty good. So for folks that don't know, Patrick is the Dungeon Master for my podcast, our podcast. It's called Unbalanced Encounters. Here it is, if you want to go check it out. It's quite good.
Unbalanced
Encounters. It is the best podcast you'll ever listen to.
Easily.
And if you
it
don't
might
think
be,
so,
it might be the top 2 podcasts. It might be the top 2 podcasts you've ever listened to. If you know about the secret alternative version.
Worlds Beyond Number, the Brennan Lee Mulligan thing, they stole our idea.
Yeah,
no, I'm just kidding. They didn't, but it's a similar idea that we did first. But they didn't steal it. Okay. Anyway.
Well, maybe.
What's up, nerds?
Jury's out.
Can I doubt I can late submission, can I? No, sorry, buddy. But the thing is, if you pay for a membership once, you get 4 rounds out of that, because I do it once a week. So you'll be in for the next one, don't worry. All right. Hi, Pat. How's your day?
Howdy. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's a normal Thursday.
Did the HVAC stuff get settled or no?
Oh, mid. It is the perennial condition trying to deal with landlords that just paint over things and hope that they're fine.
And that is always that is always the case, though, correct?
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they're for.
No, but I mean, it does make it better.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly we can all acknowledge that this has happened, and honestly, at the end of the day, things are happening, and that's a good thing.
All right. That's all we can ever ask for. All right, let's spin this wheel. We're making these people wait for too long.
Listen. Oh, it's Thursday stream. This is when they pay you, huh? Okay, fine.
Whatever. Listen. They know that it doesn't. They're not guaranteed a review. It just means that they get to be on the wheel. So yeah, they got nothing to complain about in either direction. The first piece tonight is Derek Silverstone. Let's see. I'm so glad you posted this early enough for me to submit. Thanks. You can look at any of the bracers or cloaks. There are 2 of each, and you can look at any combination of them. Holy shit! Crazy Moose, as always, you live up to your name. You are a madman.
Crazy Moose going crazy again?
You are a madman. Let me close all these extra tabs I had open. I opened a bunch of tabs to try to test the window size with the goal of not having to change it a bunch. We're going to see if it works. Yeah, guys, Crazy Moose is a crazy. We can accept that. We can shower him with praise. He doesn't want any non-obligatory kindness, but I think we can throw a little obligatory kindness.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, either way, check out Unbalanced Encounters. Okay, wait. Let's look at this piece. So this piece is from Derek. Yeah. Derek said wait. He actually asked for a specific thing. What did he say? He said, look at any of the bracers or cloaks. Pat, do you want to look at a bracer or a cloak?
I'm feeling cloaky.
Okay, where are they? Okay, we have the Cloak of Billowing. So these are enhanced versions of common items. So I want to do the
Cool.
Cloak of Billowing because that's what I think it is. So that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, man.
Oh, it's very short. We'll read two. We'll read two. It's very short. They're both. We'll read the Cloak of Billowing and the Cloak of Many Magics.
Okay, I accept this.
You can ignore them if you want to. Okay, the cloak. Oh, I have to post it in chat. Here, chat. Here, chat. Here, chat. Oh, I already did. I'm so fucking smart. Okay, Cloak of Billowing, an uncommon. Oh wait, this. Oh my god, I forgot. This is fucking Thursday. Derek, do you want to come online? Oh, you're not here. Okay, so then no. Okay.
On to the next one.
Cloak of Billowing. While wearing this cloak, you can use a bonus action to make it billow dramatically. Wonderful. Additionally, anytime you fall more than 20 feet, the cloak uses your reaction to cast Featherfall on you. Interesting.
Right.
Do you know what is unique about this? And I don't know if it's intentional or not. I mean, first of all, just a cloak that gives you Featherfall at will as an uncommon item, I think is good. I do think it should require attunement. Anything that gives you like that perpetual of a thing probably requires attunement. But do you notice a little detail about this that's kind of neat? This does not give you the ability to cast Featherfall. It forces it to happen.
Yeah, assuming you have a reaction available.
So, well, what I was wondering then is like, what happens if you are unconscious or you're at 0?
I mean, if you're unconscious, you're incapacitated and can't take reactions. So you don't have a reaction.
I don't know how I would word this, but I might change it so that it works if you're incapacitated. Because I feel like that's cool.
The cloak casts Featherfall.
Yeah, when you fall more than 20 feet, the cloak casts Featherfall on you, and you just leave it at that. Then it makes it a little stronger also, though, because it doesn't require your reaction. So that's worth thinking about. But I just like the idea of the cloak like being I like the idea of it being like a parachute, you know?
Yeah, it's very good. That's very good. I like that quite a bit. That's very fun.
Cool. All right, Derek.
Well done.
Good start. Let's see what we got. We have the Cloak of Many Magics. This is a legendary item. Okay. While wearing this cloak, you can use a bonus action to change the style. Oh, this is the Cloak of Many Shapes that can look like any piece of clothing.
Oh.
While wearing this cloak, you can use a bonus action to change the style, color, and apparent quality of a garment. The cloak's weight doesn't change. Regardless of its appearance, the cloak can't be anything but a cloak. So why is it a legendary item? It can duplicate the appearance of other magical cloaks you have seen, and when it does, it takes on their magical properties. It takes on the abilities of that cloak. I would probably actually say it takes on the cloak's that magical cloak's properties and not abilities. It's like a minor change, but
I think a pretty
property I think is going to be a better word there. The cloak can only replicate the abilities, again properties, of one magical cloak for a total of 1 hour per day. Any time spent replicating a magical cloak counts as around against that limit. Okay, so I think what you want this to be like is the boots of... So there are the boots of flying. I think it's what they are. Winged boots?
Yeah, winged boots, I think.
You can use the boots to fly up to 4 hours all at once or in several short flights. This is the part that you need that is missing from yours piece. So if you want this to be like a time limit thing where basically you have an hour a day of having different magical cloaks and you want it to read like that, well, check out the boots of flying because that's how they work. They have 4 hours of flight that it can be broken up into increments as small as a minimum of a minute. And I think that's the language you want to use. But also it'll help clarify it. I also would probably make it so it could only change into very rare or lower. Because if it could change into legendary cloaks, then it kind of steps on the toes of those other legendary cloaks, which are the same category of power as it. So I would make it very rare and below, I think. But that's a cool item. I like it a lot. Again, this one does look. I think this is a very interesting legendary item. It is also the kind of item that will work really well in some games and not in others. Like if you have a player that owns the books and is really into knowing the magic items and stuff, then this can work really well. But it also, if the player doesn't do that, then it's just going to be a game of the player asking what kind of magical cloaks they can make, which will be annoying. Also, I don't know how I would say this, but this feels weird, but like I almost feel like you have to limit it to non-homebrew items, even though it is a homebrew item.
That's a tough thing to enforce. Right?
I know it is a tough thing to enforce, which is I don't even know how you would write that. That's if I was going to run this in my game, because if you can make it work with homebrew items, it can actually do anything.
I would actually, here's what I would say. I would say that that's a pretty good place to drop a GM's guidance note if you want to put a little call out block in here. Homebrew has call out blocks, kind of under this item that says kind of DM advice. I recommend limiting this to only official items or items that you find in this compendium. Homebrew, that obviously anything that can copy any homebrew becomes hard to control.
Yeah, but it's a fun item. I like it.
It's cool. Yeah.
Cool. I don't even have did I even give any feedback? I felt like I gave.
No, honestly, both of these. I mean, we you had a little bit of comments. You had some slight changes, but for the most part, these are both in pretty good shape. These are both really good.
Yeah, they're nice. One of the things about when you really focus an idea, I feel like it is easier to refine it. Also, Derek has been chugging along at these things for a while.
Yeah, man, I've seen a few of them.
I like them a lot, Derek. I would use either of those in my campaign. I feel like that cloak, I have one player that would love it, but I have only one player that would love it. But most of my players don't have. Most of my players they're not nerding out. You'd be like my players will maybe listen to my stream a little bit, but they mostly live in their lives. Okay, let's spin again. Patrick, I saw a pretty good movie the other day. Nemina. It's a new Netflix movie about a futuristic kingdom with knights and stuff, but futuristic.
I'm into it.
And there's an assassination of a leader, and the knight who's the poor guy who was sort of going to be the first non-noble knight gets is blamed for it, and he goes on the run, and he makes friends with a person who is a shapeshifter who's like a monster from the forest. It's pretty good.
Cinder, you know what that is? You know what that is? That's crazy.
Yeah. Speaking of crazy, I made this because I found the fact that warlocks have a pseudo dragon familiar but no corresponding patron, especially with the introduction of Fizzbang Chafang. So in the immortal words of all homebrew, fine, I'll do it myself. I'm assuming this is going to be a dragon patron. Let's see.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Here you go, guys. Click clack.
Ooh, the Scale Lord. That's a fun title.
Yeah, Scale Lord's a good title. Nice art too. It's a little pixely, but that doesn't really matter. But ideally you want. Yeah, this is pixely too. It's fine. It's fine. It's noticeable though. Okay. The Scale Lord, otherworldly patron. Your patron is an indomitable dragon, a legendary I love that you don't say everything every other warlock isn't before you just say what. That's a good start. You're not saying most warlocks do this, but this warlock does this. You just start with this warlock does this. Good. A legendary beast of terrifying physical and magical might. This creature's mere presence fills the world around it with magic. Its massive form lies comfortably over a throne of vast wealth and power at its beck and call. While the former would be unthinkable to part with, the latter can be bargained. Warlocks of draconic patronage have as many uses as their scaled overseers have motives, whether to help protect and collect rare goods for their hoard, or carry out their more esoteric and secretive plots. Pretty solid flavor text. There's a couple places where I feel like you don't need everything, but there's not anything that's super redundant either. So one thing that I want to point out here is let's just say this. You say the indomitable dragon, legendary beast, terrifying physical and magical might.
A lot of adjective that you maybe
And then
don't
you go
really
on,
need.
yeah, and you go on to basically talk about how its presence fills the world with magic. Its massive form lies comfortably over the throne. You're introducing different aspects of it, but they all, it is a lot of it is this, and then it is this, and then it is this, and then it is this. And I wonder if any of those things are less important, if you cut them out, or they felt like you could get rid of them and still capture the vibe, if it would flow a little smoother. Yeah, not necessary, but we're thinking about.
Punch it pretty high in his weight class though. That was not bad flavor text at all.
No, not at all. And then you're doing the thing where you give 30 different expanded spell lists because it's based on the color of your dragon.
Oh Lord, dragons.
There's one missing. Oh, these are all Draconic Spirit. Okay, so basically oh, I see how it works. So everyone gets Alarm, See Invisibility, Fear, Secret Chest, and Legend Lore, which I think are great, by the way, initial dragon spells.
Those are all real good. Those are all real good.
And then the Fire Dragon gets Fire spells, the Blue Dragons get Lightning spells, the White Dragons get Cold spells, the Black Dragons get Acid spells, and the Green Dragons get the shitty spells, because it's poison. Sorry, Green Dragon, suck a deek. Okay. That's good. Really solid spell list, honestly. No complaints.
Yeah,
really solid. One of the things I will point something out to all of the audience, to all of the listeners out there. Why is this spell list good? It's good for two reasons. One, you do cover the vibe of all of the different dragons with the damages. That's the easy part. But look at these other spells. Alarm, See Invisibility, Fear, Secret Chest, and Legend Lore. They all capture different aspects of the vibe of a dragon, their fear aura, their keen eyes, their protective nature, their sort of their long-livedness. It's very on theme. Yeah, exactly. And then you get different breath types, which I'm going to assume are connected to our first level feature. So we get a bunch of different types that are either a 60-foot line or a 30-foot cone, which are really big for dragon breaths. It's basically more than twice the size of Dragonborn Dragon Breath, which is not bad. I'm just pointing it out.
I was going to say that makes a measure of sense because you want this to be more powerful than the racial option.
Yeah. Man, Christopher, your caps lock broke again. Okay.
Oh no.
Draconic Mane. At first level, the gift of draconic magic flows through your veins, manifesting draconic scales and rigid horns. Your AC becomes 13 plus your charisma modifier. That's very strong.
That gets into single stat or single ability builds, which is I don't know, man. That's dubious for me.
I think there's ways to mitigate it, but it is quite strong. You also gain proficiency in the Intimidate skill, or expertise if you already have proficiency. Okay, so one thing that I have to tell everybody, expertise is not a tag that you can put into a thing that you get. You have to actually explain what it is.
Yeah.
You have to say, you gain proficiency in Intimidation. In addition, when you roll an Intimidation check, you add your proficiency bonus twice or something like that. There's language for it. It literally is the language in the expertise ability, but expertise is not a tag you can just put into something.
It's a rogue feature, so
yeah,
you can't just give them a rogue feature.
Yeah. In theory, this is going to make your AC realistically 16 and then like 18 later. That's not the end of the world. That's not crazy. If that did feel too much, you could just lower this initial boost to like 12. I think that would be fine. I'm wondering if that's enough. I just worry about.
Well, it's a good question. What is the breath weapon? Does that actually tie back in yet?
Not yet. I think we're gonna get that at Elemental Might, is my guess, or somewhere else down the line.
I'd move that table over to wherever we get it, because it's weird to have it up front.
Yeah, it should it should be under whatever feature we get it in for sure.
The spell list is doing a lot of work. Like, I do not want you to take this to disregard the spell list because it's real good, but it's also doing a lot of work, right? Third level, I kind of feel like I have dragon powers, and an AC bump and proficiency in intimidation doesn't really do it for me.
No.
They're both good features, but I'm unconvinced. Like, when I think of a dragon, the core thing that I think of as a dragon is not necessarily just that they're beefy, right? It's not necessarily just that they're hard to hit. It's certainly a true thing about them, but it's not maybe the first thing that I think about. So I'm not convinced that that's the best place to start at first level.
For sure. I see that. This could also be, this could come in, I mean, you could get sort of a flat, you could also do something where you just get like a flat AC boost at a higher level. Like, what if at 6th level, you know, gain the ability to add like half your charisma modifier rounded down, minimum 1 to your armor?
Yeah.
Something like that. If I was going to give something different at first level, I would give their Dragon Breath at first level. The only other thing that I want to say is, this is a very similar but a little different to what the Draconic Sorcerer gets at 3rd level or 1st level, which is another reason to maybe make it something different, because it will help give you a different vibe than the Dragon Sorcerer if you are not giving them both AC things. Let's look
also,
at
is an AC bump that valuable for a Warlock? I mean, obviously a Hexblade or something's going to be in there.
Yeah,
but...
no, it's good for anybody.
All right.
You could also, it's very similar to what the Zealot Barbarian gets at 6th level, but you could also give them like a minor form, like a legendary resistance.
Ooh, that could be interesting.
You know,
that feels like
not fail a save once per day or something. Okay, let's look at 6th level. Elemental Might. Let me see if Crazy also wanted to come on screen. I didn't see them in the chat. No, they're not in the chat. Okay.
They weren't in the chat, so they might have joined.
At 6th level, your patron grants you... If anybody's being reviewed tonight, if you go into the stream waiting room, I'll pull you in when your piece is looked at if you want to talk. At 6th level, your patron grants you an affinity for its element. Whenever you cast a spell that deals damage, you can change its damage type to that of your patron's energy. That's fun. You can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. You also gain resistance to the energy type of your patron. Okay, that's all pretty solid. I will say that this guy feels underpowered, in my opinion.
Yeah.
At 6th level.
That could be a first level feature at 6th level. That 6th level feature could be a first level feature.
It could also just be an infinite use feature. I don't think you need proficiency bonus times per day, right?
Yeah, it's really not that powerful to swap a damage type.
Especially like the ones that we're getting.
Wizards
it's like cold, fire, poison, lightning, acid. It's like nothing that's going to break the game. I would make it infinite use.
And maybe make that your first level, because it's a lot more thematic than the AC bump.
Yeah, that could work. The resistance makes sense. Let's look at 10th level. Horde Magic. At 10th level, your patron's desire for treasure fills your soul, filling your mind with knowledge of magical and rare objects and how to best use them. You can attune to one additional magical item. You can cast Identify at will without material components.
Oh, that's fun.
I might limit it to as a ritual, even though you're not a ritual caster, but you can cast it as a ritual, maybe. You have advantage on all intelligence checks pertaining to the value of objects. This is a really cool feature. I like it a lot.
I love it.
I don't even... no changes other than maybe making Identify require... what was I going to say? Make it a ritual.
Ritual.
Yeah, make it take a minute to cast it. I
like making...
Does Identify normally take a minute to cast, actually?
Good question.
Yeah, it does. It takes a minute to cast. That's fine. Maybe ignore me.
Okay.
It's fine.
Maybe it's fine. It would take, 11 minutes if it was a ritual, which is maybe not necessary.
Yeah.
It says without components. That's also without expending a spell slot, yeah?
Yeah, it's for free.
Yeah. Probably fine. Does this feel like enough for 10th level? It's good. It's really thematic. I love it.
I think it is. I think it is because an additional attunement slot is really strong.
Yeah.
And Identify infinitely is really strong in the right circumstance. Like the thing
I think the attunement slot is not arguable.
Kind of leans into, in a way that I actually really like, the lore of like dragons as like treasure hunters and treasure seekers. Cool. So I'm assuming that if you were going to play this class, you would lean into that vibe. And that's what this feature, I think, would help with.
I love it. Yeah, the attunement slot's not arguable. That definitely makes it 10th level. Because I was going to say maybe bump this down to 6th, and then you free up your 10th to do something with, but not with the attunement slot.
No, I think it's good. It's a little bit odd, but 10th level is always a little bit of an odd feature.
Sure.
Yeah, at will. It says at will. At will. Was there a question about that?
Yeah, I was just asking if it consumed a spell slot.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. But say at will doesn't mean you can cast it as an action. It still takes a minute to cast. And then at 14th level, it looks like you turn into a dragon. At 14th level, you become an avatar of Draconic Might. Once per long rest, you can transform into a large dragon of your patron's type. See the stats below. For 10 minutes, you retain your personality, hit language, hit points, spellcasting, class features, and in all of your mental stats. You also keep all your skills and saving throws. You gain 5 temporary hit points per warlock level.
Okay.
For the duration of the transformation. You can end this, not may. You can end this ability as a bonus action. You immediately return to your original form if you're knocked unconscious or die. So it doesn't give you any. You don't take on the new hit points. You just get a hit point buff. So the most hit point buff you're gonna get is 5 times 20. What's that?
100.
That's a lot, but I don't know if that's. I think that might be okay.
I would specify that the temporary hit points go away when you leave the form, one way or the other.
Yeah, for sure. It might be too much. I don't know. You might want to lower the number here. Might want to be 5 times half your warlock level. And then you turn into a big dragon. So you get a breath attack. This is where the chart comes into play.
I get that. I still think you need something different for first level.
No, I agree. I think you should be able to. This is what I would do. This is how I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
I would give them a limited use breath attack that was a little bit smaller than this.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would make that limited in, like proficiency bonus times per day or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would make it so in your dragon form, the range of all of these things was doubled.
Yep.
And the damage increased significantly to match being a
dragon.
And
it stopped being a number of times a day.
And it was a recharge feature. I like it being a recharge. That's fun.
Yeah, me too.
It's a cool idea, though. I think it's a really fun idea. I like it a lot. The only part of me that's like, about it is the first level feature feels too similar to the sorcerer. And I feel like the dragon form, the temporary hit points are too high.
Potentially, yeah. I'd want to playtest it because it definitely feels like it's a lot.
But yeah, man, cool. Thank you, Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Peace out.
And that's how it goes.
That is how it went. Well done, Crazy. People playing D&D do be loving a dragon, huh?
Yeah, listen, they're a classic.
It's in the name.
Hi, Cinder. Here comes a rework of a piece I submitted about a month ago. Having real problems getting the third levels worded down tightly. Have a nice stream. All right.
Cool.
Let's take a look.
Get it done.
Three pixels. 3 pixels is all it takes. Isn't that
sometimes?
You don't know the SCP Foundation, but that was a reference to the SCP Foundation.
I mean, I know of the SCP Foundation, but I've always been pretty highly skeptical of its actual existence.
Oh, that makes sense. But it's a fun. They're a fun group of dinguses. The Junk Master.
They have fun out here.
Interesting. All right, let's take a look at the Junk Master.
The Junk Master. This is a subclass for
rogues.
Rogue. Yeah.
Have you guys heard of rogues before?
No. Enlighten us.
No.
Okay.
One man's trash is another man's chest stabber. The Junk Master Rogue wants to have the perfect item for any situation, so they collect all of them. They know that creativity is the most dangerous weapon and strive to find a new ways to surprise their enemies. And you said you were having trouble with the third level feature. I mean, is this whole page the third level feature? That's too long of a feature.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at it. Starting at third level, you have collected a bunch of trash in a big bag. Why does it have to be a big bag? Can't it be a little bag? What if it's a fanny pack? During each long rest, you can go through your bag of junk and create a number of junk weapons equal to your proficiency bonus. You create these weapons by rolling on the base table and the modification table, each a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. So I'm going to say something right now. This is where your issues are. I'm with you here. I immediately am like, why are we rolling die on tables? Why can't we just make some things? This feature. I am now looking for a reason for why this is here. Why are we doing these extra rolls? Why can't we just pick stuff? Make it easy.
My guess, without reading further, my guess is that it is meant to feel like this is what you're saddled with, because of the fact that it's junk, right? Like this is what you're able to put together.
Okay.
With the scrap.
Then I think that the issue here is you can use this. You can create a number of things equal to your proficiency bonus, and then you're rolling on two separate tables that are also both equal to your proficiency bonus. And they combine into, like, it's just confusing. Like, if you're going to be rolling for random things, you probably don't want more than one table that you're rolling on.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. If you're going to have us build modifications of things, if we're putting together Lego pieces, give us agency over that. If we're rolling because it's random junk, one table, right? And you just live with what you get.
Yeah. Then combine one unused base with one unused modification into one junk weapon. And do this until no remain. Yeah, this is just too complicated. This is a problem that a lot of people have when they design things in D&D is they create these little mini games inside the subclass. And I think that you need to be cognizant of, like, what is the end goal of the mini game, and do you need the mini game to accomplish that end goal? Because at the end of the day, what is D&D? Is D&D a player sitting and just, like, rolling dice and doing this by themselves? No, it's them, like, using features. You don't want a player to have to spend 10 minutes to use a class feature while everyone is waiting for them.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, so you combine two things into a junk weapon, and you do this until none remain. Again, I don't think that that's the move here. You have an amount equal to your proficiency bonus. Realistically, you're rolling on this table an amount of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and then those are the things that you have. The weapon gains properties from both the base modification, and you have an example. We're not going to worry about that yet, because we're just going to... Where are these? Are they listed somewhere? They're here. Okay, yeah. This is why this is too much, because you got too many. There's too many things going on. Like I'm not go. I don't think it's, honestly, I don't even know if it's worth it to go through and read all of these things, because I genuinely think that the move here is you need to rebuild this first feature and make it so you're rolling one die. You're rolling on your. I would maybe just do the base one. But you're rolling that a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and then you get a number of those weapons, and then they can pick one modification to add onto it, and they can decide which one. Something like that.
Honestly, I'd push back on those modifications just at all, especially if you're getting 3 weapons. I think unless there's a very good reason for you to get 3 weapons, I think you should just be rolling for one, and maybe you roll more frequently for one. Maybe it's, instead of at the end of a long rest, maybe you roll on a short rest. Maybe you roll when you take 10 minutes, right? Like,
you could also sort of combine them into, like, clumping. So, like, for example, wooden ladle, broom, and bell could all be in the same one as, like, a bludgeoning object. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't have to provide all of the thematics for it. You can let the player do that to an extent.
Yeah, that's going to be the easiest way to simplify this, because in its current state, it's just it's a little bit. It's a lot of work to an end goal that I think there's a much easier way to get to than this. And I just don't think it'll be as fun, honestly, if you're rolling all of these things. All right, let's move on to the 9th level feature. Should we look through the modifications, or I feel like I feel like
we spoke to the thing. You know?
I mean, honestly, I would just rework them. Figure out how to build. How many do build 10 unique objects and roll a d20, and there's a 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, whatever, and then they get one of those objects. You could even have that scale, so like you have a table that goes from like 1 to 12, and they start by rolling a d6, and then at higher levels they roll a d8, and then a d10, and then a d12 to, like, unlock higher tiers of the random junk weapon things that they could make. 9th level. And then these weapons can be used until your next long rest, and then they're destroyed. So basically, you get 1 day use of them. All right, that's fine. Starting at 9th level, you can find useful junk in your bag. You can spend 10 minutes searching your bag and find one of the following: grappling hook, block and tackle, crowbar, hunting trap, manacles, magnifying glass, rope, pole. You can only search your bag once before needing to take a long rest, and the item falls apart after an hour. So we get 2 9th level features. So let's read the other one before we.
Yeah, let's read the other one. Yeah, 100%.
Quick upgrade. By 9th level, the damage dealt by your items are treated as magical. Okay. Also, on turns where you have dealt sneak attack damage with a junk weapon, as a bonus action, you can make a DC 10 sleight of hand check. On a success, you can roll on the modification table and add that modification to the weapon. An item cannot have more than 2 modifications in this way. The modification falls off. I think you mean off. There's another F that needs to go here. And is destroyed the next time you attack with the junk weapon or after 1 minute is used. I would probably rejigger this into like you can use your action and or bonus action to make a junk weapon.
Yeah, I think especially if you're simplifying it around the streamline of the modifications, it's probably just, hey, by 9th level, what used to take you 10 minutes or an hour is now an action or a bonus action.
Yeah, and I don't think it should be a check. I think you should just be able to do it.
Yeah, 100%. Let's talk about the other ninth level feature.
Yeah.
I don't buy it.
Yeah, I hear ya.
Like, so here's my thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I've got all that stuff already.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if I'm playing a rogue, that my shtick is I've got a big bag of mundane objects. I've got all that stuff already, right? Okay, maybe not a 10-foot pole, but like, how hard is it to find a 10-foot stick in any given situation?
I'll tell you what, you shave that stick down, you got yourself a pole.
I mean, exactly, right? And so you're in a situation where, you're burning one of your 9th level features. Now, you do get something else. So is this a little ribbony? Maybe, but for a ribbon feature, it's taking up a quarter of a whole page to list out a handful of things that I should probably already have. Why not let this be deep in the bag? You find useful junk in your bag. As an action, you can rummage around in your bag and retrieve one mundane item worth less than 1 GP. Any item. For an action.
Yeah.
Because chances are, 90% of that I'm already going to get from my GM just not being an absolute asshat. And then the 10% is where the fun comes in, but it's not going to be one of these 8 things.
Yeah, I buy it. Makes sense. I was going to say something similar. Not exactly the same. I was going to say, similarly, though, it should be mundane items that are limited by gold cost. I think that's the move.
Yeah, 100%.
Let's look at 13th level. Trash is treasure. Starting at 13th.
I like the name of that.
Whenever you search your bag for a new modification while using bag of junk or quick upgrade, lowercase this is W, and 13th level.
Mm-hmm.
Your bag for modification using bag of junk or quick upgrade, you can take one of the following instead. So these are just improved. These are improved junks.
Modifications specifically, they're improved modifications. So
I think this makes sense at this level to do something like that. But again, I would just make it better items or more options for items that you can get.
Yeah, I think that's probably right, because the modification system, you could maybe introduce a modification system at 13th level, but I don't think that's ever going to play well at a table. I think it's just a little too fiddly, especially if you want them to be doing this every day, possibly more often than every day. Yeah.
To be fair, there is a class that Mage Hand Press put out called the Craftsman, which is basically this as a whole class, where
as a whole class
you have different tables and tools for building things, but it works, I think, because the objects all take time to build and they're permanent. So you're not like doing it every rest. You're sort of like building up to ones. There is one called the Junker that basically literally is this, where you can make scrap unique items once a day and they fall apart. But it's a whole class that's devoted to it, so it sort of is okay for it to have like a whole new set of tables because it has those like instead of like invocations. Yeah, I love Mage Hand Press. Valdar's Book of Spiders is really good. They have like a book of like 100 subclasses and like 5 classes, and they are all legitimately very good. It's like they basically took the collection of everything they published over the past like 8 years and then like refined and re-edited and just put them all into one book. Let's look at Animate Junk. By 17th level, you can cobble together constructs from the junk in your bag. As an action, you can bring out one mundane object from your bag up to size huge and place it on an unoccupied space within 15 feet of you. After the object becomes under the effect of Animate Object spell, then create one junk weapon by selecting one base and one modification, and they get that weapon. When the spell ends, the object and junk weapon are destroyed, not is destroyed, are destroyed. You can only use this once before you need to take a long rest. So basically, you can cast Animate Object once per day and give it a unique junk weapon feature. I think that idea is fun, but I will say it's dramatically tonally different than the rest of this subclass. Like, nothing else in here is close to magic, and now you're pulling out an object out of your bag that's bigger than your bag and bringing it to life. I think that it can work as a 17th level feature, but tonally, I sort of feel like it doesn't fit in that way. Like, it feels...
Yeah.
It feels very out of left field.
I think that's right.
Because it's the whole thing is like we're literally like everything is so non-magical beforehand.
I like the idea of being able to pull a huge object out of your bag. I think there's something there that's interesting for getting into the 17th level feature. But I agree with everything that's been said, and I also would like to acknowledge the fact that as a rogue, this has no way of improving your sneak attack or the circumstances under which you can use it. You do get a weapon, and that's something. And there might be, if we were to go through all the modifications, there might be some ways in which sneak attack could potentially proc off.
Well, you don't get the weapon. The animated object gets the weapon.
At 17th level, correct. That's right. So your sneak attack doesn't get buffed at 17th level. There might be a little bit early, but we don't. It's not very explicit. We don't touch it again.
Yeah.
So 17th level for rogues is usually a way to buff their sneak attack. It's usually a way to get like 1.5 damage under certain circumstances, or proc it off of someone else's actions or something.
It's a very interesting subclass, though. I like the idea quite a bit. I like the idea of you get random, you like building contraptions, you're MacGyvering stuff. It's fun.
I do really enjoy that. I think that you just got to simplify a little bit.
Yeah, simplify, simplify, simplify. All right,
that's the mantra.
Thank you, Elanette. It often is. It often is.
Often.
You can use the construct to proc sneak attack, but that's not actually giving you more sneak attack, is what Patrick was getting at. The more in that circumstance would be what you would be getting from the animated thing doing damage to stuff. But it's just, that's, it's a little bit different. Spell. This is from Fract. Spell. My primary concern is finding an appropriate level for the spell. Let me know what you think.
Oh, interesting. Okay, all right.
Let's take a look at a spell.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Here it is in the chat. Let's see, is Fract in the Discord? They are not. All right, so we're not going to worry about that. This is called Pursue. They have it at 6th level for now, but we might suggest a change.
We may.
Warlock and Wizard. It is a reaction which you take when a creature within 30 feet of you teleports. The duration is 1 minute. Concentration. You capture the leftover magic produced by teleportation and conjure a one-way portal that leads to the same destination. For the duration, a creature can touch the portal as a bonus action, appearing in an unoccupied space nearest to the destination. The spell fails if the destination is on a different plane of existence. So here is probably the way that I would do this. I would probably make it the same level spell as whatever Dimension Door is, so 4th level. But then I would make it that it would fail if the type of teleportation that it was being used on was of a higher spell slot level. So, like, if somebody was to cast teleport, you would need to upcast it to the level of teleport to use it. If somebody cast arcane gate, you would need to upscale it. Well, you wouldn't need to an arcane gate, but you would need to upscale it to the level of the teleportation spell.
Would you do it as an upscale, or would you do it as the like counterspell system where you can make
it
an
could be a
ability
counterspell system. That might be a good idea too.
Yeah, Crispy just said the same thing. I think that might be more interesting because you don't always know, right? Like, you don't know what the DC is going to be.
Yeah, that's
sometimes
true. That's
DMs
true.
cover spells.
That's true.
So I like that for this, because it is also, I mean, it's like, especially with the material components being like a pinch of breadcrumbs, like you are like tracing the teleportation, right? Like, this is kind of it's not a counter spell, but it's like
the one thing that I would say
like a hijacking
is that it is stronger than some teleportation magic because it allows you to bring a bunch of creatures with you. Because it creates a portal that is there for a minute. Anyone can use it.
That might be too much.
I feel like it should just be a reaction and it just happens, and it's maybe you can bring yourself and one other creature or a few other creatures. But I think it should not make a doorway.
Another way that you could do it is you could effectively cast it on a creature that you can see, and that creature that you can see teleports after the person. So like that could be you if you wanted to go, or like you could send the barbarian, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a neat idea. I think it being a portal is not the move, but I think it's a neat idea. And I agree with what you and Quispy said about having it sort of be like dispel magic or counter spell if it's of a higher level than it. I think that's a good way to do it.
I think that's fun.
Folks that are asking how to submit Homebrew, there is a link in the video description to submit Homebrew for Monday night, which is the big wheel, which is going to have, more people on it. And if you want to submit Homebrew for the Thursday nights, you can become a member on Patreon or a member on YouTube.
Yeah.
Click. Thank you very much, Fract.
Always good stuff, Fract. Always good stuff.
Oh, that's true. You could sort of chain reaction it with multiple casters also, which is interesting. Like
I don't hate that.
That spell could trigger off of itself. I don't hate that either. I think it's a neat idea. Yeah, it's just interesting. Next piece is by Josh. Josh does want to come on stream. Are they in the Discord? Josh, what's your name in Discord? I don't see a Josh in the Discord right now. Do you have a different name on Discord, Josh? Goober? All right, I'll grab you. This is a bit of a silly subclass, but I really enjoy the concept. I made it a while ago for my sci-fi campaign.
Nice.
All right. Let me grab you. This is the Rent a Magic patron. I will say there's nothing wrong with a silly subclass, so long as it's good silly. All right, let me grab Goober. Goober, whenever you want to mute the stream and unmute and undeafen in the Discord, and you can talk to us.
Hello.
Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing very well. So elevator pitch me. What is this subclass?
It is the patron is basically, it's like a streaming service, Amazon and Blockbuster, but for magic.
Cool. Is learning magic hard? Are you constantly being injured in your arcane pursuits? Well, worry no longer. Why bother learning magic when you can rent it? With the patented Rent a Magic system, you'll be casting spells in no time. Throw out your spell books, pick up your loyalty card, and join the Rent a Magic family. Magic powered by you, provided by us. Lovely flavor text.
This is really good. This is a really good example of how to write flavor text in a really clear voice, right? Like everyone knows what you're doing.
Did you intentionally not give this guy a unique spell list in the way that most warlocks normally have?
Yes, because of the first level ability.
Okay, cool. Borrowed magic. At first level, you gain access to an extensive library of spells provided by Rent a Magic. You gain access to the wizard spell list. Oh. Whenever you finish a long rest, don't say may, say can, you can switch out any one spell with one from the wizard spell list, spending 20 gold per level. Oh.
Before I submitted this, I literally did Control F and typed in May to try to find all the Mays in there and switch them with cans, and I missed that one.
That's okay. That is really strong. I probably would
really,
not
really
make it
powerful.
so you could do it every long rest for the full wizard spell list.
Okay.
I probably would make it every time you learned a spell. You could instead choose to learn a spell from the wizard spell list, which is very strong. But that way, it's not fluctuating every day. Or if you wanted to do something different, you could do something like you could give them a spell list, and then this feature would basically be you can learn one wizard spell of your choice, and then you can use it once, and then it's gone. So it's not like you have it. It's like you have it once a day. So basically, you're like renting a spell for the day.
Yeah. Okay.
But I wouldn't add it fully.
There is an ability similar to that later on in the class, so I think I'd go with the first one.
Okay. Cool. Let's keep reading. Oh, I got a text. Okay, I'll read it later. I have to buy a tent, and my buddy used to know a lot about tents. Okay, anyway.
I gotta see a man about a tent.
Ad break. At first level, when you cast a spell of first level or higher, roll a d20. Put punctuation here, friend. Period. On a 1, you roll on the ad break table as a randomly generated ad plays or instead of your spell. What is that? What does that mean? What does that sentence mean? What?
As a randomly generated ad plays in addition or instead of your spell. In addition to or instead of your spell.
Oh, okay. Don't edit as I'm reading. I'm gonna lose my fucking
Oh, okay,
mind.
got it. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It just annoys me. It's not actually bad. It just makes me go crazy. So you roll on the d20 table, and one of these things happen, and then on a 1.
So it's essentially like a wild magic.
So
It's
why
you roll.
so why do you have this sentence here if this feature is already written here?
What do you mean?
That sentence says exactly the same thing as the one result in the table. Is there a reason why you pulled out that result specifically?
Oh, no. You roll a d20, and if you get a 1, then you roll on the ad break table, which is a d6 table.
Oh, it's the wild magic. It literally is the wild magic table language.
Okay. I misunderstood that as well. Okay.
I would there is a little. The reason why this is confusing is because you say a randomly generated ad plays in addition to or instead of your spell, and then the very first option is a randomly generated ad plays instead of your spell. And so that language is just real close, and it makes that transition a little confusing.
Yeah, it makes it very confusing.
What I would say is, I would say roll on the ad break table for a magical effect. Right, like you do not have to over-explain what that table does because each result in the table accomplishes its own goal.
Yeah.
You can figure out what the right language is there, but I think that's where it needs to be tightened a little.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see what we get on the ad break table. Number 1 is a advertisement plays instead of your spell. Number 2 is all creatures within 20 feet of you. That can, don't say which, that can hear or see or hear you must make a wisdom save against your spell save or be under the effects of charm person spell. For how long would that, is it like you need to clarify these sorts of things. So like how long are they charmed for? Are they literally under the effects of the charm person spell, or are they charmed for a period of time? And those are very different things. The charm person spell is very different than the charm effect in some important ways.
Yeah, it's specifically the charm person, so like the advantage on persuasion checks. I believe
that's the charm effect too. The charm effect.
Oh, okay.
The charm person spell basically makes the charm person spell lasts a very specific amount of time, which is why you wouldn't need to indicate a timer on it necessarily. It can also be like dispelled. It also has an after effect of knowing the creature knowing that it was charmed by you. It's just different. So if you don't like the charm effect, if the charm effect is the only thing you need, then just write they're charmed, and they're charmed for a round or whatever. A pop-up ad, DC 15 dexterity sleight of hand check. to click on the X to close the ad. If you fail, your action is wasted. If you succeed, you close the ad and your spell is cast as normal. I would not split the flavor text up in the middle here. Like I would say a pop-up ad for Rent a Magic appears, and you have to rush to click the X to close it. Roll a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or whatever. If you fail, your action is wasted. Don't mix it match with flavor text here, because this is an example of, like, this is a very fun and flavorful subclass, but you don't want the goofiness of it to make it overly wordy or, like, confusing. And this is this table, every single sentence in this table is long in a way that is annoying. So you need that. If you want them to continue to have these details, you got to make them real tight. You want the process of reading them to not be tedious.
Okay.
Number 4, an ad with poorly mixed audio plays. All creatures within 20 feet of you must make a DC 15 con save, or be deafened until the end of your next turn. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure where the DC 15 comes from. I feel like it doesn't make. I disagree with it being a static DC. I think it should be based off something. It could be like, it could be 8 plus your warlock level. It could be, it could be what, maybe not 8 plus your warlock level, like, but something plus.
Do you think it should just do the spell save DC?
Could be your spell save DC. That would also work.
Okay.
But I feel like it should grow with you.
Got it.
Okay, so deafened, cool. Okay, let's see. All creatures within 30 feet of you, including yourself, must make a DC 15 con saving throw, be blinded. You cast Detect Thoughts. So this, okay, so after reading through this spell list, I'm going to go back to what I said before and say that these two features alone are not enough for a first level thing. So I think that you either need to come up with something totally new here for this other first level feature for Borrowed Magic, and give them a spelled list in the traditional way that Warlocks do, or tone this feature down and give them something else. Or, like, what I would do is I would give them a once a day free casting of a wizard spell, but it sounds like they're going to get something like that later. But that's what I would put here if I were you.
Okay.
Because this is not particularly strong, and this is sideways strong.
Right.
At 6th level, we get Rent a Magic Plus. Your customer loyalty has granted you access to the Rent a Magic Plus program, allowing you to purchase additional spell slots. At the end of a long rest, you can choose to purchase additional Warlock spell slots by spending an amount of gold equal to 100 times the spell level. Don't make things cost gold. That's going to break a game very easily. You can only buy spell slots of a level you can cast. You can never purchase a spell slot that is higher than 5th level. These additional spell slots last until you take a long rest. Blah, 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 blah. You can have another.
So,
okay.
How does this work with Warlocks always casting things at the highest level?
So, yeah, that's a good question.
You when you buy it, it stays at that level. It's that static. That spell slot is that static level, so it wouldn't scale.
Okay,
with
so
the
this feature, you need to limit it not by gold. You need to come up. You can make it cost gold to do, but you should. The limit of it should be based on, like, I would say once a day. I wouldn't go more than once a day here. And this unquestionably should be the first level feature. This is not a 6th level feature for Warlocks. At 6th level, Warlocks are getting utility, they're getting defense. That they're not getting something. This feels way more like a first level feature than a 6th level feature. And I probably would probably limit it to one a day, and I would make it cast at probably the level that your spell slots are at. So, like, if it was a 3rd level spell, right, I would cast it at 5th level when you get it. Let's look at 10, Mana Max. At 10th level, your continued patronage of Rent a Magic has allowed you to upgrade your membership yet again. This time, maximizing your combat potential. Once per long rest, when you cast a damaging spell of 1st through 5th level, you can spend 50 gold to add an additional die of damage to the spell. For each additional 50 gold you spend on the same spell, you continue to add an additional die of damage. Again, I'm not a fan of building features based off of gold. It's so like that's impossible to balance because it is entirely dependent on how much gold there is in the game that the people are playing in. So there's going to be some campaigns where that's like completely busted. Like to be fair, like I can't think of a single campaign I've played in where they don't have thousands and thousands and thousands of gold by level 10. So it's like there's no way to really scale how to balance this. So I would probably come up with something else here. I probably would just drop this. 10th level is also one of those levels where you can do kind of weird, is like a weird level thing. So I would encourage you to think a little outside of the box here. Like maybe they can summon a pop-up shop that they can buy something from or borrow something from, or maybe they can do like
awesome.
Maybe they can
cool
call
idea.
customer service or something.
That's fun. If your spell fails, you can call customer service and potentially get another casting.
Yeah, like there's like a helpline or something like that. I would
or like almost maybe like a portent thing where they like re-roll the save instead.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. There's a lot of ways you could flavor it, but something where it's like you're interacting with the business.
Like that was a really good idea. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Let's look at 14th level, Arcane Prime. At 14th level, you've been such a loyal customer to Rent a Magic that you've reached the apex of what we have to offer. You get a timeshare. Enjoy your benefits, valued customer, including but not limited to access to our premium spell archives. You can learn 2 spells from 1st to 5th level of any spell list. You can switch one of these spells with another one from any spell list at the end of a long rest. Additionally, all gold costs for the previous abilities are reduced by 10. I think this one misses the mark a little bit. I think that if you want to do something that like this kind of just does what the other features do. Most of the time when warlocks get to 14th level, they get a once a day showstopper type move where they do like a big crazy thing once a day. And I would encourage you to think about if you could do something like that. If you feel like you don't have any ideas for that, then I would encourage you to think of something other than giving you other spells or more spells. We're already getting both of those things. And I wouldn't lower the gold cost because I don't think that makes sense because that utterly breaks a lot of the other aspects. If you know what I mean?
Maybe it could be like you can just cast a 5th level spell from any class once a day, something like that.
Maybe, I don't know. Again, I would move away from you. We're already getting those things. We're already getting spells from other classes. We're already getting extra spells. What else can we get? Give us something new. Give us something like here's the logic. Here's the logic. When you're building up, when you're being your character in D&D, you want to look at that 14th level feature and think, I can't even imagine how cool it's going to be when I get that. I'm gonna have this thing that I could just have. That's gonna be crazy because it's the capstone feature. You want it to make you go whoa. And I think that if it is just an empowerment of a feature that you have at lower levels, it doesn't have that wow factor. That I think is a really core aspect of like driving people to want to get to higher levels in that class. You know?
Got it. So like, do something. Kind of out of left field. Do something unique.
It doesn't need to be out of left field. I mean, it should be in vibe, but like maybe once a day you can cast something and you can teleport you and a bunch of creatures to the store, and you guys can like walk around in the store. So it's like a free teleport to Safe Haven / supply re-up. I don't know. Like there's a lot of things.
Or like Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion type thing.
Yeah, something like that. But like just something that is different, something that is not just here, pick more spells.
I like. Oh, I just had kind of an idea. I saw someone that said summon customer service. Maybe something like it could you do like the effects of simulacrum, and it's like a customer service rep that just has your spells and stuff.
But man, listen to what you just said. You're going back to just spells. Don't make it copy spells. Don't base it off of. Here's my. You don't have to listen. By the way, you don't have to listen to anything I say. But this is my challenge to you.
Right.
Don't make it based off of a spell. Don't make it give you access to a spell. Make it something that is totally different, totally unique. That's my challenge.
Okay. I value and trust your opinion, so I am going to do that.
Even if you don't like it when you're done with it, you can always go back to giving it a spell, and you will have grown from the process of trying.
Got it.
Cinder gave me the exact same feedback on an early piece of homebrew that I was working on, like a bajillion centuries ago, and it's good feedback.
It's okay feedback. Okay, cool. Thank you, Goober.
Yeah. One last thing.
Yeah, sure.
Just clarification. You don't think the gold cost stuff was mostly just flavor thing? Like I kind of just thought of it like that, but you think I should just fully nix that from the subclass?
You can make gold. You can make features cost gold because that's funny, but don't use gold as the way to balance how often or how powerful those features can be. Because
don't consider it a limiter.
Like making something cost a little gold is funny, but making it so you can do it a number of times or it can be scaling up by the amount of gold you have is gonna get busted.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Thanks for that.
I really appreciate
for sharing your piece, buddy.
Yeah. Have a good rest of your stream.
All right,
I'm going to stay in and watch, but thank you.
Bye. Click.
Bye.
That was Goober. The Goob, aka Josh. That was a pretty good. That was a good example of like a quote unquote silly class.
Yeah,
it wasn't
that was
silly.
really well done.
Yeah,
that was really well done.
Solid.
And in general, I will also say a very elegantly handled kind of bit of criticism there, right? Like when you are going through the design process, sort of in real time, it's a very vulnerable space to be, to like say your idea to, a room full of 50, 60 people, and to have somebody be like, hey, that's not the right idea. And be able to take that and be like, okay, I will push beyond my assumptions and my limitations, and I will try to achieve what I want to achieve. That was good shit. That was good shit.
You also you don't need to listen to ideas. You just decide not to listen to them, though.
100%. But again, I think there's something to be said about like that's a tough thing to do on camera.
Yes,
and it's a brave thing to do on camera.
Hey, Baba.
Hello. How's it going, guys?
Baba.
Good. How are you?
I am doing fine. I did not melt, even though it was like 90 degrees and super humid up here in New York City.
New York. The city is so nice, they named it twice.
Thrice, last I heard.
What are we looking at here? Elevator pitch it before I read it.
It is a silly early game item that probably has some fun later game use, I think.
All right, cool. It is the Sling of Vicious Weasels.
It
is in the chat. Sling of Vicious Weasels. The oiled leather of this magic sling is decorated with impressions of running weasels. The sling has 5 charges and gains 1d4 daily at dawn. I'm gonna burp? Maybe? Maybe not. When you hit a target with an attack... Oh, here it comes? No. Okay, when you hit a target with an attack from your sling, you can expend a charge to cause the sling bullet to permanently transform into a weasel. Or you can spend 5 charges to transform the bullet into a giant weasel instead. The weasel acts after your turn and is hostile to all creatures, attacking the nearest creature on its turn it can see. Okay, that's great. What's that?
That's fun.
There's a hat that does something similar. The Hat of Vermin. Are you familiar with the Hat of Vermin?
I know there's a few items that summon gross little creatures, but a Hat of Vermin, I don't know specifically.
Okay, I'm just seeing how they handled the language of the summoning of the creature. They just said it's neither friendly nor hostile. You went ahead and you're like, no, it's not friendly nor hostile. It's hostile.
Vicious weasels. Vicious weasels.
So you basically are just launching creatures into the battle that are just going to be creatures.
Yeah, they're not only creatures; they're vicious creatures. They attack anything.
Oh yeah.
There's no limit on what they will attack. They will attack you. They will attack Tiamat. They will attack each other.
Okay, two things. One, it should regain 1d4 plus 1 charges daily at dawn, not just 1d4. I don't know if that was an intentional choice to not let you be able to make a giant weasel every day, but you should. Most of the time, magic items, with the way that the recharges go, is that if you roll the highest possible on the die, it loads it to the max.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So I would change that. Another thing that you might want to think about. Actually, never mind. I was gonna say maybe you could do something where if you use the last charge, there's a roll, and then it turns into something. Like the sling becomes.
Yeah. One of the ideas that I had was exactly that. Basically, if you roll, if you use them all and you roll a 1 on a d20, the sling turns into a giant weasel that attacks, and it just attacks you. But okay. I thought it kind of didn't need it. So.
I don't think it needs it either.
Yeah, because this is not like a default good item. This is a little bit of like a bag of bees.
Yeah, I don't think it needs it either. I like it quite a bit. I think it's very fun and good. I don't actually think there's that much I would change at all, other than the charges. It's pretty straightforward, man. Okay, let me try to sell you on it having one more feature to it, okay? What about this? Okay. What if it has 6 charges and not 5, okay? It recharges 1d... It either recharges 1d6 charges daily at dawn or 1d4 plus something daily at dawn.
Okay.
It is exactly the same. You can use 5 charges to make a giant weasel, 1 charge to make a little weasel. What if on the last charge, if you expend the last charge, you roll a d20, and then when you roll a 1, it transforms into an ethereal weasel, which has the stats of a giant weasel, but the etherealness property, and it always knows where you are, and it hunts you down.
Oh my goodness, that's very interesting.
Don't do that if you don't want that, but that's funny.
I mean, it does.
Just think about it.
Ethereal giant weasel hunting you forever.
Because it's not that scary, but it's also a little scary.
The funny thing about that,
is always pretty terrifying, Cinder.
It almost makes me want to make it like permanently ethereal, so that it is just following you in the ethereal plane forever.
So it just can't do anything
about it. But it can't do. It's not that it can't do anything. It's always going to follow you in the ethereal plane. You might go to the ethereal plane sometime, or your friends might go to the ethereal plane sometime, and then there'll be a giant vicious weasel waiting for you.
You might cast Blink, and then when you do,
yeah. And it might be a very fun surprise from the. But it essentially means it's like maybe never going to happen, probably never going to happen, but would be very fun if it did happen. But
I like it though. It's fun. Thank you for sharing. This is an item that some of my players would spend too long trying to figure out how to do something janky with, and probably wouldn't figure anything out. But they'd get into some shenanigans.
Yeah, there's only so much a vicious weasel can really do.
But that's good. I mean, that's the point.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Cool. All right, man. Thank you so much.
Alrighty. See you guys later.
That's a fun one, Baba. Bye. I like that one a lot. I would just use that item. I might make a video about that item. Baba, will you send me a DM to remind me that I just said I might make a video about that item so I can decide if I'm going to? Because I'm going to forget if you don't send me that DM. Somebody send that to me. Either a mod or Baba, whoever gets to me first. All right. How can you talk to me? Oh, I can see you. I can see you talking in the chat. You can join Discord through the phone, but it is a little janky. It's not.
Yeah, it's a little harder to do.
This piece is by Snug. I wanted to make a weird bard. That is such a beautifully simple sentence. Josh, I saw your message. Josh, will you DM me in Discord and say that to me? Because I'm gonna forget. I'm not a big enough streamer that I'm uncomfortable getting DMs. I'm okay with getting DMs. I hate getting added. If you at me in the Discord, I don't like that. But if you DM me, I can just ignore it if I don't want to. Okay, next is I wanted to make a weird subclass. I love a good weird subclass. I love bards are not my favorite class to play, but they are one of my favorite classes to design. So let's take a look at what you're peeking here. Infernal Cadence. Oh, I like that. Wait, we got to get scarier.
We're off to a good start.
Don't say that.
Why not?
Because
I like it. I like it when I get disappointed.
No, but you're gonna you're gonna make you're gonna shoot the dog as it's running across the finish line. Isn't that how the saying goes?
Certainly a thing that people have said. And by people, I mean you.
Yeah. All right. I'd like to make a jinxed class or subclass where you want to roll low. That would be tricky to do, but it's an interesting idea. All right, let's take a look at this College of Infernal Cadence.
Yeah.
Hunger rips away at your core. Your hand instinctively moves to soothe the emptiness within. This is very emo.
Yeah.
The ragged cloth yields effortlessly. What cloth? As your fingers slip beneath it. You need to say what cloth is here. The cloth of your shirt? The cloth of your tunic? The cloth of your lover? That's when you smell it, a waft that dances across your nose. You stumble over yourself to reach it against an alley wall. You see a man tall, his hair slick and pushed to one side. His face turns enough for you to catch a glimmer in his eye. Well, 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 who stumbled into me now? Someone ready to make a deal, perhaps? I see what you're going for here. You want this to sound poetic, but you're losing clarity for poeticness here. Like when you're talking about these vagaries, you smell it, a waft, but like it's a little bit too.
The word is also, I think, waft.
Waft, yeah, it should have a T, but it's a little too flowery, and I don't mean like it's a little too ethereal. We need to be grounded a little bit more. For example, you could say something like, as you walk down the street, you feel hunger ripping at your core. Like that grounds us in a scene. Your hand instinctively moves beneath your cloak to soothe the emptiness within. Like, see, we need the beneath the cloak. We need to see that. We need the camera. We need to know where the camera is before you describe the vibe of the thing the camera is looking at, because we don't know what it's looking at. Bard of the College of Infernal Cadence are those who have been taught their craft by... Wait, who is this? Snug, did you want to come on stream? I always forget to ask. No, okay. College of Infernal Cadence are those who have been taught their craft by devils of the nine hells. They adeptly manipulate the desires and weaknesses of others, utilizing their charm and musical prowess to sway both heart and mind, leading them down a path to hell, occasionally into their own pockets from time to time. So all of this should be like in italics and like in a little box, so we know that it's like a story also. But let's see if we get a third level. How bad could it be? With your mesmerizing voice and infernal charm, you possess the ability to manipulate the moral compass of others. As a bonus action, you can expend a use of your Bardic Inspiration die to compel a creature within 60 feet of you to make a Charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, the target's alignment shifts to lawful evil for the duration determined by the result of your dice roll. Creatures whose alignment changed due to this feature are not aware that you caused the change. The result of the dice roll, we need to know how that translates. Does rolling a 1 mean 1 round, 1 minute, 1 hour? Like, what are the denominations there? The other thing that I'm going to say is alignment is a strange thing in D&D because it is both an actual feature that has actual spells and abilities that are impacted by it, but there are a lot of people, myself included, who don't really pay much credence to it unless we really, really have to. And I genuinely don't know how I feel about a feature that changes a creature's alignment. Because on one hand, there is precedent for it existing. Like, there are spells that do things like this. So I get it, but I don't love it. Like, I wonder if there is a way to express this idea more mechanically. That is not alignment based.
Yeah, because what does alignment mean, right? Like, what is the GM going to do for that target? And also, how do you deal with like player agency, right? If you are playing at a table and you suddenly make someone's alignment lawful evil and they're not necessarily down to clown with their character in that way, what are the rules that are governing their behavior? It's just tough because alignment is a feature, but it's almost a tag system, an immutable tag system to denote that like all celestials are lawful good, right? That kind of thing. It's not really meant to change. And when it does change, there's not really a clear way that has impact other than, I mean, I guess you could theoretically get picked up by Detect Evil and Good here, right?
No, Detect Evil and Good is not alignment based.
Oh, that's right. It's like extra planar stuff now, huh?
There's like items that are limited by alignment, and I feel like Divine Sense maybe can spot alignment.
Yeah, I might have been thinking of Divine Sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and then chat's also pointing out that, like, because this is such a wishy-washy kind of thing, it's also kind of weak, right? Like, there's not really a mechanical oomph to it.
Buildo, good. I'm glad. Go back and rewind and watch it forever. But yeah, I would probably make it something like I almost want to make it like you would have advantage on some checks against those creatures that involve like you trying to get them to act against their nature. That I think would make more sense, because that doesn't have to be alignment, but the idea of like your nature is something that I think is not the hardest thing to like, I wouldn't have to think that hard as a dungeon master for just about any creature for that. So yeah, maybe something like that. Okay. Let's take a look at the other third level feature. Harnessing your infernal connection and musical prowess, you can summon a band of devils to enthrall and manipulate the will of those who hear your bewitching melodies. Excuse me. As an action, you can compel a creature within 60 feet of you. As an action, you can compel a creature within 60 feet of you. You don't need to say of your choice. You could say a creature of your choice within 60 feet of you. To make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. Why are these charisma saves? Realistically, this should be a... First of all, how bad could it be? It's a wisdom save, not a charisma save. 100%. Make a charisma save. On a failed save, the target is charmed by you until it performs one action determined by you. This action must be evil. After the creature performs this action, it becomes immune to this feature for 24 hours. Additionally, if the creature is evil, it is unaware it was charmed. Honestly, I would drop this feature entirely, and I would come up with something different. Because the suggestion that I made for this feature, I think, is a slightly toned down version of this. And these also features feel very similar. Also, this feature has no limit on how often it can be used, which is just not the move. It should be like a once a day thing, probably, if it's going to be basically a mind control. But I would just drop it and come up with something different here. I think that you cover the idea of compelling a creature to act against its nature with this one. I don't think we need that twice. It feels like you're shooting the same spot twice, and it's not adding anything. So I would come up with something different here. Something else to reflect your devilish nature. Maybe you gain some devil features, like you gain some of their resistances, or you gain devil sight to a range of 10 feet or something like that, you know?
Yeah, both of these are just about controlling people, which is definitely a thing that devils do a lot of.
And they can be both about controlling people, but they're two the same. They're too similar.
Yeah, they're very similar. Yeah.
Hello, Abraham. Avraham. John Smith, do like the idea of little bands of devils popping up. Yeah, that's a fun idea, but I don't think it actually does that, right? Okay, let's look at the 6th level, and they all fall down. You learn to exploit one creature's failure in the face of temptation, turning it into a slippery slope that drags others down. When a creature fails its save against one of your bard spells, you can use your reaction to choose another creature within 5 feet of it and compel them to roll the saving throw. Additionally, if the chosen creature is evil, they must re-roll the die twice, selecting the lowest result of the 3 rolls. I see what you're trying to do here. I think that this is too strong. I think being able to tie this second part with this first part is legitimately just too strong. So I would drop the alignment stuff entirely. I don't think it's the move. The ability to attempt to cast a spell on a creature that's next to the creature that it fails on is interesting. Is it devil? I don't know.
Yeah.
It doesn't really feel that devil. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. We only get a couple features with the bard, so we really got to be thoughtful with all of them. And this one feels like a cool feature, but it doesn't feel like it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it evokes enough of the feeling of you made a deal with the devil.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah. I'm not sure what I would put here, but I don't know. I don't think this is the move. Maybe this would be where I would give you a little bit devil sight. Let me look at 14th level. Wicked Alkalade. When an evil creature who has failed their saving throw against your gentleman hit it die feature dies, you can use your reaction to seize their soul. Well, I hate to break it to you, bud, but I'm telling you to just drop the gentleman hit it feature, which means I'm going to tell you to just drop this whole feature too. After you steal a soul, you place it in a pocket dimension known only to you. Then as an action, you can switch places with the soul from this dimension. The previously deceased creature returns to fight under your control. While you take their place in their pocket dimension, the creature remains under your control until it dies, at which point its soul is released. This is a really fun idea, but it's going to be so fucking annoying to handle. So this is the way that you do this. If you want to do something, because this is basically what this does. It basically means that, like, when you kill a creature, you get access to its stat block as a monster that you can summon while you disappear.
Right.
I feel like that is a little too strong in a lot of situations, even with the challenge rating thing. So what I would probably do is boil it down to, what do you actually want this thing to do? Because what this actually does is you disappear and a vengeful spirit appears in your place and fights on your behalf for 10 minutes. So the way that you could do that is, because this definitely also should be a once-a-day feature. You shouldn't be able to do this more than once a day. So the way that I would do this if I were you is I would probably make it so instead of you having to kill a creature to activate it, just once a day, you can, summon a demonic creature or a vengeful spirit to, like, replace you and fight for you for a little bit. And it has a stat block that you include. That's what I would do. I also think that it doesn't feel very devilish. But maybe it does in your mind. But if you're trying to, like, summon, like, this could be like you summon a devil, or it could be like, you summon a spirit. But I don't think that the way that it's written, like, in this way really works. And I'm not a big fan of things that allow you to just gain access to any monster under a certain CR threshold. I just don't think that works that well. Patrick, you're very quiet. Are you quietly agreeing or quietly disagreeing?
I'm quietly. I don't really quietly disagree very often, so it's quietly agreeing.
Okay, cool. It's a neat idea. I like the flavor a lot, but I do feel like you are focusing too much in the alignment thing, and it's a little samey in some places and overcomplicated in some places. But I like the idea quite a bit, and I hope you keep working on it. Thank you very much, Snug.
Yeah, thank you, Snug.
Summon Fiend as a jumping off point could be a good idea. Yeah, that could work. I would figure this flavor would be much more suited to make a deal type character. Maybe. What is FNF? What is FNAF? Final Nano Obliterator Force. Friendly.
Yeah.
What is it? It's a show. Let's think about that for a second.
I think it might be Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh.
Yep, thank you.
Oh, no. I've never played Five Nights at Freddy's. I will never play Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm too old to care about dumb shit or to think dumb stuff is interesting or scary. I appreciate that it was a fad and that a lot of people really like it. I was never a part of it. It never touched my heart. If it touched your heart, I apologize that I just called it stupid. It's probably not stupid to you, and I don't want to hurt your feelings. Sigh! The rock wasps are meant to be dangerous. They're meant to be a dangerous surprise encounter that essentially acts like a trap. It is a very time sensitive to figure out a way to get past it. The flavor text I just typed up in 5 minutes to get the vibe across. So we're not going to worry about the flavor text too much.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, you said something that I just skipped at the end. All right, I'll look at it. We'll skim it, but we'll focus more on the creature. So guys, remember, one of the things that I don't remind you guys of enough because I forget to, is one of the really the reason why I always ask you, like, is there anything you want to say about your piece, is it's always good to tell me if you have like a goal in mind for it, because it kind of gives me a sense of like what I should be looking about and thinking about while I'm critiquing it. So what Sai said was that this piece is intended to be like sort of like a monster that feels like a trap. Looks like it has some good games. I like the VR repair minigame. Yeah, not for me. I'm sure they're good games for some people, but not for me. Rock wasps dwell hidden among pebbles, waiting for unsuspecting victims to come along. Suddenly, they raise in unison, engulfing their victims. So they're like a swarm. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So it's like it's a hunting swarm. Okay,
cool.
CR4. 13 AC, 85 hit points. I feel like that might be a little high for CR4, but maybe not. Actually, no, ignore me, because it has all these resistances, so it's basically double that. So it's actually a beefy fucker. They have all these damage resistances that all swarms get these, and all swarms get... All this stuff is stuff that mostly just swarms get. What's unique here is the acid resistance, the tremor sense, and the blind sight. They have the swarm feature, which is a thing that all swarms get. This is cool. False appearance. While the swarm remains motionless, they just look like a bunch of pebbles. Bug buzz. While the swarm is not hidden, the space occupied by it is lightly obscured, and other creatures within it are deafened. What does lightly obscured do? I always forget. Does it do anything?
Yeah, you have disadvantage on something, I think. Let me double check. But the disadvantage on perception checks.
Okay, so it's not too much.
No, it's not hectic.
Let's see. Multi-attack. They get any combination of 2 stings or consume attacks. So the way that you would write that, if you wanted to sound a little bit more professional, is the swarm makes 2 sting attacks. It can replace either of those with a consume attack. It basically is the same thing. Why is that the way to write it? I don't fucking know, but it's the way that monsters are written in the monster manual. It can't use multi-attack while it is at half its hit points or fewer. Interesting. Okay, so its sting deals some piercing damage, and they have to make a con save or take acid damage. And when a creature has taken 20 acid damage, it becomes petrified for 24 hours. The only thing that I don't love about... This is what I would actually do if I were you. This is how I would rephrase it. I wouldn't do this like this because I wouldn't want to make people keep track of how much acid damage they took, and I wouldn't want to have to keep track of it. But you could sort of keep this feature, and you could just lower the amount of... Like, you could... I mean...
Yeah.
I would probably say something like... I would probably, instead of making it based off the acid damage, I would probably make it based off the amount of times they were stung. So maybe, like, if a character is hit by the... if a character fails this DC saving... If a character fails this saving throw a certain amount of times in the minute, they become petrified. So it's almost like death saving throws that you're taking.
That's kind of cool.
It would essentially accomplish the same goal, but it would be a little bit, I think, easier to keep track of.
Mm-hmm.
You don't understand how acid petrifies? I think that it's to represent what the poison is doing. I think probably would it feel more accurate if these did poison damage and not acid damage? That's my question. Consume. +4 to hit. It does a bunch of piercing damage, which ignores the damage resistances granted by the petrified condition. That's fun. I like that. So basically the idea is they want to turn you into a little stone and then eat you.
Yeah.
I feel like I would probably change the sting to poison damage. Because I agree. I also don't know why acid petrifies. A petrifying agent could cause acid damage. It seems fine to you. All right, so maybe it's fine. You think poison makes more sense, but they might have been trying to avoid poison immunities? That's what poison immunities are there for. And it's also beasts. Beasts are fucking... You always make beasts a little shittier than everything else. It's nature of the game. They do have an elemental rock property to them, kind of analogs with acid. Earth elementals are not... If you're going with elementals, the water elementals are the ones that are tied to acid, not earth elementals. if I remember correctly. So I don't know if the elemental rock property is vibe there. I might be wrong. Oh, I agree with what John Smith just said. Consume should do acid damage because it's like you're melting them. And then this should do poison damage. I agree.
Yeah,
this should
I
do
like
poison
that.
damage.
I like that.
This
That's
should
a
do
lot
acid
cleaner.
damage. Yes,
That's
John
a lot
Smith.
cleaner.
John Smith.
Well done, John Smith.
Have you ever seen a wolf cry in the blue core moon? Or ask the grinning bobcat why he grins? Can you sing with all the forces of the mountains? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? You can own the earth, but still all you'll own is earth until...
Press, you know this whole song.
I know every word to every Disney song, and that is not a exaggeration. That is actually
That's
just
impressive.
the truth.
It explains why you get along with Emily so well.
It's called being the oldest sibling.
Oh yeah, true.
You have children things playing in your house forever.
Just forever, yeah, 100%.
Thank you, Sai. Really fun piece. Picking my nose.
Top tier.
Here's the thing, I used to be nervous about it, but now I'm just like, no, you guys gotta fucking watch. Deal with it. Valentine. Hiya, Cinder, got a weapon for you. Still on my nautical kick. Originally, I was making this as a subclass, but it got way too complicated for that. Ooh, good eye. It's always interesting when you're working on something, and as you're working on it, you're realizing it should be something else.
There.
I can sing Hellfire. Will I?
Hellfire's a good song.
I wrote that song.
Yeah, you did good work.
I'm gonna pull Valentine in. Hey, Valentine.
Hey ho.
How's it going?
How's it going?
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Elevator pitch this to me.
Yeah, I'm on a nautical kick. Thinking about making a nautical campaign, and I wanted to make a weapon for a campaign like that. I think that
okay. So elevator pitch what the weapon does. Describe it to me as if it was a real item, and I didn't play D&D, and you were trying to get me interested in buying it on my boat. What is it?
You throw something at an enemy, and now it's attached to it.
Cool.
That's
the reason
fun.
why I'm asking everyone to give me elevator pitches is partly because it helps me understand what your goal is, but secondly, it helps you understand what your goal is. And I do think that trying to vocalize the goal of a piece in as few words as possible is very helpful in the creation process. All right, Whaler's Weapon. Because if you can't explain it, if you can't do what you just did, it might mean that the focus is not focused enough. Whaler's Weapon. Any piercing and thrown weapon. Very rare. So like javelins. Stuff.
Javelins,
spears, baseball bats, baseballs that have little baseballs if you stick razor blades in them.
No, that would do it.
These bladed weapons have been made with barbs or hooks and threaded with a length of 30 feet of enchanted hempen rope through its hilt. Don't say these and then say its, say their hilt, because these bladed weapons is plural and its is singular, and you want to keep the same. If you're talking about something in the singular, you want to keep talking about it in the singular, or it becomes chonky in the brain. Okay. You don't need to say bonus. You can just say you gain a +1 to attack and damage rolls, so you can drop the word bonus. When you hit a creature with this weapon, they must make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw. Okay, very rare. Dexterity saving throw or become tethered. A tethered enemy is connected to the rope and unable to move further than 30 feet. I think further is the word here. I may switch that A out for a U. Maybe. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. 30 feet away from the wielder without making an athletics check DC 17. I would change that around a little bit. I would say the tethered creature is connected to the rope and unable to move further than 30 feet away from it, period. They can, as an action, make a DC 17 athletics check to attempt to break free or something like that.
It doesn't... Yeah.
What?
Oh, no. Just keep reading.
Okay, if they make that and they still move at half their speed, as well as drag the wielder of the rope every 5 feet of movement. The wielder, don't say may, say can. The wielder can drop the rope, no action required. Okay, so I understand what you're trying to do here. We got to change it up though, because this is not good word. This is not well worded here.
Fair enough.
So I would probably say something like, okay, a tethered creature is connected to the rope and unable to move further than 30 feet away from the wielder or from you, period. If the creature attempts to move 30 feet away from you, they must make a DC 17 athletics check, period. On a success, they move at half speed, and you are dragged behind them, moving 5 feet along with them for every 5 feet of movement, or something like that, period. On a failure, they cannot move. On a failure, they cannot move that extra distance, period. Something like that. The target is tethered until the rope. Don't say which has an AC of. You can just put this in a parentheses.
I did have it in a parentheses, but I was like, do I put it in parentheses?
I would put it in a parentheses. An AC of 15 and HP of 10 due to enchantments is severed. What? Why is where? Yeah. Your sentence is getting confusing because you're mushing things you don't need to. The target is tethered until the rope is severed. That's the sentence now. Or until the creature uses its action to remove the weapon. How are they using their action to remove the weapon? What does that mean?
I thought I was kind of leaving it a little nebulous.
Don't do that. So decide what you want this to be. Decide what you want this to be.
Okay.
Because you're describing it with the ability. You're describing an option as if you made clear that was an option, but you didn't make clear that was an option. So like, you should probably put up here somewhere that the creature can use their action to remove the harpoon if that's what you want it to be able to do. Then you can reference it later on down here. If you don't want them to be able to remove it just with an action, you need to clarify what it takes to remove it, which is why I thought it was initially that DC 17 athletics check.
I see.
But there needs to be nebulousness is not going to work well in this circumstance.
Nebulousness was only about how they are removing the
weapon.
What I
mean. That's what I mean. You need to But is it just an action? So there's no saving throw or skill check?
No, it's just an action.
Okay, yeah. So then you just need to clarify that higher up here. What the action literally is doesn't matter, but you just need to make sure that they can just use an action to remove it.
Yeah, I see. I was saying nebulous for a completely different reason.
No, I understand. If the rope, you were saying nebulous flavor wise, and nebulous flavor wise is fine. Yes. If the rope is severed, comma, after that, replacing the rope takes an action and 30 feet of hempen rope. Period. After that, the weapon's enchantments affect the new rope at the next dawn. Okay. Whenever the weapon is removed, it deals 1d8 necrotic damage. This should be included in earlier up here when you describe that the creature can remove it as an action.
Okay. Yeah. My first weapon. So I'm like, I have no idea where to put these things.
No, that's okay. Listen. Everything that I'm saying right now is not a mistake that you have made. It is me pointing out what you can do to get this thing more in line with the way it's supposed to be, quote unquote, because we don't always know these things. If I expected you to know where everything should go, then I wouldn't run a feedback homebrew stream, you know?
That makes sense.
Yeah, so you don't need to know anything. You just need to try. So don't feel like when I'm pointing stuff out, you shouldn't feel like that means you did something wrong, because you wrote something. You did all you needed to do. Don't worry about it. I'm only pointing them out. So if you want to make those changes, you can. On a thrown attack that does not tether your target. Okay, so here's how we're going to change this. We're going to change this to when you make a ranged attack with this weapon, if you don't choose to tether your target, comma, you can pull the weapon back to you as a part of the same action, period. Or as a part of the same attack action. Also, as a part of the attack action, you can use the attack to remove the weapon. What is it? What do you mean by that? I would just drop that sentence. That sentence, this is the same as this. These are the same thing.
So that one is there
because you want to be able to do the extra D8 damage?
Yeah, you can make an attack to pull the weapon out forcibly to do the extra D8 damage if it has been tethered.
But here's the problem. The problem is you just describe this whole sentence is about a way you can attack that does not tether the creature. So the creature is not tethered. So this feature, if you want to, this needs to be tied somewhere to where you talk about the tethering, because this implies to me that this implies to me that the way that this is written, it sounds like what you want this to say is anytime you make an attack with this thing, if you pull the harpoon back, it deals an extra 1d8 necrotic damage. Is that what you want it to be?
Yeah.
So then just write it that way. So don't make reference like you don't need this extra layer of weapon removedness. I feel like you're sort of adding tiered levels here, and you don't need to. So I would probably say whatever I told you to rewrite this first sentence as, write it to that, and then say when you pull the weapon back as it breaks free from the creature, it deals an extra 1d8 necrotic damage to them. Period.
Also, on the first part of that paragraph, all attacks attempt to tether to a target. You don't choose. So if a thrown attack misses, or if the creature makes its save, it isn't tethered.
That is not clear.
Okay.
I would argue that it is pretty rare that items require you to use a feature. I shouldn't have to be 2/3 of the way through it and reading the last paragraph to pick up that it automatically happens and I have no choice in it.
Okay.
You should put that up here in this part where you're describing what it does.
All right.
Also, a roll to hit, and if you are successful, you deal the weapon's normal damage along with removing the weapon. Regardless of success, the weapon will be removed. What is this sentence in reference to?
It's in reference to the also as part of the attack action, you can use an attack to remove the weapon.
I think you're overcomplicating this thing a lot, if I'm being honest. I feel like this whole last part feels like you could just go. Like if it's like it sounds like what you're saying here is that like what? Yeah, just cut this sentence out. I'm not even sure what this feature is supposed to be, but I would just remove this and try to rewrite it in a way that's more clear, because I genuinely am not sure what's happening at this point. It sort of feels like you're trying to create an option where you don't have to automatically tether now, but you just said a whole thing about how you do automatically tether. Like, you should just decide. You should just choose to tether or not, and then cut this whole part out. Unless this is doing something else, in which case I've really misunderstood.
Yeah, it's doing something else.
So can you explain to me what it's doing in the simplest terms possible?
So this part is assuming this is talking about a target that is already tethered.
Mm-hmm.
And you're removing the weapon using an attack. You roll to hit, and if you're successful, you deal the weapon's normal damage along with removing the weapon, which deals 1d8 necrotic damage.
So you need to either write it exactly the way you just said it. Don't write it this way. And it's another thing where it's like, if you're talking about something that's happening when a creature is tethered, you should not be putting it in the same paragraph as when you're talking about stuff that is not that is the paragraph about when a creature is not tethered, because now it just becomes very confusing.
That makes sense.
I would probably just drop it. I don't see
Okay.
I don't know. I don't see I'm not picking it up. I feel like unless you can figure out a way to write it more clearly. Overall I think it's a pretty cool item. I think that you overcomplicate it. You're overcomplicating yourself with the mechanics a little bit. And I see what you're going for, where it's like you want to have the play around of you're not just launching the thing, you're like pulling it back, and like that's a mechanic that you're playing with. But I think you need to reorganize how you're writing it. So I would probably make it something like, as an attack, you can launch the thing, and then as like a bonus action, you can pull it back. If you miss, you just pull it back. If it's stuck in them, it does something extra. In addition, if you don't pull it back, then they are under the effects of all these tethered things. I would phrase it something like that. That's probably how I would restructure it if I were you.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense.
But it's a pretty cool item, and I like it. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank
Dragon
you.
House throughout is DC 17 pretty standard for very rare, which I always think is a thing worth mentioning.
It's a little high, but it's not outlandishly high. I could see this being 16 or 15 and it being fine.
Yeah. Makes sense.
But I like it. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank you for reviewing.
Yeah, no problem. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
No, yeah, you got the vibe for it really well, especially like overcomplicating. Yeah, I was like, originally, you throw it and it's stuck in there, and now the enemy can't move away without also bringing you. And then I was like, well, what if you want to pull the weapon out yourself? And like,
so I feel like
I gotta make rules for that.
I feel like what happened is you built
that.
this in the order that you thought of the things you needed to do, which is why it feels like it's a little jumbled. So you just got to reorganize those thoughts into a way where it's not less stream of consciousness.
Exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's all right. Thank you very much for sharing.
Yeah, again, thank you so much for reviewing.
Yep, see you, Valentine.
Super helpful.
Hell yeah.
Valentine. That is Patrick.
Yes, it is.
My dutiful dungeon master. Patrick, the short I posted on the Rally channel today, I think was doing pretty well. I actually haven't checked in a little while.
Yeah, man, I watched it earlier. It's listen, I'm not stressed. You're stressed.
I thought it was a good short. Let me see what it's at.
Yep.
Yeah, it's at 2,000 views. That's pretty good for Rally.
Nice.
That's pretty good for the Rally channel.
That's not bad at all.
Wait a minute. Hey, Patrick, let me just do it 1 second.
Okay.
Hey guys, listen. I have our podcast has a YouTube channel. We are very close to 1,000 followers. We want to get to 1,000 followers. Go follow us.
Killer if we could get to 1,000 followers.
Go follow us. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
And I make different shorts on that channel that are not the ones I post on our main channel. So if you want more CinderBlocksally content, look at all these shorts that you haven't seen. Also, some of them have our wonderful Emily Graymore, although she doesn't make shorts for us anymore, but she's still wonderful. All right. Click. Valentine.
Somebody in the chat just asked if I have made any homebrew. I make quite a lot of homebrew. A lot of it ends up on the show. Pretty much everything that we use on the show is touched by some homebrew that I've made or Cinder and I have made. And Cinder and I are also very slowly working on a 5e compendium project that
a pretty big one.
We don't have any
2
details
full
about
classes.
God, like a couple dozen monsters, a whole vehicle system,
a new vehicle system, an encounter / campaign building system. There's a handful of subclasses. It's gonna be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be very fun. It's sort of Wild West meets Mad Max Fury Road.
Yeah. The 2 classes, one is called the Rigger, which is basically a person that has rigged up a crazy magical machine that does crazy stuff and makes them go crazy. They're basically a mad scientist that's also sort of a fighter. And then the God Slinger, which is somebody that wields a divine or abyssal magical gun. And they're basically
it's
like
anime as hell.
They're both very anime, and it's very much like you are like the Wild West Marshal, wandering the range, going town to town, shooting stuff. Okay, Databank says, let's review the Song Soul Sorcerer. Hopefully the 6th level feature is long because it's necessary. Hopefully it's long? I don't think you meant to write it that way. The 6th level feature requires a bonus action. When it is first started, it also probably rolls too many dice. All right, good to know. We'll take a peek. Also,
I think
Databank did look
hopefully
like he
the
wants to come
fact
on.
that the 6th level feature is long is because it's necessary and not because they wrote it poorly, is what Databank is saying.
Well, whatever they said. Yeah, I mean, this is Jesus Christ. Is this one please don't. This is not one subclass. Surely this is many subclasses. Okay, it is. I was about to lose my fucking mind. Okay, here you go. Boop.
What, 30 pages? You give us the link? Cool.
Yeah, I just put it in. Data, if you want to come on stream, go into the stream waiting room. I don't see you in there, so maybe you're not there. The Song Soul. Is it a bard? I thought you said it was going to be a sorcerer. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
wait.
you do the thing that I hate! Don't talk about bards, just talk about sorcerers! Bards are known as musicians all over the land. However, they are not the only musically gifted people, nor are they the only musically gifted magically people. Some find Buddy, I love you, but this look how long our first paragraph is. You devote literally half of it to talking about bards. Don't do that. Start here. Start it here. Some find the spirit of music welling up deep within them, crawling to release itself. These song-souled sorcerers are experienced in music, but also skilled in mixing the arcane arts into their work as well. Yeah, just start with the thing. Data's in voice? All right, let me
Data is in voice, apparently.
Data! Hi, Data.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good, and yes, I know. Yes, I know.
I know, it's okay. I only yell at you because I know that you know that I know that you know.
I know, but every once in a while it's necessary. So,
well,
sorry about the background noise.
That's okay. One man's necessary is another man's unnecessary. Elevator pitch this to me without using songs.
Yeah.
What's the vibe? What is it supposed to feel like?
So, I'm actually naturally gifted because my grandfather was insane. I'm naturally gifted at quite a few musical instruments, and I was like, well, what if a sorcerer was gifted at musical instruments, and then not a bard, sorcerer? So there you go.
Okay. Is it supposed to be like a bard? Like, what's it supposed to play like, though?
Supposed to play like? That's a good question. It is supposed to buff people, but it's also, sorcerers who are big casters. I don't really have any elevator pitch beyond that.
Okay, I accept.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Okay. So that we get bard spells, but evocation and illusion. Then the extra spell list is Thunderwave and Sleep, Enthrall and Shatter, Beacon of Hope, Hypnotic Pattern, Phantasmal Killer, Charm Monster, Mislead, Skill Empowerment. Phantasmal Killer is the odd man out, in my opinion, seconded by Shatter. But I feel like everything else makes sense.
I can get kind of Shatter.
I get Shatter too. It's a big blast. It's a big noise.
I feel like if Thunderwave fits, Shatter's probably
fine. All right, let's look at musically gifted. Your magic flows through you and aids your skills with musical instruments. You are proficient with a number of musical instruments equal to your charisma modifier. At the end of a long rest, you can change out which instruments you're proficient with. You can use your action to conjure an instrument you're proficient with, into your hand or on the ground in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. The instrument is visibly magical, radiating dim light. The object disappears after 1 hour when you summon more than 2 instruments, if it takes any damage, or if you dismiss it as a bonus action. At 3rd level, you can use a summoned instrument as a spellcasting focus for your sorcerer spells. Question: why do we have to wait till 3rd level? Is there another aspect to these that would make them broken to be able to use them as spellcasting focuses at 1st level?
No, I just think that was whenever I saw somebody else get their. You can use this as a spellcasting focus, but.
Just let him do it at 1st level. Just let him do it at 1st level.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Ambient music. A musical tone always flows through you, whether it be a traveling melody, the rhythm of your feet hitting the ground, or just the beating of your heart. As a bonus action, you can send the music ambiently swirling around you to the mind of another creature. The sudden change in rhythm distracts the target. The creature has disadvantage on the spell effect that you target them with, or disadvantage on the next attack against you.
Hmm.
What are you trying to do there? What do you mean by that? Disadvantage on the next spell effect that you target. What
that should be spell save DC. They have disadvantage on the next spell you cast on them.
I was going to say,
might be intentionally vague.
Was that intentionally not? They have disadvantage on the next saving throw they make against the spell you make. Was there a different reason?
Yeah.
What's
yeah, and then I think I left it intentionally vague. So like, I don't know if you use like a combat maneuver that also triggers, but I don't think it's necessary.
Because the disadvantage needs to affect a roll, right? You don't really care about what triggers it. You can honestly
you
just
do
say
care
the
about what
next
triggers it.
saving
It's a
throw.
spell effect. So why not just make it a saving throw? Like that's the only time. That's the only rolls you make.
No, 100%. But I was saying if you wanted to make it less specific,
there are
to the
skill
trigger.
checks. There are spells that require skill checks, but I think that I disagree with the language choice here. I'll just make it saving throws.
Yep.
So basically,
I guess maybe it's advantage on the 6th level feature, which is just like a magical effect.
All right, so bonus action, pick a creature within, what's the range? You got to give it a range. Bonus action, you pick a creature that can hear you. Here's what I would say. As a bonus action, you pick a creature that can hear you within 60 feet. They have disadvantage on the next saving throw they make against one of your spells or effects, or disadvantage on the next attack they made against you, whichever comes first. Something like that. And then you can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. Fine.
Is that particular feature kind of close to unsettling words?
Probably.
Okay.
Oh, is that what I got?
Worth considering. That this is basically I'm taking another look. This is basically
it is exactly the same as unsettling words.
And you get it 2 levels earlier.
You might want to come up with something new here.
That was double think. I know I've read that, but I don't think I took it.
Yeah, I didn't realize how close it was. You might need to find something new here because that is so.
Oh, Doku
similar.
said that in the chat. Thank you, Doku. Yeah.
It is so similar. Doku, I will pick my nose forever, and you can't get upset with me. I will rub the boogies on this
stop
fucking
picking
screen.
Your nose.
Who told me to stop?
Well,
Data.
No one.
You are a guest here in this house, and in this house we pick noses. Okay, we pick friends. We pick noses. We pick friends' noses. We do all 3.
Before we go any further, I want to change the topic.
Why? Because we're friends.
I want to ask you a question that sort of circles back to your elevator pitch, and you might not have a good answer to this question, but I think it is one that is worth answering, which is how is this thematically or mechanically different from a bard? Because in the abstract kind of sense, like a bard is an innate magical caster that uses their music as the way to channel their casting. And so far we're kind of in that vein, right? Like what makes this distinct from just kind of the basics of a bard? And if you have an answer, I'd love to hear it. If you don't, that's fine, but it's something that I think you should probably think about.
If you don't, you should figure it out, and that should help inform what you give this thing at first level.
Because that's the vibe that you want to get. And I think it's telling. Say that again?
Hello?
Data? Say that again?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, yeah. So
Hello?
I think to Cinder's point, that's like you're running a little close to Bard, so much so that you accidentally cribbed a Bard feature for the first level. Like that was where the thematics went. So if you think about how they're different from Bards, this is a good opportunity to really come in strong and introduce that.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll be a good place to put some focus. Encompassing dance, 6th level. The music of your spells can now be used to modulate the power of those around you. When you cast a spell that targets multiple creatures, you can spend 2 to 5 sorcery points. Music and animated notes swirl around a number of creatures equal to the number of sorcery points spent. The affected creatures must make a wisdom saving throw, although they can choose to fail. On a failure, all creatures are subject to one of the following effects. Why does this happen when you cast a spell that targets multiple creatures? I guess maybe we'll see.
I think it should just be a bonus action.
Okay, cool. So just change it to make it that then.
Yep.
Okay, so they make a saving throw that they can choose to fail. Harmony. The creatures bonded together share their health essence. None under this effect die until all bonded creatures' health pools are at 0. Damage taken by one creature can be directed to another willing creature bonded to this effect. If a creature with 0 hit points is dealt damage, that damage is automatically dealt to another bonded creature. When a creature leaves the bond, roll a d6 for each sorcery point spent and heal the creature equal to the amount rolled. This is real. You know that this is too strong, right?
Yeah, I was thinking the amount of dice is too strong.
The amount of even bonding creatures is really strong. Like letting creatures share a health pool is very powerful. Because if you have a creature with 30 hit points and a creature with 70 hit points, now neither one of those creatures goes unconscious until they are dealt 100 damage of hit points.
Yeah.
So, and that's exponentially bigger every creature you add. So
yeah.
I feel like I don't want to say just completely drop this feature, but you need to think of a way to majorly temper this feature. Majorly temper.
Now, could I just allow them to use reaction to pass around damage?
Even then is pretty. I mean, it's essentially the same thing, right? That's just making the same thing. It's just giving it action economy.
It consumes action economy, which is a little reduction.
But I still think you're hitting the same issue. Like there's isn't there a cleric that gets this as a feature as like their channel divinity or as like one of their features? But it's like that's the only one of those they get, and they get it like once a day, and it's between 2 creatures.
Doesn't sound familiar to me, but chat might have something.
I think there's a cleric.
Harmony cleric from Unearthed Arcana is what Doku is saying.
No. There's another one.
Okay.
Maybe there's not.
I have some ideas to rework it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I would come up with something different. It's emboldening bond. No, it's not. That's
warding bond. Warding
bond. That's second level
somebody
spell.
In the chat.
Yeah, it's
the only issue is it has to be tied with the caster, so you're not going to have 2 barbarians supporting each other.
Yeah, it's also
warding bond is kind of the opposite, right? When you're bonded, you're gaining an AC bonus, and the downside is that you're taking effectively double damage. So you're both taking the damage every time.
Yeah, it's a little different. But
it's very, very different.
But yeah, you got to be really careful with the sharing health pools. It's gonna be jank. Let's look at a discordance. The creatures bonded together mimic each other. Bonded creatures must use their action for the same effect each turn. Attack, dodge, cast a spell. If the bonded creatures disagree on the action, the creatures all make a contested strength check. The winner chooses the action. That's silly. It's like they're arm wrestling. When a creature leaves the bond, roll a d6 for each sorcery point spent and deal psychic damage equal to the amount rolled. I still don't really understand what's going on here with the creatures leaving the bond. I don't really understand what that mechanic is at all. I probably would just drop it, honestly. It's just, I feel like that's not the main point here. Creatures affected by this can make a wisdom saving throw at the end of each of their turns. The bond is broken on a successful save. Or if a creature ends its turn 30 feet away from another bonded creature, the bond is automatically broken for all after 1 minute. If you use encompassing dance again, if you lose concentration... What? Oh, these are all the ways that the bond is broken. If you use encompassing dance again, if you lose concentration, dismiss this effect as a bonus action, or only 1 creature is left in the bond.
There's a thing right away before we talk about whether or not this is even a good idea, which is there's a first order optimal strategy for getting out of this every time, which is, we've been discordantly bonded. We both agree that we're both going to take the dash action in opposite directions. Done.
Yeah, that's a good point.
For heavens, yes.
I think that both of these feel overly complicated for what you get out of them. I don't think they're worth the complication that they exist under.
All right.
I feel like, man, I kind of want to come back to the thing that we said at the very beginning, which is like, I think we need to focus the vibe of this a little bit. Like, sorcerer that uses music is cool. I like that idea, but uses music to do what? And you need to know what that what is and focus into that what. And if you want that what to be, uses it to uplift and boost its allies, I would say you should make sure that those features are distinctly different than the way that bards do it. And if you're going to be doing something where you can be spending 2 to 5 sorcery points to affect multiple creatures at 6th level, those features have to be simple and not that hectic. If you want to make it affect less creatures, you can make it a little bit more hectic. But I don't think this is worth the way it's written. I think it's just a little too complicated in its current state.
Now, just to ask, does this requiring concentration change the power balance all that much?
Not really. No, not really.
Not
Because
really.
on one hand, you're still dealing with all the issues with Harmony, and Discordance is still a very complicated way of saying creatures either have to take the same action or they take some damage. Because that's all it is, right?
Well, no, they do have to take the same action always.
So then just say they have to take the same action. Like, I get, like, do you see what I mean, though?
Well,
It's like,
they
it's like-
disagree. One person can override and decide to do their
Right.
action.
But
So
what's the
they're-
point of that? Like, who cares? Like, do you
Yeah,
need to overcomplicate this feature with those extra 2 sentences in the middle? Does that matter? How important is that to you? Like, how much easier? You know what I mean? Like, there's just you have to think about like what do you want this to make? What should I feel when I'm reading this? And how much should it be me trying to understand all the things that it does? And how much should it be me immediately knowing what it does? Like, is that extra layer of complicated important? Do we need that to be the way that we break free?
Cinder, that's not the way that it breaks free. That's a conflict resolution that's necessary for what happens if the bonded participants disagree on what to do. And I think that's indicative of the fact that you've introduced something here that's maybe a little too complex to be fun at the table, right? Where if you have to think about your feature, think about what happens if people are disagreeing within your feature, and then build in conflict resolution tools for dealing with your feature. The feature,
Well, it's meant to be cast on enemies.
right? But then that kind of gets into Cinder's point of like, it's if what you're trying to do is force the GM to always make an attack together. First of all, they're probably kind of doing that anyway, so it's a lot of complexity for not a ton of difference from the status quo. And there's probably a simpler way to actually land on that.
Yeah, like what this thing actually does when you break it down, this is what it does. Creatures have to take the same action on their turn, and when the bond breaks, they take damage. That's all it does. Everything else is just ways to make that work. But I think you have too much going on in order to make that work. I think you got to simplify it. I don't think what it does is worth how complicated it is to write out.
Okay.
Both of these features, like this whole feature, I think it's just overly written. I think you need to focus in on what these things do and try to figure out how to write it a little bit more succinctly.
Take a pair of pruning shears for that thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what the other thing we get at 6th level is.
Yeah.
Style over substance. When you play and music, what does that mean? The way you play and music that surrounds you. The way you play and music that surrounds you.
The music that surrounds you.
The way you play the music that surrounds you?
And the music that surrounds you.
The way... Okay.
I think the sentence could probably use a little tuning. You've got a little bit of subject mismatch here.
Is that the end of the sentence?
No, I'm
No,
just
no,
confused
no.
by it because
He's
what are you
getting-
playing?
Cinder's just
Like, are
getting
you
stuck.
playing Stratego? The way you play and the music that surrounds you is much more than the skill required. You can add your charisma modifier to any non-charisma check you make with an instrument you're proficient with. That's a fun feature. I like that.
Yeah.
I would probably change this sentence to something like your skill at music now, your skill with instruments goes past music or something, you know. You don't need to simplify it a little bit. Experienced conductor. You have learned how to conduct those under your dance to move where they should. As a bonus action on your turn, you force a creature affected by your encompassing dance to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, you can move the creature up to its movement speed to a location you can see. You cannot force it to move into an actively harmful area or location or have it harm itself through moving. All right, I like the idea behind that feature, and what this actually makes me think is like it seems like encompassing dance like is the subclass. It seems like
Yes.
seems like so. I think that I think that you need to reflavor this thing quite a lot, if I'm being honest. And I would move strongly away from it being you are a bard or a musical sorcerer, and it's more like you're a Pied Piper. You are a.
I was literally just going to say, I was sitting here like, when do we say that this is the Pied Piper sorcerer?
Yeah, and I would lean hard in that direction.
And I think that's a good clarification for a subclass where it moves beyond an aesthetic and into an intent, right?
Yeah.
Like this is a means of existing in the world. You are doing a specific thing, and in D&D that often means combat. You're controlling other people. You are manipulating the way that their bodies move, and you're doing that through music. But music is the aesthetic, not necessarily the end.
Yeah. I like experienced conductor. I think it's good.
It's cool.
Honestly, I think experienced conductor could be one of the 6th level features. The number of instruments, like I almost want to suggest you drop these harmony and discordance and treat it almost like you can charm people into the dance, and then once they're in the dance, you can on your turn use you can use your bonus action to make them do certain things. Let's look at the Eternal Song. The number of instruments you're proficient with increases by 2 times you're level 18. Just make it so you're proficient with all instruments. Come on now. Who cares?
Okay.
I don't know, man. The timpani, sometimes there's just going to be one you just don't know how to get your head around.
You are a level 18 sorcerer.
Get their head around the timpani.
You are a creature that has a magical musical bloodline. You are music.
Yeah,
you
right.
can play every instrument.
Right. Yeah.
You can change out ignore that. You're all instruments. Once per day, you can freely use the harmony effect. From don't do this. Come on, man. It's level 18. Give us something cool and new. I disagree with this. I mean, you could do something like this if you want to. You can get like a free use of a more powerful use of one of these. But why not? How about this? At level 18, you can cast the Dance of Madness or the Dance of Despair. All creatures within, you play a discordant melody. All creatures within a 60-foot radius of you have to make wisdom saving throws at the start of each of their turns. On a failure, they have to attack the creature nearest them. Or something, like just something where it's like you can be the beacon of change through music, so long as you use your action to maintain this song, something like that. That's what I would do. That's different than what this is, but I would give us something big and crazy. It's level 18. Don't just make our other features free. Give us something big and crazy.
Yeah, I got some ideas.
All right.
Cool.
So my main feedback, I think, at the end of this is lean in the Pied Piper direction. I think that will benefit you a lot in focusing the flavor and figuring out what features to give where, and I think that'll help quite a bit.
I'm trying to make this while avoiding the flavor of being a conductor is the main thing. I think...
You don't need to be a conductor. Be the Pied Piper.
Piper.
Well, then, if you don't want to be a conductor, then don't give features where you're manipulating large groups of people.
Yes.
I don't want this to be a conductor. I just want it to conduct.
The main thing is I want to be the person who, I'm oddly enough a bard, the person who travels from place to place, picks up whatever instruments there and starts playing.
I mean, that's any character can be that. That's not a subclass. That's just a way you play your character.
That's also, and I think this is important. That's also, at the end of the day, not your call. You can build stuff in that really heavily promotes that play style, but when somebody picks it up and uses it at their table, 100%, and you've done it in really nice ways, but when somebody picks it up and plays it at their table, they're going to decide what it looks like and what it means, right? Like, they're going to decide,
certainly.
I want to be a conductor, and so, like...
I mean the aesthetic. I'm trying to, lean that aesthetic into it. Which,
right. And I think the Pied Piper does that. Right, I think that hypnotic musics and kind of this idea that the sounds that are emitting from your fiddle are causing people's arms to jerk and throw swords at their friends is not necessarily something that is conducting. It's something that is manipulative. You don't need to take it in that direction, but I do think you need to think about okay, you're going around, you're traveling around, you're picking up every instrument to do what? That's a good question to really, I think, have a very clear answer.
It's an
to.
interesting idea. I do hope you keep working on it. I like the
Yeah, I
idea
like
of a performer, a sorcerer that sort of can radiate music in ways that can alter people. I think that's fun. Yeah, I don't have any other thoughts. Any questions before we hang up on you?
Two things in there are kind of serious. To PC Perini, firstly, I'm going to be sending in some Spelljammers, so hope content sooner or later, and hopefully you can take a look at that, because you've been talking about bioessentialism in D&D, and that's kind of important because the Spelljammers, like, the more I go through it, it is littered with eugenics, which is never a good thing.
It is baked into the DNA of the thing.
Yeah. The second thing is, thank you so much for having me on. You're all both great. Thank you so much. We love it whenever you get to do these things. I get to compliment you. You haven't kicked me out yet. I'm surprised.
I let him go for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice.
He didn't say that. He didn't say those 3 devastating words.
He didn't. He did not.
That's really. If you drop the L word on me, that is how you get kicked out immediately.
Yeah, 100%.
I wonder. I did. I used to say. I used to. Whenever I do the call-in shows, I will say I love you and I try to hang up the person beforehand. So people started doing this thing where they would open with saying I love you, and I do think I'm gonna maybe just start hanging up on people when they do that, and it just makes them lose their chance.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they go back. They go to the back of the line.
Not for the homebrew, because that's because we're not.
That's a whole thing.
We're not
But
worried
no,
so much about love for homebrew, but
I like the call-in.
But for the call-in, I think I'm
good.
just gonna start being more vicious with hanging up on people.
That's very good. I like that a lot.
Be good. Kuwaitus, let me grab him. I think I saw him.
Kuwaitus.
Ahoy hoy. Version 3 of the Kinetic Monk changed to several things, trying to make it reflect more of the flavor. You used art made by AI, but it's not very good. Sounds like about right. The glossary briefly explains what entropy and enthalpy are, in case anyone is interested.
Okay, I don't know what that second word means, and that's not common for me.
That's such a. You sound so cocky when you say that.
I know I do, and I'm okay with that in this instance because that doesn't happen to me very often. Enthalpy, is it?
Kua, are you here? You're unmuted.
Still muted.
You're unmuted, but you're not green, meaning your Discord's fucked. Fix it. I'm not kicking you out yet, but we can't hear you if you're talking.
I've read the definition of enthalpy now 3 times, and I have absolutely no fucking idea how to translate that into something that would be relevant to a monk.
All right, then we're not going to worry about
I'm excited. No, I'm excited. I'm like, gimme.
Way of the Kinetic Fist. Wait, I'll post it in chat again.
Yeah, I think.
Guys, chat, what's up? You nerds? You living your best life? I hope so. Way of the Kinetic Fist. Monks of the Kinetic Fist train to control the principles that rule over the universe. Heat. Oh, I think they're going to try to come back. Let me see. Hey, are you back? Kuwaitus. Kua. Kua, you're muted, but I'm going to leave you in the chat room. You can unmute and talk if you can. They can concentrate that energy and weaponize it to become unstoppable. Hello, there you are. I can hear you.
Hey.
How's it going?
Hello. Sorry for that.
That's okay.
I had to log out.
Yeah, that's what happens a lot. A lot of times people have to log out and log back in. I don't know why. Discord sucks. I apologize.
Yeah.
So, one sentence. What is this monk?
What?
In one sentence, what is this monk?
It's a monk that can use the energy of movement of the little parts that conform everything.
Okay, cool. Let's take a look at the 3rd level feature. Entropy and momentum control. Beginning at 3rd level, your thermodynamic studies allow you to use your ki to convert movement into heat and heat into movement. You gain the following. I don't remember if I'm correct or not, but this may have been... We have Pat, I've gotten a slug of homebrew that are essentially mini games where you get more and less resources, and you're kind of constantly wavering between having them and not having them.
Sure.
as opposed to just like a simple system where you have them and then you don't have them. And I feel like this might have been one of those, but I don't remember. But let's keep reading.
Kind of, but I get rid of that.
Good.
Oh.
Okay, you gain the following features. Heat Thief. Whenever you hit a creature with one of your attacks granted by your flurry of blows, that creature can't use reactions until the start of their next turn. Cool. So when you use flurry of blows, boom,
Load 'em down.
no reaction. Kinetic Siphon.
Yes.
When your patient defense is active, the space within 15 feet of you, don't say 15 feet around you, say within 15 feet of you. It's stupid because there are other times where you want to say around. English is stupid, and D&D English is extra stupid. Within 15 feet of you, count as difficult terrain for creatures of your choice. Cool.
Should it be creatures of your choice, or should it be all creatures?
Creatures of your choice.
Do we have? I'm just saying. I'm asking Cinder. Do we have a balance problem with it? With you being able to pick and choose? Because I like it a lot. I think it's really cool. I'm just wondering.
No, I think it fits the flavor too. Because it's not like you're not radiating. This is about control.
Great.
If it did feel like it was too powerful, I would lower it to 10 feet. But I do think it makes more sense for you to pick.
To be creatures of your choice.
I think it makes sense.
It's like Spirit Guardians.
Yeah.
Cool.
Deflect energy. Your deflect missiles can now be used against any ranged attack that deals fire, bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. The damage type of your retaliation is the same damage type as you mitigate with this trait. Additionally, if you spend one or more key points on a turn, until the end of your next turn, the first creature you hit with an attack made with an unarmed strike or a monk weapon takes extra fire damage equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die. I want to suggest 2 things. I feel like your deflect energy should do more than just fire damage. I feel like you could make it all of the elemental damage types, or at least a little bit more. Just fire feels like not enough.
Fire and cold, maybe?
Yeah, maybe fire and cold, or that would actually fit nicely. How do we rewrite this last part?
What last part?
Wait, what were you going to say?
Sorry. The additional part at the bottom, it's a different feature.
No, I understand. I was about to talk about it.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I don't know how to put it more clear.
No, I understand. That's what I'm thinking about right now. Additionally, if you spend 1 or more key points on your turn,
the first creature you hit before the end of your next turn would probably be a little closer to published language.
Yes,
I guess I'm trying to get my head around.
No.
I guess I'm trying to get my head around what this is doing, though.
So what it's doing is whenever you use a key point, you basically empower one of your attacks to deal extra damage.
It's like
yes.
Sorry, the flavor. It's like Heat Thief steals the energy from an enemy, and Kinetic Siphon does the same. So, what do you do with that energy?
Yeah.
So, you spend one key point, you subtract the energy from the enemy, and then you convert that energy into heat to hit with heat.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
I think that makes sense. I think
we just have to word it a little differently. Additionally, when you spend 1 or more key point on your turn,
the first creature you hit with a monk weapon attack before the end of your next turn takes extra fire damage equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die.
Yeah, that would be how you write it. Yeah. So whatever I just said plus what Patrick just said, that's the way I would rewrite it.
Okay, all right.
But I'd like it.
Somebody transcript this.
Overall, timestamp it. Overall, I think these are pretty solid. One thing that I want to point out to chat, which I think is really nice here, is this is one thing that we talk about a lot with monks is action economy and making subclasses tie into the core class features, and that is exactly what is happening here. All of these features are tied to things that you are going to be doing as your monk, and now it sort of not only are there things you already would be doing, so it's not like an extra resource cost. It just ties into your normal resource cost, but create situations where you might be more likely to use some of these features in ways that you wouldn't before. Like, patient defense is good, but now patient defense this makes patient defense into a little bit of a battlefield control thing too. So it's very elegant. Cool. Okay, so I like the third level feature quite a bit.
Also, so to point out some combos ideas. Sorry, if you use patient defense before you attack, you can do extra fire damage with your action. And if you deflect energy in other creatures' turn, your next attack in your turn does fire damage. Sorry.
That's really nice. That's really nice. It's kind of like the technicality that you can get sneak attack twice per round if you use it on a reaction, right? Like you're proccing off that fire damage. Yeah, that's really cool.
Let's look at 6th level. Starting at 6th level, you learn to absorb and expel gravity affecting your body and weld the ambient heat like a weapon. Wield the ambient heat. That was me reading wrong. Wield. I speak English. I'm not good at English either, guys. It's like it is my first language. I won't lie. At least in this form, it's my first language. On your turn, you can spend 3 key points, no action required, to cast Fly on yourself without providing any material components. Additionally, as an action, you can spend 2 key points to cast Heat Metal without providing material components.
Heat Metal is really thematic. Fly's interesting.
I like them both. I don't think Fly should be free, just because Fly lasts a while. Like if you were gonna make it different, then I could see that. But like, considering you're gonna have this feature forever, making a spell cost an amount of key points equal to the level of the spell I like that. I feel like it does make sense, but there are certain spells, specifically in the 3rd, 4th level spell range, that can get a little futzy with that. But I do think that I feel like it should require an action to cast Fly, because you still have like at least, how long does Fly last? A minute? 10 minutes? Less a while.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah, so it should require an action. Make it require an action.
What about a bonus action?
Why? Who cares? It literally is cheaper than a spell if you make it cost three key points.
Okay. I got you.
Are you planning on playing this monk?
Yeah, at some point.
Okay, so turn that part of your brain off when we're writing it.
Another thing that you could do is instead of casting the Fly spell, which both maintains concentration, meaning you can't also use Heat Metal, and also gives you a 60-foot flying speed, is you could give yourself just a slower flying speed. You could give yourself like a 15-foot fly speed, or even a 30-foot fly speed for like a minute, and then play with the action economy there, right? Like the Fly is a number of different knobs that you could theoretically tune. If you want to use the actual spell, it should definitely cost the action economy that it costs as a spell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I think both spells fit really well, though. You could also, if you wanted to make it different, you know what you could do? If you don't want to make it the Fly spell, this is what I would do if I were you. If you don't want to make it exactly the Fly spell, I would say on your turn, you can spend 3 key points, no action required, to gain a Fly speed equal to your movement speed for 1 minute. So you significantly lower the time that it exists, but it will make you faster than Fly, because monks quickly can be very quick. But the other thing is that it doesn't require concentration, and it can't be counterspelled, and it can't be affected by any magic shenanigans. It just always works. So that would be another way to make that happen if you wanted to. And I think if you did it where it only lasted a minute and it did that, then I think it could be free or a bonus action. Let's look at the 11th level feature. Enthalpic Master. I don't know what this word is, and I'm not going to read the definition of it right now. I'm going to see if I can figure it out as we go. Okay. I want to do we're going to do a Where's Waldo here. We're going to decipher meaning. At 11th level, you have found a way to control chaos to your advantage. Put a period after that word. You gain the following benefits. If a creature within 30 feet of you makes a dexterity saving throw, you can use your action to spend a key point to extend the effects of your evasion trait to that creature for that save. You can use this feature on more than one creature using the same reaction, but you must spend 1 key point for each additional creature. I really like that. Let me see what the other one does. I don't have any feedback on that. I just think that's good. Pat's not saying anything, which either means he likes it or he's busy. Once per turn, if you take the attack action on your turn, you can forego... I feel like there's some redundancy there. I would just say once per turn when you take the attack action. Once per turn when you take the attack action, you can forego one of your attacks to target a creature within 30 feet of you. Period. That creature must make a dexterity saving throw. It can choose to fail or be moved a number of feet equal to your unarmored movement bonus, as shown on the monk table in the direction of interest. I like both of these. I think both of these are just good.
They're good.
These are just really
They're
fun.
really solid.
This is really fun.
Yes. So imagine this. This just I want to give you an
I'm imagining here. Let me get in my imagination space. Let me get a little imagining. All right, I'm ready to imagine.
Okay. So you punch someone, and then you move it vertically 20 feet, and you deal fire damage while you are doing that. So it's a Shoryuken.
Amazing.
All right.
Amazing.
All right. I didn't see that coming. I didn't. I'm impressed.
Very funny.
That's very good.
When you reach 17th level, I don't have any comments. I just think the 11th level feature is just good.
They're fucking good. Yeah.
Energy siphon.
I think about that.
Oh yeah, Hydugan. I'm a big fan of Hydugan. I'm also a fan of Ashokin Farewell and Haidinje Hugan. The thing is, when I used to do orchestra and we used to play songs that had names like they were moves from Street Fighter, and the song that I thought had the best name was Ashokin Farewell. Doesn't that sound like a move from Street Fighter?
It really does.
This was a song with Ashokin Farewell.
That's so funny.
Homebrew.
I played stand-up bass, so me and the other bass players would be Hydugan each other in the back while we missed our cues. It was great. That was
Also,
the music director was such a fucking shithead.
Stand-up bass? That's fucking sick.
Dude, I only play large instruments and small instruments. Medium instruments are for fucking losers.
I wholeheartedly concur with that.
I play a stand-up bass that's taller than me.
Yep.
And I play a ukulele. To be fair, I am medium at most string instruments. I am very comfortable on a string instrument, so I can usually futz about a bit, but I'm not great at them. I'm pretty good at ukulele, and I'm pretty good at bass.
All right.
That's
all right. I like that. That's very cool.
I taught myself guitar because I wanted to be able to play music by myself more, because bass is very bad at that, or at least the type of bass that I was playing was pretty bad at that. And then I didn't want to play guitar anymore, and then I was like, ukulele is just guitar, but easier and littler, so I'm just going to do that instead.
Yeah, much simpler. Much simpler.
Let's look at an energy siphon. When you reach 17th level, your body has been modified to absorb and expel enormous amounts of energy. As a bonus action, you can spend 5 key points to temporarily enter a higher state of control and transference for 1 minute. This state ends early if you are unconscious or die. While in your energy siphon state, you gain the following benefits. You're resistant to cold fire, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. Any creature of your choice that ends its turn within 30 feet of you must make a con saving throw. On a failure, that creature takes 2d10 cold damage, and you regain your reaction if you've already expended it. That's a clever mechanic. I like that.
Yeah.
When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike or with a monk weapon, you deal an extra 1d10 force damage. I don't know if you should be doing this 1d10 damage every time. Okay, so here's my thought. I like this a lot. It's a little bit strong to be able to do more than once a day, but I think that the way you temper it down is you make this extra force damage once per round or something like that. You limit it somewhat. And then maybe you lower the range of this next one. Maybe it's not 30 feet. Maybe it's 15 feet. It's the same range as your kinetic siphon. But I like it. I'm going to be honest, dude. I feel like I genuinely don't remember what this looked like the last time I looked at it, so I don't remember how much it has changed. But this is very solid. Like, if somebody brought this subclass to me I would probably just be okay with it. The only thing that I would probably look at and be like, we need to change, would be the no action required on the fly. Everything else is like polish and opinion and just taking it from being pretty solid to like, let's clean it to make it like, oof. Because, you know, you can be done a piece, but then when you got a piece polished, it's like, oh, excuse me. Let me take you to the fancy store. But this is pretty solid, dude.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be honest. If you want to share this with me in the future, I'm happy to look at it again, but I wouldn't even send it to me anymore. Like, I don't think that there's much more that I can give you. I feel like you're one of the hardest things to do as an artist, and this is easier said than done in a lot of circumstances, but specifically in writing, in homebrewing, and in art, like painting, you have to just decide to be done at some point. Yep. Because you can always rework forever. And I'm not saying you have to be done with this piece, but I'm going to tell you that you're close. So I wouldn't even worry about too much more. At a certain point, you need to just decide it's ready because you're not far off from it being ready.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Any final questions or thoughts before I hang up on you?
No. Just if you think the glossary is necessary.
The glossary is only necessary if you like it being there. If you like it being there, then it's necessary. If you don't, then take it out.
I will tell you something.
People will read it or not read it, and that won't matter.
Just to be an elf, thanks.
I will tell you something that I think is generally true about creative writing, which is that if you have to include a glossary, you are going to alienate some people. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Certainly, like, Dune was like 80% glossary, and it's one of the best novels ever written, right? Like, there are times and places, but there are a lot of people who are going to glance at this and be like, I don't want to have to understand terms I was going to
say, but that does, I don't need to know what the word enthalpic means to like the 11th level feature.
No, and honestly, you'll probably figure it out or get kind of close just by the feature. Because you've done a good job.
I now know exactly. I'm not. I know. I can describe it without even reading the glossary. I'm not going to look at the glossary. I'll tell you exactly what it means.
It is.
It means you can extend evasion to your allies, and you can move people up to like 30 feet.
So
right.
Let me put in this way. This will take 1 second. All particles in your body move in a random direction, right? So
your bodies, maybe.
With the...
All right, both physical mortal bodies.
I know exactly which way mine.
In physical form of body. The second feature of the 11th level makes them move in one direction all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a glass of water in your desk, or something, but if all the particles in that glass move in the same direction at one time, the glass jumps. The probability for that to happen is very little.
So,
but you make it higher.
Right.
Yeah,
you make it a lot higher.
All right, man.
All
right. I understand. Now I am a physicist. Anyway, thank you for sharing, dude. That's a fun looking book. I enjoyed reading it.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye. Bye.
Avita Zane.
That's a good monk, man. I love seeing a good monk. I'd play that monk.
That one, you know what? For everybody that's watching at home, can I just point something out for a second? That monk, I do kind of remember it. It needed a lot of work. It was such a mess the first time we looked at it. That's a sign of somebody that refined a piece. That's a sign that somebody refined a piece.
All I remember was having a conversation about deciphering green is in testing. That's the only thing I remember from that conversation.
Yeah.
So it definitely looked cool.
Psycho
right,
Jenny!
I am gonna bounce.
Or
whatever.
let
Psycho Jenny
You're getting out of here?
Take over for I'm getting out. I want to end on that high note of a monk. Have a good night, friends.
See you, buddy.
You've been lovely.
I'm gonna be I'm gonna be largely offline tomorrow till Sunday, but I will have my phone if you need anything.
Yeah, no rush. I'll catch you soon. Have fun on your.
I hung up on you before you could share my personal details with the world. That's what you get. You might be my friend, but I'm still gonna kick you out sometimes. Psycho Jenny says, this is a little bit of a weird one. I built a class, then realized all the subclasses could fit better in other classes. This one is about a druid who is a keen botanist. They use plants to do shenanigans. I like the flavor of the final feature, but not the execution. All right, let me take a look. This is a botanist druid. It's odd. There actually is not a plant-focused druid. Did you know that? Isn't that weird? Circle of Land is the closest thing we have to one, and Circle of Land is really more of a magic-focused druid more than a plant-focused druid. You could argue Circle of Spores, I guess, but even then, that's not really. It's like fungi. You think he was gonna say Excursion? Maybe. Maybe he was. We'll never know. I don't even want to know. I want to live in a world of mystery. I prefer it. Anyway, let's take a look at the Circle of Botany. I know fungi is not a plant. That's why... Oh, no, you're answering trad. I see. Might be. Okay, druids of the Circle of Botany are dedicated botanists, herbalists, gardeners who have delved into the secrets of plant growth, harnessing the power of flora to heal, blah, 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 blah. Okay, what do we get? We don't get any circle spells. Interesting. Okay, no circle spells, which is a little bit different. Most druids get some circle spells now. I don't think any of the new druids don't get them. But that's fine. Let's see. Also, don't make this centered. I don't know why this text is centered this way. Don't do that. Put it on the... It should be on the side. See how all these are like on the side? See how all these are on the side? Make it on the side. At second level, you gain the ability to summon and command a Valix Mantrap, a carnivorous plant with vicious jaws. It's a bonus action. You can expend your wild shape to hurl a seed from your bag within 30 feet. When a creature approaches within 5 feet of the seed, you can use your reaction to trigger the seed sprouting, summoning a creature. Why can't you just summon it? Why do you need a creature to walk within 5 feet of it? Maybe it can't move? No, it can move. You should just be able to create. You should just be able to summon it. I don't know why. I don't think it needs to be triggered off of a person. The plant immediately makes one savage bite attack. You can only have one at a time. During combat, yeah, just make it so you can summon it. Don't make it require somebody to get near it to pop it open. Unless that's like really important for something later. Let's take a look at what it gets. How long does it last? Do you say how long it lasts and I just don't see it? Chat, do you see how long it lasts? You need to list how long it stays summoned. It can't just be forever. It should probably be like, I don't know, depending on how powerful it is, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. 10 minutes probably is reasonable. Until it is destroyed or banished. If you want it to be really strong and cool, it can't last that long. If you could, don't assume that it's the duration of wild shape, but that you could make it that. If you are going to make it that, you need to clarify that in the text, though. So let's see what it actually gets. Decent armor. Decent health, too. 5 plus your wisdom modifier plus 5 times your druid level is not weak for a pet. It's got some good immunities. It has tremor sense. Green camouflage. It has advantage on dexterity stealth. Made to hide amongst plants. Blah, blah, blah. As an action, the Valix Mantrap can produce fruit equal to your proficiency bonus. When the fruit is consumed, it gains temporary hit points equal to 1d6 plus your wisdom modifier. Can anyone eat the fruit, or can just the plant eat the fruit? If you want everyone to be able to eat the fruit, you have to put action economy in there for everyone. But it sounds like... I don't know what this is supposed to do. If this is supposed to be a way for the creature to get temporary hit points, I think you can just word it differently. As an action, it can, consume part of itself and gain temporary hit points. It can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. If you want it to make fruit that it can give other people, you need to change the wording around a little bit. Savage. Also, it shouldn't be able to do this infinitely. Right now, it looks like it can do an action, and it can just do this as an action infinitely. It should not be able to do this infinitely. Savage bite plus 5 to hit. Its bite, its attack should be based off of your spell. All of this stuff should be based off your spell casting modifier. Its attack should be your spell attack modifier. Its damage should be 2d6 plus your wisdom. On a hit, they have to make a DC 12. Again, this should be your spell saving throw, or be grappled and restrained. Okay. When a creature enters the space within it, within a feet of a burrowed one, it can use its reaction to burst out of the ground and make a savage back. Okay. So here's what I would do. I would probably keep this, and I would keep this as is. I think that I would, if you want this thing to last longer than the the druid that's the wildfire druid, because it does kind of seem like it's supposed to last longer, you got to make it a lot weaker. You got to make it a lot more frail. But I do think that it probably, I know but if it's supposed to be like a companion pet, then you need to build it differently. You can't build it off of using your wild shape. If you wanted it to be a companion like a Drake Warden or like any of those, then it would be that you just get one, and then if it dies, you can use your wild shape to resummon it. That's how you would do it. It wouldn't be something that you can just like casually, yeah. So I would rewrite it in that way. The other thing is like druids don't really get companions normally, so that it's not bad to do that, but it does change the nature of it a little bit. And I feel like you should make sure that you're really looking at the other companion classes, the newer ones, and look at how their companions work. Specifically, the ones like the Drake Warden or the Battlesmith, with like the Steel Defender. And yeah, you should get it for free, and then it's a wild shape to bring it back if it dies. Actually, it probably even shouldn't be your wild shape. It should be a spell slot, but you could go either way there. But if you want it to be like an alternative use of a wild shape, it's got to be real short-lived, like the Wildfire Druid's little fire spirit. Gardener's Charm. As an action, you brewing a druid, what are subclass patterns here? Second level usually gives you some alternative use of wild shape. That's the main one. Druids don't have that many, and don't have many rules of things that need to be the same. Normally, the only thing that I think comes close is like at second level, they usually get a thing that has to do with their wild shape, and then at 10th level, that thing improves. So like the Moon Druid gets their special animal wild shape, and then at 10th level, they can turn into an Earth Elemental. Or the Moon Druid or the Stars Druid gets its starry form feature at second level, and then at 10th level, its starry form features get stronger. Gardener's Charm. This is when do you get Gardener's Charm? Is this a 6th level feature? I'm assuming this is 6th level. You have to list when we're getting things. As an action, you can create a magical seed in your hand. You can throw it. You can then throw it. Don't say this. You can throw it to a point you can see within 30 feet of you. The seed lies dormant until a creature approaches it within 10 feet of it, and causing it to bloom into a flower and activate its effect. This is too many effects. Why are you giving us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Don't do that. That sounds like you couldn't decide which ones you wanted to keep, so you kept them all, which is not the move. Anytime you give a character many options, especially all at the same time, the more options you give them, the more the fact that you're giving them options counts as it being stronger. Something to think about. Okay, let's see. Each flower type determines a distinct environmental effect, blah, 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 whatever. Yeah, 3 options is usually the move. Shadow Bloom. It creates an area of 10 feet darkness. Shadows dance within the darkness. They grant advantage on stealth to creatures made within a minute. Then we have Root Bound Ensnarement. The flower's roots spring forth, creating an intricate network of roots and vines. Any creature entering the area covered by these roots and vines must make a Dex saving throw. On a failure, the creature falls prone and has its movement speed reduced to 0. How long are their movement speed reduced to 0? Until the end of their next turn? Until the start of their next turn? You gotta say how long it lasts. Radiant Aura. The flower emanates radiant aura, dispelling darkness and giving advantage on persuasion checks for 1 minute. The flower, pleasant fragrance, creatures within the area 10 immune to music condition. I would drop this one. This one seems like it's an unnecessary one. Then we have one that makes a breeze. Wisdom save and throws against spells and effects. I would probably drop this one too. Ember glow. The area within is what is it? The area within 10 feet is treated as if it was under the effects of the light cantrip for an hour, providing illumination. I mean, I feel like this one kind of feels the same as like the radiating aura. Like one, you know, I don't know. I feel like you could pretty easily tie this down to these three, and it'll be good. Let's look at the 10th level feature. At 10th level, you've successfully managed to cultivate a stronger breed. You gain the following abilities. The range of its features increases to 60 feet. And its movement increases by 10 feet. What feature? What feature increases to 60 feet? Does that mean you can throw it 60 feet instead of 30 feet? I don't think that's a huge deal. I would just drop that. Again, if you're going to have it be a pet, just let it summon it. Their bites deal an extra 1d6 poison damage. Keep their break active. The escape DC of their bite raised by your wisdom modifier. Okay, so here's what I would actually do. I would make it so in their initial form, their bite grapples, and then in the advanced form, their bite grapples and restrains. And I would just make the DC based on your spell save DC. At 14th level, your man trap reaches its final stages. Once per long rest, it can expel stored energy in one of the following ways. Every creature in 30 feet makes a con saving throw. On a failure, they are charmed until the start of your next turn. Or it shoots a beam that deals damage. I don't know. I'm not feeling these last two. I think you come up with something else here. I probably wouldn't give new plant features here. I probably would stop with here and let this be the final growth, and I would probably make this something that was more EU based. Even the classes that get pets, get a handful of features that are focused on the character player themselves, and we get very few here. So I probably would not do them here. So I'd probably come up with something new for this feature. It's an interesting one. I like it a lot. I think the problem is that you are kind of built it in between like a wildfire druid pet and like a drake warden pet, and you got to lean hard in one direction and not do both. But I like the idea. I think it needs a little bit more stuff that you, the character, gets that isn't just focused on your monster. And I think it needs less options for the monster, and I think you just got to totally rework the 14th level feature. I would probably make the 14th level feature something that was more passive and that was on you all the time. All right. Thank you, Psycho Jenny. Psycho Jenny. Kiss say. Vander. This is my latest piece of homebrew I found. I prefer Ranger as a pseudo-summoning class. Cool. With this subclass, I wanted to lean into the idea of a summonable mount and thought the Wild West cowboy theme was a good place to start. There's a chance I will be at work when you pull my piece up, so if I'm free, review it without me. All right, Vander, if you're around, you can come on, but if you're not around, don't worry about it. Yeah, I like Rangers. Rangers are cool. There it is. I just posted it in the chat. Let me see. Vander. Hey, Vander, are you online? Did I catch you? I'm going to leave you in the chat with me so you can unmute if you want to, but you were reviewing your piece now. So we'll see if you come on. Oh, hello.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Did I catch you at a good time?
So I'm on mobile, so.
Oh, welcome to mobile.
Right.
Do you want to hang out while I review your piece, or are you busy?
Yeah. Nah, I am at work, but it's super slow. If need be, I'll just drop, but I'll let you know.
Cool.
But I'm here for now.
So the Cowboy Ranger.
Yes.
All right, let's take a look. I'm going to say one thing immediately.
Yep.
Are we getting a horse pet?
Yes.
Then Find Speed should not be the 5th level spell we get.
Yeah, so I was torn on that, and the other day I did make an edit which actually does give a reason for having that spell. but I'm still kind of flip-flopping on it, and that's part of what I need.
It seems very redundant. It seems very redundant.
Yeah. Okay. It's more for like giving allies a steed, I suppose, but
if that's something you care about, that's still, I don't know, it feels redundant. I'd see if something else.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I definitely agreed. I was just putting a spell there to put a spell there.
Yeah, so Compelled Duel makes sense. Haste kind of makes sense. Private Sanctum, Hold Monster. Okay, I like Hold Monster. I like Private Sanctum. I like Haste. I mean, you could do Hold Person for instead of Find Steed, like because you're like lassoing folk.
Yeah, that actually makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's. I think the spells are pretty solid. I want to see what the class actually does first. The Ranger spell list doesn't need to be too hectic.
Yeah.
But let's. Haste is pretty strong, but I think it's okay. Let's see what else we're getting. Frontier Lifestyle. Upon taking this subclass, you can add your Wisdom modifier to Persuasion and Intimidation checks you make. I like that a lot. You gain proficiency in firearms. Solid. Okay, so far so good. You're sort of playing with the Fey Wanderer Ranger a little bit there.
More or less, yeah.
That is actually one thing that I think is important to think about is there another way that you could write that isn't exactly the Fey Wanderer Ranger? Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
What if... I might change it to make it so you get expertise in one of the two instead, just to make it a little different feeling.
Okay.
But it's not bad. Like, that can work. This totally can work as a thing. I just feel like it's so similar. It literally is... well, it's not exactly, but it's very close to the Fey Wanderer. The Fey Wanderer basically gets essentially that same thing.
Yeah.
Let's look at the Spirit Steed. As an action, once per day, you can summon a natural spirit that takes the form of a horse. You can resummon it again by using a spell slot of first level or higher. Mounting this spirit only costs 5 feet of movement instead of normal amount. It shares your initiative in combat, but acts immediately after your turn. You can only move and take the dodge action. Let's use your bonus action to give it a command. Blah, 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 blah. If you're riding it, you don't need to use your bonus action to give it a command, and it can act during your turn instead of after your turn. I think you still need to. I think it should still require a bonus action if it's able to do anything like an attack or deal damage in any way. It should still require a bonus action.
No, keep the action economy in balance.
Yeah. If you're unconscious, it can use its action. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Let's look at its stat block. 11
it's all,
plus proficiency
all the way down.
Bonus. Yeah, I found it. I'm a navigator sometimes.
All right.
It's very strong and it's medium everything else. It's got strength saving throw and dex saving throw. It's got big hit points, medium hit points, medium big hit points.
I believe it's equal with a Drake Warden.
Yeah, they're the bigger boys. Trampling charge. If that's true, then that vine thing that we just looked at was way stronger. Because that had more hit points than this. So maybe that...
Yeah.
Hey, did you make that vine monster? Make it weak. Make it have less hit points. Trampling charge. If the horse moves at least 20 feet in a straight line towards a creature and then hits it with a hoof attack on the same turn, they have to make a... This saving throw should be based on you. It should be your spell save DC. That way
I think I took that straight from the... Yeah, I think I took that straight from the Warhorse.
Yeah, but this is better than a Warhorse. It's magic, and magic's tied to you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then it can make, if it charges prone, the horse can make another attack with its hooves against it as a bonus action. Okay, so I do think that the bonus action extra attack makes it so you gotta kind of tone down how much damage the hooves do.
Yeah.
This thing hits a lot harder than the Drake Warden.
Yeah. What does counterbalance that is the fact that the Drake Warden gets extra damage on reaction. This one doesn't. This one doesn't have any additional reaction damage or any reaction at all. So it's a little bit, but the D6 that would be from the reaction imbuement is just tied to the attack.
Yeah, I still feel like it might be a lot to let this thing get 2 attacks.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I would probably do if I were you? This is what I would probably do. I would probably change it so that the trampling charge, if they fail their saving throw on the strength saving throw, they're knocked prone and they take additional damage. I don't think I would make it a full other attack.
Okay. Tie the damage to the save.
Yeah, like if you look at like there's creatures there are two ways that charge attacks are manifested in D&D. One is the way that you've written here. The other is like the Minotaur, where it doesn't knock them down, it just deals extra damage. And I would lean into or it doesn't do a whole extra attack. It's just
it's just an extra D6.
And that way I think will balance it out a little bit better.
All right,
but I like the idea. Honestly, I feel like it could have something else. Oh, it does have something else. Ride like the wind. It's immune to magic and non-magical magical and non-magical.
Yeah.
Say that. Because it makes it sound like it's just immune to magic, which is not what you mean.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I like that. Okay. Okay, cool. JK says it seems fine. JK doesn't know what they're talking about. Nimble Rider, 7th level ranger. You should get something else at 3rd level. Is that the only thing you get at 3rd level?
Yeah, so I think I was looking and referencing Drake Warden, and even at 3rd level, the Drake Warden only gets the Drake. It's just that Drake gets a lot of stuff.
No, they get Thaumaturgy, and they can speak Draconic.
Oh, yeah. Well, you do get the spells and the Frontier Lifestyle.
Is the Frontier Lifestyle enough to represent a new language? And I guess it is. Okay, maybe it is. Maybe it is. There might be space for something else there. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure I can probably give something else.
Let me see what else is going on. Nimble Rider, 7th level. You and your mount gain +2 bonus to AC while you are mounted on it. In addition, you can use Find Steed to summon your spirit steed. If you do, you gain resistance to one type of damage of your choice. I see what you're going for here. I just don't feel like I don't think this thing is I don't think the second part is enough to
warrant the Find Steed.
Yeah, I feel like there's other ways you could represent that.
Yeah.
I feel like I feel like you should come up. What about this? Like, how about this? Let me throw an alternative at you.
Mm-hmm.
You and your mount get +2 bonus to your AC and dexterity saving throws while you're on your mount.
All right, yeah.
Or something like that.
Okay. I was also toying with the idea of, like, while mounted, you can split damage. Because the whole point of the subclass is, it's pretty strong unmounted, but when you are mounted, you're just an absolute menace.
I would be hesitant about too much splitting damage, similarly to what I said with the last guy who was doing lots of damage splitting. Somebody also pointed out animal handling would fit really nicely into this, and I agree.
Okay, yeah.
I think I like the 7th level. It's very straightforward, which makes me feel like I want there to be something else, but I don't know what else I would want that to be. But here's what I would say. I mean, we're going to keep reading, but if there's a place to put in a little bit more vibe, I feel like 7th level is a good place for it.
Yeah. All right.
Data says it feels like it's hard to differentiate between this and the Drake Warden. Outside of the firearms, probably better to have the Drake Warden. It'd be an interesting reflavor. I don't know if I wholly agree. I do think that it's.
I've played Drake Warden before. Yeah, it's similar, but Drake Warden is honestly a lot stronger if you're not mounted. You're actually hindering yourself by mounting the Drake.
Yeah.
So your goal especially in the early game.
It's the opposite.
Yeah, pure mount. If you're not mounted, you're not doing it right.
Mm-hmm. Let's look at 11th level. 11th level is usually when Rangers get a crazy person thing.
Yeah.
Line them up. You can use an action to make an attack using a ranged weapon. When you make this attack, you roll once using the weapon you choose to make the attack with, but the attack applies to every creature in a 5-foot wide, 100-foot long line originated from you. Just make this a saving throw. This is the point of saving throws, so that you don't make a million attacks. If you're hitting a lot of things where there's an infinite number of things you can hit, it's a saving throw. It's an area of effect feature.
Yeah, the idea was that you roll one attack and you apply that result to all those creatures in there.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, that's why it says you roll the attack once and all the creatures are subject to that roll.
Okay.
So it's still relying on your
I see.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that.
And it does allow the potential for a crit, and that's the main thing, because you're dedicating your whole attack to this.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of like that big explosive, because later on it does say it crits on a 19 or 20.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the whole idea. Give me just a second. I gotta do something real quick for like 30 seconds.
Do what you need to. This attack is considered magical. Crits on a 19 or 20 and does 6d6. Oof. If a target is hit by this mark, if a target hit by this is marked by your hunter's mark or favorite foe, it must also make a wisdom saving throw or become incapacitated. All right, we're gonna drop this whole second part. Hey, when you're watching this later, you're gonna drop this whole second part. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short rest. This is definitely if you're gonna keep this damage this high, this is a long rest, not a short rest. Additionally, your steed's trampling charge also knocks the target 5 feet back, and it gains a reaction it can use to make a single hoof attack against a hostile creature that gets within 5 feet of it on a hit. Please write full sentences. Oh my god, you're killing me, dude. Period. Capital O. On a hit, the target must make a strength saving throw against your spell save DC or be knocked prone and pushed back 5 feet. This is doing too much at 11th level. You got to pick one of these features. I wouldn't do all of them. So you either do the horsey gets better bullshit, or you get a super shot. Don't do both. If you do a super shot and you want it to, oh man, honestly, it should be 3d6. It should be 3d6. It shouldn't be 6d6.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
All right, so main feedback is this line them up does a little too much damage, I think. I think it's got to be less, especially if you want it to come back on a short rest. If you want it to come back on a long rest, I feel like there is a little bit more wiggle room there.
Right.
But it does too much damage specifically because it can crit, and it not only can crit, it can crit on a 19 to 20. I also would completely drop the second part about if the target is hit by your hunter's mark. I would just drop that. I also probably would drop all the horse stuff at 11th level, all of it.
Just focus on the line attack feature.
or pick one part of the horse thing. Now their trample knocks people down and can push them back, or they can do a reaction hit. Don't do all of it. There's just too much going on here. If I were you, I would lean into the power of the shot and maybe minor horse improvement. Like, honestly, I was thinking what I would do here if I were you, and I don't know if you put the horse's speed. I didn't see it. But I feel like what I would do here is I would give you the super shot, and I would give your horse increase your horse's movement speed.
Okay. Yeah, the kind of intention with that is that because potentially you could be in melee, that horse ability allows you to get it out, and then you use that line them up, because ranged attack at melee is at disadvantage, so that kind of gives you a chance to not waste that.
I understand, but but creating a whole new powerful feature to deal with that one potential circumstance is not the move. Realistically, I think the way to think about it is like this. You are riding your horse. You are way more mobile than any other ranger. If you want to get out of melee, you can get out of melee. I don't think you need to worry about people being too close. Or call me crazy, just turn it back into a saving throw. But if you really are keen on keeping it as an attack roll, I think that it can work like that. But I think that you give them give them the ability to knock people back when they hit them with the charge, or give them a bit more movement or something, but not all of these things.
Okay, makes sense.
Your horse also can always just shove. That's true. It can just do a shove attack instead of a normal attack. So.
Yeah, it's always better to tie it with an attack if possible, because you don't lose the damage of that as well. But yeah, no, I get it.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's look at the 15th level feature. You and your steed ride like the wind. While mounted, you can use your bonus action to give your steed an extra action on its turn. This action can only be used to make the dash action, which immediately causes the effect of the wind wall, spell wind wall, to take effect, requiring no blah, 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 blah. Instead of how the spell would normally be placed. I'm wondering, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think it's easier? I feel like you should probably just pull some of the features of wind wall that you want and write it out here and not make it based on the spell.
Yeah, wind wall is pretty wordy, so I was kind of torn between it. This is more document is more of just me the ideas on paper so I don't forget. So I was still going to play around with
what I would do is I would write it out. I wouldn't rely on the spell wind wall, especially if you're going to be making adjustments to it, because realistically you probably are going to find you probably don't need all of Windwall to make it feel like it needs to feel like that. And then if you only pull the ones that you want, you kind of have more space to put other things to make it like not just make it more distinct. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right.
Like, let me give you an example. Like, Windwall doesn't do any sort of obscurement. It's invisible. Like, you can see right through it. But I feel like you should be kicking up a dust cloud.
Yeah.
So maybe yours does leave obscurement. And you could kind of do the thing where you're like running around like the Tron motorcycle, putting a little like barrier. Stuff like that.
Yeah, that was the intention, is that like you circle around an enemy, corral them, and keep them locked in.
Yeah, so I would not maybe start with Windwall if you want, but I would encourage you to pick and choose features and make it more unique.
Okay.
And then the other thing I would say is you can kind of play around with how strong that is, and the stronger you make it, it just becomes once a day. And the weaker you make it, it becomes more uses a day.
Yeah, I thought just like a twice a day wind wall spell was pretty good, but like you said, I was kind of toying with the idea of making it stronger and once, or a little bit weaker.
And I just don't think Windwall is going to hit. Listen, Windwall is close, but I think you can get closer on your own. I think you're going to be able to get closer if you pick and choose stuff from Windwall and then fill the rest in yourself.
Yeah, it was kind of just like a starting point, because I'm like, yeah, that's cool. I like the idea of like kicking up the storm as you go.
I like it too. I like it
kind
too.
of wanted it.
This is a very interesting little ranger. It's a very non-magical feeling. It's very grounded.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to go for. Is you I mean, it's a cowboy. You shoot stuff.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Overall, I think it's pretty solid. I feel like I don't remember exactly everything we went through, but whatever I said, I still feel. And I don't remember what any of that feedback was. But overall, I think it's pretty fun, and I feel like it's going in a really good direction. It feels I could see people. I think it accomplishes the goal of feeling like a horse riding cowboy.
Yeah, that was the goal.
Cool. Any final thoughts or questions before I say goodbye to you?
Not so much. So,
all right. Buddy.
Other than what do you want to see next time? Race or class?
I'm only gonna read the beginning if it's a class, but I'm happy to see it.
Or a subclass, I should say. A subclass, I should say.
Anything, man. What are you the most? Whatever feels the most polished.
All right, I got a race that I'd like to get looked at, so that's what I'll be bringing next time.
Also, I will say that in general, I am always a fan of things that are a little bit more monstrous in general. So if you have like, I have these two subclasses, this one is like a superhero and this one is like a demon person, I always want to read the demon person.
So the next week, I'll be bringing in what amounts to fantasy predator.
Cool. I'm all about it.
Cool. All right.
Buddy.
Thanks.
See ya. Click. That was Vander. Vander. Milky Boy. I think I saw him in the chat earlier. I don't know if he's still here. The White Slod from 3E and 4E, revamped and ready to screw up the fabric of time. Could not find the artist. Someone on Tumblr thinks it might be Rudy Swissansi. All right. Well, I hope you tried to find the artist. It sounds like you did. But I don't think I'll be able to see the art because it's on D&D Beyond, and D Beyond doesn't share the art for whatever reason. So for folks that don't know what the Slod are, they're like these... So these are the Slod. They're like frog people. And they're different colors, and they're all kind of like cosmic alien monsters. They're reality benders. They reproduce by planting eggs in your chest and bursting out of you or getting you sick and turning you into them. They're pretty nasty. And a White Slod is like one of the highest tiers. They're one of the stronger ones. Let's see. What do you say in chat? They're a creature of chaos. Yeah, they're from Pandemonium, or not Pandemonium. What's the chaos realm called? Limbo or Pandemonium? They're from one of those places. Limbo. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. They're medium. All Slods are medium shape changer. No, they're all medium. They're all shape changer. Oh, what did I just do? Oh, okay. Medium shape changer. Very charismatic, very dex, very strong, solid stats across the board. Nothing crazy. CR 13. All right, so they're beefy boys. Big medium hit points, but big armor. I mean, that's pretty big hit points. What the fuck? Blind sight, telepathy, dark vision. So far, it sounds like a slod. Milk Boy, hello.
Hello.
How's it going, buddy? I didn't see you in the Discord. I would have pulled you in earlier.
Oh, I gotta turn off the volume on the stream because this is screwing it up. Okay.
Yeah. Bop. Row your boat. Did you do it yet?
What?
Are you here? Can you hear me on the Discord?
Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful. All right, so elevator pitch me this white slod. I'm familiar with the slod in general. What is this slod? What makes it distinct?
It has time powers.
Okay. Anything else, or is that all I need to know to dive in?
It has very strange time powers. It can't control, it can't go forward in time, but it can, split timelines to create multiple versions of itself.
Okay, cool. Did you do all the right math for, how many hit points and its attack rolls and stuff?
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool. Then we won't even worry about it.
And
magic
also,
resistance, regeneration. What'd you say?
A side note, in 3rd edition, this was a CR21, so I toned it down quite a bit.
Cool. So, you're going to have to forgive me. I know almost nothing about 3E or 4. I've only really ever played 5E. So, if there's something in here that requires a little bit of knowledge of past systems, please just point it out, because I'm going to miss it.
That's all right.
Okay. Multi-attack, it's got some bite and some claws and some great sword. All right, let's see. Regular bite. Bite looks solid. Chaos claws. What makes them so chaos? Let's see. Magical slashing damage plus damage of the slot's choice. Oh, that's fun. It can just change it randomly. I like that.
Yeah.
Very simple. This is one of those things. This is one of those features that is very simple and straightforward, and there are going to be some dungeon masters that barely even noticed it, and other dungeon masters that use it to make the slot seem incredibly chaotic and flavorful. I like it. Simple, straightforward. Okay. Great sword is a great sword. We've got some spells. Let's see. Detect magic, detect thoughts, invisibility. They're all very slotty. Mage hand, mirror image. Blur, fear, fireball, tongues. Disintegrate, plane shift, slow. There are... These seem somewhat similar to what the other spellcasting slot get access to.
Yes, I did give it Blur, Disintegrate, and Slow as new spells.
Do the other slotty get Planes Shift also, or no?
I believe Gray Slots and Death Slots do.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Now let's get into the meat. The meat of this bad boy, the temporal split.
Yeah, my biggest concern is the wording on this feature.
Okay, well, so far, all of your layout and sentence structure organization has been fine so far. So let's see.
All right.
Temporal split. The slot splits time, creating 3 copies of itself. The copies appear in unoccupied spaces within 30 feet of. You can say 30 feet of it. Each copy lasts for 1 minute or until it reaches 0 hit points, after which it disappears. You should talk about how many hit points and stuff they have before you talk about how they disappear.
All right.
Let me read the whole thing, and then we'll help you organize it. Each copy keeps the slot's initiative order and has the statistics, okay, so you want to say is, here's what you're going to say. Copies appear in unoccupied spaces within 30 feet of the slot. They act on the same initiative count as the white slot. They have the same stats as the white slot, except they have 40 hit points. They can't regenerate. They can't use multi-attack, spellcasting, or temporal split actions. And that's when you say each copy lasts for a minute, or after the end. Let me see what else they have. Then you put in the each copy lasts for a minute after that. The slot disappears as long as at least 1 copy remains. What does that mean? And reappears at unoccupied space in 30 feet over the last one disappeared. What do you want this to do?
I want it so the slot basically turns into the copies, and the slot doesn't return until all the copies are defeated.
Oh, it literally disappears.
Yes.
Okay, so I would put that first. So here's how I would phrase this. The slod splits itself into 3 fragmented versions.
All right.
It disappears, and 3 copies of it appear in unoccupied spaces within 30 feet of where it was, period. Each copy has the same stats as the slod with the following exceptions. It has 40 hit points, can't regenerate, can't period. Each copy lasts for 1 minute or until it reaches 0 hit points, period. The white slod remains dissipated until the final fragment or copy is destroyed, at which point it reappears in an unoccupied space within 30 feet of where the last copy disappeared. Something like that.
All right.
It can't cast... This just seems like more... Yeah, all of these features, all of the things that the slots can't... The copies can't do, you can just put in the bullets.
All right.
Oh, I see. This is while it's gone. So I would say while it is fragmented, or I wouldn't say disappear. I would come up with like a term. I would say fragmented. Or while the slot is fragmented, or while it's in another plane, it can't do all these things. And this shouldn't be how it ends. This should be somewhere more in the middle of like when it disappears. And then it should sort of end with what happens when it reappears, I think. Okay, let's keep going.
Right.
Change shape. That's just change shape. Is there anything crazy about it? No. Time walk. It teleports along with any equipment to a 60 feet unoccupied space. Okay. I like this quite a bit, dude. I feel like temporal split is a very interesting and unique mechanic. I'm trying to think if I've seen anything like it before. Is this inspired by something in 3 or 4E, or is this your own from scratch creation?
It can do this in 3rd edition, but in 3rd edition it creates 6 copies of itself, and I thought that was way too much to keep track of.
Yeah. I like this, man. This seems cool. I think you honestly, considering how confusing a feature this is, I don't know how long you worked on it, but this is not that not that messed up. This is understandable in its current state. It's just a little, you have to do some work to reorganize it in your brain, but I think if you just sort of reorder, this is you should talk about it disappears, the things that appear, the limitations of those things, and then it reappears is sort of the vibe of the order of operations. I think you should do.
All right.
Yeah, man, I don't have that much more to say. I like it a lot.
All right.
I think it's pretty straightforward. This is also, for folks that are watching at home, if you are interested in making a high CR monster and you want it to have, want it to be threatening but also not shockingly challenging to run, and you want it to be thematic, doing something like this is a really good idea, where basically a lot of what this thing does is not that unique for this creature, but they are very unique for what Slotty get. But so it has a lot of Slod vibes, but this once a day feature is like its showstopper move. And you don't need more than one showstopper move if it's going to be something like this, where it lasts potentially for a while. And when I'm a dungeon master and I'm using this, I sort of know, I'm like, okay, if I need to fight with this thing, I got attacks, I got these spells, I can do all that. But really what I want to do is this. I want to get this move off. And then once this move is done, I'll start fucking around with spells and stuff. But it's a stat block that kind of guides, and almost like it's very logical in how you would use it by how its resources are expressed, and I think that's good. Any final thoughts or questions or anything before I send you to the ether?
Yeah, so another lore thing is that if a white slod goes to the abyss for a while, it turns into a black slod or a void slod. I'm working on a stat block for that too, but I don't think it should keep the temporal split action, but I'm not sure about that.
I would make it different. I would make it stronger, but I would make it different. I would make it radically different, because every slot is different.
Yeah.
Yeah, make it different. Any other questions?
No, that's it.
All right, Milk Boy. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Peace.
Have a great.
I hung up on you. You were going to tell me to have a great something, and I will. If I don't hang up on you, what am I doing with my life? Quispy Giraffe. I don't think I saw... I don't know if Quispy's here right now. I didn't see Quispy in the chat. Sending this in once again for review. I'm proud to call this the finished piece. Fuck yeah, let's go. But there might still be some revisions to be made. If anyone happens to be interested in using it, I'll send it to you in the Discord if you want. I will ignore that last part. Out of kindness to you. Oh, you are here, Quispy. I see you. The Puppet Master. Oh, this is a tricksy one. All right, let me grab you. What's up, Quispy? What's up, Quispy?
Hey.
How are you?
How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good. Welcome to the stream. We're looking at the animated puppet again.
Yes, indeed.
All right. This thing gave me a half a headache the last time. I'm curious to see how it's changed. I'm excited.
I made a few revisions.
All right, I think we just dive in, right? Do you want to tell me about any of the revisions you made, or do you want me to just experience them?
You can just experience them.
All right. Tool proficiency. We get wood carving stuff. That seems like it's about the same. Solid. Spells. This is an artificer. It is okay. Unseen Servant, Command, Flock of Familiars, Crown of Madness, Tiny Servant, Antagonize, Summon Construct, Charm Monster, Animate Objects, Dominate Person. All of the spells seem pretty solid. I don't have any real thoughts immediately. I think they all fit.
The vibe is you get one that lets you control things and one that lets you control people per level.
All right, cool. All right, and then we get our pet. This is our main meat.
Mm-hmm.
At 3rd level, you've learned how to imbue your magic into puppets under your control. This is the object. I'm always talking about how artificers need their object. This is their object. I'm telling chat. I know you know. But when you complete a short or long rest and have woodcarver's tools, you can create an animated puppet. If you use this feature again, the previous one disappears. The puppet uses blah 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 blah. Is there anything unique about it? It shares your initiative, obeys your commands. If you don't issue a command, it takes the dodge. It's a bonus action to give it a command. When you pick between a spellcaster, warrior, or artisan. When you create a new puppet at the end of a short or long rest, you can pick a different one. Okay. 10 plus its dex modifier. Interesting.
Oh, I forgot to edit that part.
I would probably make it 10 plus proficiency.
Yeah, oh my god. So I edited the stat block and all that, but then my Wi-Fi crashed and it didn't save any of the changes. I thought I got all the changes back.
Is this the old stat block? You want to glance it really quick?
I think if you look at the dex, it'll be that it has its own dex mod right now.
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so I forgot to change the armor class just to reflect the dex modifier, but that should be just set based on the dex modifier.
Okay, cool. So it's just 12, flat 12?
I think so.
Okay, cool. 2 plus your intelligence plus 4 times your artificer level. It's a squishy pet.
He's a little squishy. Yeah.
It's immune to exhaustion, petrified poison. Spell. How long does it last? It just lasts, right? It doesn't like die. Okay, cool. Okay, so then you either pick spellcaster, warrior, or artisan. When you cast a spell, you can choose to cast it from the space of your animated puppet as long as it's within 60 feet of you, and you can still see your target and the puppet. Casting a spell in this way uses the puppet's reaction, and you can cast a leveled spell this way a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier before completing a long rest. Casting a cantrip this way does not have a limited number of uses. Can you rebuild a puppet over a short rest?
Yeah, you can make a new one at the end of each short or long rest.
So could you use that to break past this leveled spell limitation?
I think I'll put it as for long rest then, I guess.
Maybe not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can decide how to balance it. That's just worth thinking about. I don't know what the right answer is here, but they do counteract each other a little bit right now. That's a potential.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that. Thanks for pointing it out.
Oh yeah, no, of course. Categories are not limited uses. I'm gonna say, I think I said this last time. I feel like you should be able to not... I feel like it makes sense for you don't need to be able to see the target so long as your puppet can. Like, I feel like if your puppet runs around a corner so it could see the target, but you can't, I feel like you should still be able to do it, especially if it's limited in use.
Right.
You don't have to, but I feel like it would be
My
reasonable.
logic was just like, how do you know what your target... maybe you just have to be aware that the target is there.
Yeah, like you're aware of the target and your puppet can see it, something like that. Then you have the warrior. It's able to wield simple weapons that don't have the heavier two-handed property and is considered proficient in weapons it wields. I'm going to ask again, why specifically do you care about it being able to wield items as opposed to it just having an attack?
I did give it a default attack that it can make in all forms. That's less
No, but
strong.
why not just make its art of warrior have a stronger attack? Is there a specific intention behind it being able to wield items?
Well, my intent was that you could have it wield just different type of weapon depending on what you want it for.
But if that, like, it seems like I don't know if that's enough. I feel like I don't know if that's enough of a reason. Like, is your intention
later
that
on?
Is
later
your intention
on,
that you can make it wield magical weapons?
There could be that, but also later on, it's not limited by the heavier two-handed things, so it could technically wield like a reach weapon or different kinds of weapons that have...
So why not just
the same
write
reason...
that as mechanics, though, is my question. Like, here's what I would suggest. You don't have to do this, but here's what I would suggest if I was going to do this. You don't, again, do not need to. What I would do is at 3rd level, I would give it a attack that was a D8 or a D10. So it's like just a much better, it's just like a better attack. I'll probably make it a D10 because a D6, the difference between a D6 and a D, I don't know. I would think about it like that, but, you know, a little bit bigger of attack. And then when you give it the ability to wield heavy weapons, just make that attack better. You know?
Yeah. The idea though was that sometimes there's certain reasons to pick one weapon over another.
No, I 100% understand the logic that you've expressed that logic now a couple times, and I totally get it.
Yeah.
I don't think that this is my opinion talking, so you can decide to disagree with me, but my suggestion is I don't think that logic merits the extra work it is to do all of that. I feel like if I am making a pet subclass, I want the stat block for it to be the resource that I need to use. And if I don't have all of the information in that stat block, especially if some of it is like weapon related, you now have to account for, can this creature wield magic weapons, because that makes it so much stronger than a normal pet. And you like, it's just harder to balance it. It's just a lot harder to, you're essentially pulling balance control out of you, the designer's hands. And I don't know if I agree with that. And it's also just adding an extra layer of work for the people that are using it. That is my opinion. Ignore it if you want to. Let me look at what the artisan does. Your animated puppet can help you craft magical and non-magical items as if it were an artificer. So this is just, it's the same. You just make it faster. Puppetry. If the puppet's creator is within 30 feet of it, they can speak as if... Yeah, I love this feature. This is perfect. Keep puppetry. It's wonderful. I don't think puppetry needs... I don't think you need this little line here. I think what you do is... This is what you do. Spellcaster... You write like spellcaster form only. You write form, spellcaster form, warrior form, artisan form, and then you just keep puppetry as puppetry. It can repair itself 3 times a day. It gets its special warrior attack, and it gets a basic slam attack. All right, cool. Overall, I think it's pretty solid. I don't really have too much other thoughts other than make sure you figure out how you're going to handle the spellcaster thing, and I question whether or not we should just give it attacks. At 5th level, you can have 2 animated puppets at the same time. They're able to have the same damage or design, or they're able to have the same design or different ones. When you make a new puppet at the end of a short or long rest, you can choose which puppet is destroyed. So how does this work for the action economy? Are you still, when you use your bonus action, can you make both puppets do something at the same time, or can you only still control one at a time?
No, that's a feature you get at a later level.
So you have two, but you still only are controlling one at a time?
Yes, so like you could have the in-combat bonus of having a spellcaster or warrior while having the out-of-combat bonus of the crafter.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't doubling the action economy there too. You might
I did that in the previous
You might
version,
want to you might want to clarify that here, just because people are definitely gonna ask that.
I think I did in the previous version, but I forgot to when I remade it.
Let me look at the improved animated puppet. At 9th level, you can have 2 puppets active at the same time, and you choose which one.
God damn it! I forgot to move that when I switched around the features.
So what should I be looking at here?
The 2 puppets active at the same time thing. That's the part I was going to remove. That's it.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I would make that should be your capstone. Spellcaster. So all of the puppets just improve at this level. The spellcaster, the range at which you can cast spells from your puppet extends to 120 feet. Additionally, casting spells from your puppet. You know how I feel about this. I don't like increasing attack spell modifier stuff. That's just me. Again, ignore me if you want to, but I would drop this part. The warrior, you can now hit bigger with it, and it uses your intelligence modifier, attack and damage rolls. I feel like it should probably just be doing that from the start, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
And yeah, I feel like I would probably just make the weapon improve. Whatever. I don't need to give the same piece of feedback 100 times. But yeah, you know how I feel about that one. I think it should be doing your spell attack modifier. Oh, it already is your spell attack modifier, so it's the same. How is that different? Your puppet can use your intelligence modifier for attack and damage rolls. It could already do that.
This is the curse of me changing features and then forgetting to read all the way through the other one.
That's okay.
To make sure I revise them properly.
Right. That's okay. Revise them. Artisan. When helping to craft a magic item, it takes your puppet a quarter of the time and half the gold. And it crafts... Okay, so it just becomes a faster crafter. Additionally, when you have a puppet of this design active, your number of infused items increases by 1. I think that's probably fine. I think it's probably fine.
Like you don't get a super small amount of infusions by the time you reach that level, so just one more didn't feel like too big of a thing.
Yeah, most artificers a lot of artificers get an extra infusion in the thing. The other thing that I was gonna say, there's a big piece of the puzzle that's kind of missing here in a way that sort of surprises me. Why is there not a feature where you can put infusions in your puppets?
Well, technically through the warrior, I guess you could use infused weapons, but I don't know. I didn't think of that.
On any of them, they just deal more damage. They all have a slam attack. I would look at your infusions and think about. This is what I would do. I would look over the artificer infusions and I would think about, could I make this logically, like, would this infusion logically make sense if it was on a puppet? Like, how would that affect that puppet? Does that work, or does that not logically make sense? And if most of them make sense, maybe consider figuring out if you can squeeze that in as a feature, because I feel like it would fit. Let me look at.
I thought of that before.
Let me look at Master of Puppets. Sort of like how the armor smith can put infusions in his armor, you know?
Yeah, and each piece is considered a different piece of armor.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. I don't want to throw a monkey wrench into your whole plan, but that might be something to think about. Starting at 15th level, when you take damage, it reduces you to 0. You can destroy a puppet. I do think that this probably should just... I don't know how I feel about this first part. The explodey, you don't take damage thing. I feel like having 2 puppets act on the same turn is a pretty big deal. And I think that might be enough. I want to point something else out, which is like, you might disagree with me here, but I think it's worth thinking about. I question whether or not it is cool to be able to have 2 puppets at the same time, but not have them be able to do things on your turn. I understand that there's a logic to it because it's just more utility. You can have the artisan puppet, and now you just have an extra infusion, and you have the warrior puppet, so you can be fighting, or you got the spellcaster puppet, so you can, it can be casting it can be casting, like, whatever, walls and shit. But I'm wondering if it would make more sense to save the 2 puppets until the end and have get everything at the same time with them. I don't know if that's the move or not. I genuinely don't know if that's the move or not. I think it really just comes down to the vibe that you want to be putting forth. And a good thing to think about when you're deciding what subclass features to put where is like people will be using the lower subclass features more. So like the things you give the thing at 3rd level are the things that that person's going to use the most. So anything that you think can help accomplish your vision for what you want this thing to feel like, whatever's the most important to accomplish that vision should be that earlier stuff. So if what is important to you for accomplishing that vision is multiple puppets, then I think you keep it as is, where you get the puppets but they're stronger later. But if what is important to you for that vision is, you know, it doesn't need to be multiple puppets, it's just it can be a puppet, and that puppet is you're getting better at wielding it, and then I think you can keep the double puppets till later. But I think that's worth spending a couple minutes and thinking about in terms of like what vibe you want to put out there the most first, because it is different, right? One of them is kind of like you're like a guy with minions, and then one is like you are a guy with like a creature that is yours, and they're different. They do feel a little different. So think about it.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna just think on this for a while and pop it back into the oven for a few days.
Yeah, it's a fun one,
Brew
though.
it a
It's a
little
fun one. I
longer.
do appreciate. I think one thing that I want to point out that I really like about it is not complicated. It is what it does is has a lot of complexity, but it is very simple to understand. And I was yelling about this on stream the other day. But when it can be both simple, but simplicity that leads to complex abilities is good. So I think that your core, like the anchor here, the skeleton of this thing, and a lot of the meat of it too, is very solid. I feel like it's in a pretty good spot. You are now at the hardest and least fun part, which is the. It's like
refining things down.
Have you ever had to move?
Making sure the skin of it is perfect and all that.
Have you ever had to move before?
Nope.
So when you move, it's same as moving. The 90% of the work for moving is when once 90% of it is done, that last 10% takes almost as much time as the first 90% a lot of the time. It's all the little bits and pieces.
The thing you were saying, how it feels good that it's not very complicated.
Mm-hmm.
I started brewing this after I remembered you saying something about the artificers on stream, that you don't like getting them because they're always so needlessly complicated.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of half started brewing this out of spite for you saying that.
Really? You didn't make it that complicated. You didn't build a new system I had to pay attention to.
No, yeah, out of spite, to be like, they don't have to be all that complicated. I can make a good artificer. You'll see. You'll like reviewing this artificer.
I like reviewing anything that anyone sends me. I just hate.
I know. It was
things.
just like my first couple of days on your page, and I wasn't quite yet used to how you poked fun at every single person.
Yeah, I definitely put some people off.
No, yeah, I like
earn
it.
I think.
Afraid. Yeah.
All right, cool, man. I don't have that much more to say. I think it's honestly, I think it's sitting in a pretty good spot. I think, like I said, I think you got a little bit left to do, but not a great deal.
All right, thanks, man. I love you.
All right, tough guy. All right, tough guy. Oh man, guys, you want to see something? I want to show you something. So I'm gonna be playing in a game online, in a streamed game, and I think this is what my character's gonna look like. It's gonna be on Wednesday nights. I'm gonna be streaming with some other streamers, and I'm gonna be playing a very grumpy fairy, and this is my character. Yeah, gonna be sick. Holy moly. He is lovely. Yeah, he's pretty great. Okay, cool. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. Scarlet you guys know Scarlet64? She's like a pretty big Twitch streamer. She just sent me the art of it. She's working on it right now. The character, are you guys familiar with all right, Matt Thorne is next. Are you guys familiar with the Discworld series? Terry Pratchett, Discworld. Do you guys know Discworld? Am I alone in knowing Discworld? Surely some of you guys know Discworld. Hey, Darksteel. He's based loosely on the character of Sam Vimes, who is like the grumpy police detective of that world, who like reluctantly has like stumbled into success and hates all the fanciness. Hey, just got gifted a membership, so I figured I might as well get your opinion on this reworked version of the Crypt Ooze. Hey, Matt, I'm so glad you got gifted a membership. Hey, did you guys know you can gift each other memberships? It doesn't stop commercials. Apparently, I just learned that you only get commercials stopped if you buy your own, but it does let you access sending stuff to this stream. It also gives you access to some of the disc. If your YouTube is linked to your Discord, you get access to the lounge, which is like the hangout. This is like a hangout area in my Discord, and it's also, you can suggest streams and whatever. Fuck you. You don't have to do it. Let me see if Matt Thorne, I think I saw Matt Thorne in the chat. Let me grab him. Matty! Hello?
Hi.
How's it going, buddy?
Yes. Doing fine.
So tell me about the
wait.
Crypt Ooze.
Yeah, so you reviewed this earlier, and I think the biggest problem you had with it was, I think, I reworded a couple of the actions. Like, I had the body slam action here. I copied most of it off the bullet. And then I had this, like, the necromantic ooze, sort of.
Cool. Holy shit!
And
1 second, I'm sorry. Tradozio, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Very generous. You are a champion. I do appreciate that very much. That is too kind, too generous. Thank you. All right, sorry, Matt, I had to celebrate.
No.
So
of course.
So you're going. So it's a little bit of boulette, a little bit of necrotic ooze.
Yeah. And last time, I think the biggest problem you had with it was that the raising of, like, this raises skeletons.
Mm-hmm.
And I ripped, like, all the language from the animate dead spell, and it became wordy, it became complicated. So I just, in the bonus actions, that's all it does.
Perfect. Okay, cool. I'm excited to take a look. Still a beefy boy. Man, I love oozes. Did I say this when I looked at this the last time? That we need more ooze? We need more ooze. I fucking love oozes. They're some of my favorite monsters in D&D. I love a monster with 200 hit points and 10 AC. Like, come on. We can't get... such a goof. Okay. Big strength, no dex. Big con, nothing else. Perfect. Saving throw, strength. Vulnerable to radiant damage. I love a good damage vulnerability. I would say you could go immune to necrotic. It's probably fine. Immune to acid, lightning, and piercing. I would switch acid and necrotic here. I would make it resistant to lightning, immune to necrotic. It's got all the oozy...
Most ooze are straight up immune to lightning, because a lot of oozes have a reaction. I also have the reaction.
Well, I know that black puddings do, where they can split.
Yeah, and some others. And I made it, when it's hit by lightning, it can immediately make one skeleton.
Cool. Oh, that's fun.
It's a live action.
Okay, I'm excited to get there. Did I post it in the chat? I did. Okay. Amorphous, liquid body, corrosive form. Okay, all these look pretty much the same and solid. Can I make a suggestion here?
Of course.
So this is an opportunity, I think, for you to make this thing a little bit more distinct. So every time that an ooze traditionally would deal acid damage, I feel like this should deal necrotic damage. So like the corrosive body, I feel like that would make sense. Black puddings, most oozes, it's acid, but this is a crypt ooze. It is an ooze that is infected with undeath. I feel like it would make sense for it to do more necrotic damage than acid damage. Let's keep going, but I consider changing that.
Maybe it's technically not doing necromancy, because I did a whole stat block, but D&D Beyond is an asshole, and I will probably never use it again. I'm looking into homebrewery and stuff, but you can't embed links, you can't embed images, so I can just say, hey, go find my other stat block. And it's pretty much a skeleton, a reworked skeleton, but it's one of the major things is its type is ooze. Its creature type is an ooze, because it's not reanimated, it's puppeteered by the ooze.
Okay, I accept. Consider it though. And also for people in the chat, if you have a little picture of me next to your name and you didn't pay for a membership, it's because you got gifted a membership. And then also, there are, I think, 4 or 5 different versions of the face that have different changes to them. And I don't think we've seen the final form yet, which is, I think, the 6 month or the year, because I just haven't had memberships for that long. But if any of you are a member for up to that long, your face will enter essentially the the negative Cinder, which is the dark true form that I don't reveal to you guys because I know you like bright colors. Okay, let's see what else we get. We get Viscous Lob, +8 to hit. Bludgeoning and acid damage, irrestrained creatures. Creature can remake the save. This is you and I think we're just gonna we're gonna have to agree to disagree. I genuinely think this thing will have so much more flavor if you just make all the acid necrotic. I hear what you said.
I can change it.
I hear.
I'm not too
No. You don't have to, because at the end of the day, this is your baby. It is not my baby. So do whatever you want. But I do think that it will enhance the vibe. I don't think it's necessary at all, though. So, like, if you're like, I like this still being acid damage, if that's how you feel in your heart, then don't change it. Okay, let me keep going. It can violently lurch its body forward 15 feet using this action to land in a space containing one or more creatures. I don't think you need to use land in a space because it's not jumping, it's just lurching forward. So I would probably say the ooze violently lurches its body forward 15 feet. Yeah, I think here's what I would say. I would actually say, I would probably just end it at that. The ooze violently lurches its body forward 15 feet. Any creature in that area must succeed on a DC 16 saving throw or be knocked prone. That's a place where it's like it makes more sense for the boulette because it's doing this big jump slam. You're not really doing a jump slam.
It's kind of a jump slam in a sense. It's
a charge forward.
Last time I said it lurches its body forward into an adjacent space. You said like adjacent space technically within like 5 feet, so that's fine, but like I should make it clearer or something.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I'm imagining it lurching its body forward 15 feet is that it moves 15 feet in a straight line, and any creature in that area gets affected by this, is basically what I'm imagining.
I mean, it's pretty much, personally I imagine it makes a little hop. It's a big ooze, it tries to jump.
Then I would describe it as a hop. Or a jump.
Violent forward momentum.
Yeah, like what about this? Like the ooze violently launches itself into the air and crashes down into a space within 15 feet of it. Think about it. This is all semantics. It doesn't actually really matter, but it's worth thinking about. Each of those creatures has to make a dex save or be knocked prone inside the ooze and take this much damage. On a successful save, they only take half damage, and they're not knocked prone, and they are pushed 5 feet out of the ooze in an occupied space. If no one occupies space within range, the creature falls prone. Okay, if the creature fails and they're inside the ooze, they should start to like suffocate or something. There should be some element of like they're surrounded by slime, and that's bad. So they should either take damage. Oh, do they take damage? Okay, they take damage every turn.
They do take damage.
Like corrosive form mix there, but consider blinding or suffocating or
right
deafening.
Right above corrosive form should explain the mechanics or what happens when
creatures can move through the use of space as if it was a body of water without a swim speed, move have a speed. Yeah, but I still don't think they should be able to breathe.
I mean, you can't breathe in water.
Yeah, but you say that they move through the creature space as if it was a body of water. That's just movement.
I think it's just sort of assumed that if you're... Yeah,
I'm telling you,
I
it's not
guess.
assumed. If the mechanic's not, if it, that you specify movement, it's movement. This is movement. I would. It's not a look. I would.
I guess I could insert
at-
that somewhere in
look
the
at what-
liquid body, but
Look at how. Here's what you want to do. Are you familiar with the shambling mound?
yes.
Just the That's what the shambling mound does. This in golf. Look out of the look out of the shambling mound writes in golf, and pull language from that, depending on how strong or not strong you want it to be. The shambling mound does a bunch of stuff when it engulfs, so you don't need to do all of that. But
Yeah,
that's
reason
gonna
why
be
I
where
made
you.
a big reason why I made the like liquid body thing, that I want to involve some sort of like, because it's quite a big ooze, I want to involve some sort of enveloping mechanic.
Yeah.
But I didn't want anything to do with the gelatinous cubes, like big wall of text regarding the
But
mechanics.
that's what I mean. Like, but I think like this, like the engulfed target is blinded and unable to breathe. That's not that big wall of text. You could just make that part of a sentence. You know, it's not that much.
Sure.
Don't add it if you don't think it's fun. But I think it
No,
fits. I think it fits.
I could add the unable to breathe to the liquid body part.
Let's keep going. Dance Macabre.
Should probably change the name. That's a spell. Someone said in chat.
It is a spell. That's true. The ooze commands each of the skeletons it controls to defend itself. All skeletons spend their reaction to move up to their movement speed and make a single bone claw attack. All right, cool. I like that. That's fun. And that actually is basically what the spell Dance Macabre does. You know, the spell... Oh, somebody else became a member. Thank you, Dylan Peterson, for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Sorry, I didn't notice. Might be. I appreciate that, dude. The spell Dance Macabre allows you to animate 5 skeletons for like a very short period of time. So it's actually very similar to what this does.
I guess I could keep it then.
I would maybe. Here's what I would do. I would try to think of a good pun or a good joke that could combine with the phrase Dance Macabre that has to do with ooze. You know, the dance masly.
I was already way too tempted to call the skeletons jelly skellies.
Oh, dude, call it jelly skellies. That's such a. Okay, I understand why you didn't, but that's a really good name. Also, okay, man, that's hard because that's so silly. It's so silly, but it's also so good. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. You got to think about that. That's yeah, Jelly Skelly's pretty fucking good, man. Okay, let's keep reading. Ooze puppet. The ooze covers a pile of bones within its body with its sludge and spends 10 hit points to animate a cryptic skeleton ooze. It uses the crypt ooze skeleton stat block. I'm assuming that's a stat block you have somewhere else.
The stat block I made, which I couldn't put
D&D
into
Beyond
this
is not good at
D&D
D&D Beyond doesn't help you with that. Yeah. The skeleton acts immediately after the ooze. What does it have that's different than the main skeleton? Like, what's the main thing that makes it different than a skeleton?
It's an ooze. It has about double its hit points.
Mm-hmm.
It attacks with the ooze's strength.
Mm-hmm. How many hit points does it have?
30.
I might make it less.
It also has the same like vulnerabilities and resistances, so it's also vulnerable to radiant.
Mm-hmm. I'm just because losing 10 hit points to maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. I think you either need to limit. I think you either need to limit it in a way that is separate from just the hit point cost, or you need to make them have less hit points. It's alive. When the ooze is subjected to lightning damage, it will immediately perform the ooze puppet action. Cool. I like that a lot. That's wonderful. I like that it's called It's Alive. That's very silly. Honestly, dude, the fact that you have It's Alive makes me feel like Skelly Jellies is fine. Okay, I really like this, man. I don't have a lot more feedback. The main thing that I think is you just got to make sure the skeletons aren't that strong if the only limitation is the 10 hit points thing. Because you can do this every round, and it will get tedious, potentially.
Sure.
But I like it quite a bit. You might want to... If you want to be really fucked up, you could do stuff where creatures that are at 0 hit points within its ooze form can't regenerate hit points. Or, like, or something like that. Something where it's like it prevents healing, or it like encourages undeath. You know, I don't know. It's worth thinking about.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
But I like it a lot. I don't really have any other thoughts. I feel like it's pretty close to the mark. Any questions? Any final things you want me to point at?
Nothing really.
All right, cool. Thank you for sharing, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Alrighty, buddy. See ya. That was Matt Thorne. The Skeletonous Ooze. Oh my god, that's so fucking perfect. Okay, calm down there, buddy. Hi, Lord God, Emperor Bildo. Are you a giant worm on a desert planet? This is something I've put together because of a few of my players have requested it. It's pretty much just a breakdown of potions and how to craft them, yada yada. All right, cool. Let me pull you in. Hey, Bildo, I'm grabbing you. Bildo!
How's it going?
Going well. How are you?
Going good. Kind of floating around.
So what are we looking at?
Just like it said, it's just potions and how to craft them pretty much. Just an exhausting list of them. I mean, just pick 3 at random and tell me if they're good or not.
Do you want me to look at the potions or a specific element of the crafting system?
Well, the whole thing is kind of based off of 5e, so it's not a particular system, as each one has individual crafting.
Oh, I like that so much.
It's supposed to be like someone wrote a book of recipes.
Okay, so which one should I look at? Pick 2 or 3. Don't make me pick.
I mean, I can't pick. Scroll down 3 times and then pick the first one.
Okay, we're going to do Potion of Climbing.
Sounds good.
This potion grants a climb speed equal to your rock speed for an hour. Your advantage on athletics checks you make to climb. The potion is separated into brown, silver layers resembling earth. Cool. The recipe is giant spider hair and a skulk claw. Okay, I like this. So we're giving the recipe and then we're giving the crafting instructions.
That way you can give quests to literally hunt down things, and the potions get rarer and rarer as they go.
All right, so we're gonna skip ahead then for this next one. I'm just looking at these ingredients. The system of making it seems pretty straightforward. Nothing crazy is happening. Let's scroll down. Let's look at a crazy one. Touch of the Reaper. Let's look at Touch of the Reaper. Very rare. Crafted from the petals of a rare black orchid and the venom of a death stalker scorpion. This poison makes the victim more susceptible to death's embrace. A creature subject to this poison must make a DC 18 Constitution saving throw, or its death saving threshold decreases by 1 for 48 hours. Does that mean it always has 1 failed death saving throw?
Yeah, you only have 2 for the next 48 hours.
Yeah.
So if you roll a natural 1 on your death save, like, you're just gone.
Cool. Sorry. There's the link. Petals of a black orchid, venom of a death stalker scorpion. All right, so we're dealing with these monsters. Let's see what the crafting order is. Gather the petals of the black orchid. The flower is said to bloom only under extract the venom of a death stalker scorpion. In a dark room lit by moonlight, carefully combine the petals and venom to a silver bowl. So the mixture is tougher, but it's not that much tougher.
It just like fighting the Death Stalker, and then you put the bloom like somewhere ridiculous,
Yeah. Are any of the do any of the actual crafting parts require? Are any of them have the challenge built into the crafting part?
A lot of it just require the tools, and it gives it a check. So the crafting part's going to be more like the quest that goes along with it.
Okay.
There's drugs near the end. Sood, in particular, is probably one of the more wild ones.
Mm-hmm.
And the first one is a list of basic Sood, and the next one is experimental Sood. It has a separator there, a warning, like if side effects last more than blah, blah, blah. I'm very proud of that.
One of these has a craft DC of 40. Did I see that right?
Yeah.
That is...
They're meant to not be crafted. That's kind of the idea of that, is it's
Can
so
I ask
ridiculous.
a question? And I mean this quite honestly.
Hmm?
If the intention is for them not to be crafted, then why give a crafting DC?
Well, you could craft it like, let's say you're level 20 and you have 4 people working on this recipe. Yeah, they could probably hit that because you get bonuses. Because in my games, I give extra bonuses for like having certain books or having people help you. I had like if you have a book specifically on purple sued, then it would give you a +2 to the roll. Different things like that. I like to have my players be a little bit more powerful.
Okay.
So
this kind of thing,
potentially they could.
This kind of thing, if you have a plan on putting this out into the internet, I would keep in mind that most people don't.
Yeah. No, this is just for me.
So you might need to tone that down a little bit there.
Screw other people.
Let me look at one of these suits. Let's look at the brown one. All right, we get Everfrost Berry, Residuum Azurmite. Takes 48 hours. It's tough to make. When smoked, the user must succeed on a con saving throw or be knocked unconscious for a handful of rounds. On a successful save, they gain 3 sorcery points and access to the extended spell metamagic option for 1 hour. That's cool.
And those are the more mild
can
ones.
be taken, granting more sorcery points. Okay, that makes sense. Let's look at one of the crazy ones. Which crazy one should we? Purple. Obviously.
Probably black is one of the more wild ones.
Oh, there's so many. Okay, yeah, I'll read black. Ingredients: Roper's digestive juices. Love that. You know, Roper is one of my favorite monsters in all of D&D.
They're so good.
They're one of the best. One of the best designed. One of the best flavor ones. Powdered unicorn blood, not regular. It's got to be powdered.
It has to be powdered.
That's so funny. This powerful and highly dangerous Sood variant is known for its drastic effects. So this is like something that you wouldn't be using realistically until you were like level 17 or higher.
This is something you find a half a dose on the necromancer you just murdered.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. When smoked, the user must make a crazy saving throw. On a failure, they lose all their hit points and immediately make a death saving throw. On a success, they gain 10 sorcery points and the effects of the haste spell for 4 rounds, as well as access to all metamagic options. The user can cast spells from any shadow within 120 feet, as if by a familiar. So yeah, that's great. You just become a shadow.
It is wild. Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
That's a pretty fun, like one-time use, legendary, powerful item. I'm into that.
And if a player's wild enough to try to take half a dose and survive it, like I'm into doing something with that, you know?
Yeah, I like this a lot. So let me give you some. One thing that I want to say.
Right above opalescence. Go down a little bit. You can see there's a warning in between the 2 pages. I'm very proud of that. Warning.
Warning, when taking experimental Sood, it can have adverse or long-term side effects. Please contact your local mage if you have side effects lasting more than 1 lifetime. That is very funny and cute.
Icing on the cake.
This is fun. I think that I really like the layout of the potions. I think it's very good. It's very, very simple. One thing that, like, the simpler you can make something, the easy, like, players will use this because they're not having to hunt for things. They can just immediately see, okay, I want to make a potion of heroism. These are the things I need. This is what I need to do. It's really straightforward. I like that quite a bit. And the suit seems interesting. It just seems like it's a little bit bananas intentionally, which is fine.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with bananas intentionally.
The whole thing is meant to be a list of side quests that the players can choose themselves.
Yeah, there's a buddy of mine. I don't know if I can call him a buddy anymore. I haven't spoken to him in like 3 years. But a guy I used to know when I was more involved in like Reddit homebrew community goes by the name of Sword Meow. And he makes a lot of like 10th level spells.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the component requirements of 10th level spells are essentially that, where it's like, oh, you need to like, it's like there is one spell that requires the left hand of a planetar and the right hand of a pit fiend, and it's like, all right, that's a quest. You can't just cast that spell.
Yeah, I'll have to show you my list of 13th level spells sometime.
13.
I have a D100 of them.
What are you? What?
They're 4 gods specifically.
Okay, honest question. True, honest question. Spells get more powerful exponentially, right? Mm-hmm. An 8th level spell is significantly weaker than a 9th level spell. What are you doing by the time you get to 13th level? Give me an example of what one of these spells does.
Like you could cast a spell that would rearrange the solar system. You could alter the ancestry of the humanoids on a planet. Literally, alter ancestry is one of the ones on the list.
Cool. Okay, I accept. when you solar changing history on a whole planet or reshaping a solar system fits. I accept. Cool. I like these a lot, man. I'm the reason why I want to just continue to point out that I really like the format layout is people struggle with formatting, and they struggle with simple formatting and clear formatting. And the thing is, formatting doesn't need to be it doesn't need to be a lot of work to make it work. And these pieces are a good example of that. Like, I'm not sure how much thought you put into this formatting. Usually, often when something is simple, it means it actually was more thought, but like, it's very simple. Like, it's
a product of my work process. Like, I mean, I don't know if you remember, but I said I run 10 games a week, so everything needs to be as efficient as possible.
Yeah, but it lends itself to usability, and usability and ease of usability is often the biggest hurdle between someone wanting to use your homebrew and not wanting to use your homebrew, which is like a bummer because it has very little to do with mechanics a lot of the time. But I really, really dig this, dude. This is cool.
My next one is just drugs, so I'm excited. I actually named a drug CinderBlocksally, so I'm excited.
I would like to see that one at some point. What does it do?
Yes. I mean, you'll have to wait and see, I suppose.
Okay, fine. Do you have anything specific, any questions, thoughts, anything you want me to shine a light on that I didn't, or yearnings?
No, you pretty much said what I was hoping for, that it is good.
What I would, if you want to send me more of these in the future, which I'm happy to look at, I would ask for you to pick a couple specific ones that you want me to look at, and if you're gonna be doing them like this, where it's like a compendium, and they are things like where they're potions, so we don't really have like a level to how strong they are. I want you to tell me, whether it's on the call or in the document, what power level you sort of want them to be sitting at. Like, do you want these to be for level 17 characters, for level 14 characters, or are they equivalent of like a very rare item, a legendary item, an artifact, things like that? Because that will help me give you better feedback, because it will help me understand what your goal is a little bit better, I think, too, just in general.
The suit in particular is an inside joke in all of my games, because people find suit in the world, because like there are drugs in the world. In every world, I don't care. Like, animals have a way to drug themselves. Every single animal in the world. That's wild. Like, every animal does drugs, even if it's a goat beating its head on the rock. They get high.
Hey, man.
So, I think it's funny.
The sky's up there.
It is.
All right, buddy. Cool. Yep. I hope to see more of these in the future. Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Bye. That was Bildo, the God Emperor. There are drugs in the world. Yeah. Next is name. Hey, Cinder. I've come back yet again with some shadow spells. All right, I'm just going to pull you in because I see you in chat. Hey, name, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
We got some shadow spells today?
We do.
Cool.
You can super document dive.
Let me post it in the chat. So for folks that don't know, I know because we've had this conversation a couple times now, but Name is building a series of spells that the goal is that they are hyper thematic, hyper narrative focused. Last one we looked at was like one that was it was basically you can't be charmed, but you have all these different effects sort of bouncing off. It was like different state of existence style dreaming. And now we're going to be looking at shadow spells.
You can just click the thing and it'll jump over. Yeah,
I did. So, I did.
Yeah. So this one, I forgot to put the second level tag. But if you only can look at one, there's a 5th level spell, but just scroll down.
I want to look at a couple. What is the tell me? I don't want to read it. I'm going to start reading the spells. Okay. What is the vibe of shadow that you're going for? Because I know you told me you're going for something different than stereotypical shadow.
Yeah. I wanted the idea of a shadow being a thing that's very attached to a physical object. So it's this like very direct cost associated with the thing you're getting, often like literally identical, right? So the first cantrip, for example, is it's pretty obvious on like what the trade is. Like they all should be like really obvious what the trade is.
Okay. So it's less like darkness and more like the dark reflection of the object it is bound to.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me dive in. I'm gonna look at a couple because they're short.
Okay.
I want to look at the cantrip first because I love cantrips. Umbral Indemnity. That's a good title. One reaction which you take when a hostile creature fails a saving throw. It lasts a minute. The target must re-roll the saving throw. You have advantage on your next saving throw made within the next minute. So you're basically giving a creature a chance to succeed on their saving throw to give you yourself advantage on your next saving throw. First of all, I like this a lot. I really like this. It's going I have two thoughts. One of them you might already know, and then the other one you might just be able to answer for me.
Okay.
The way that spells are written in D&D, they don't naturally stack. So this shouldn't be able to stack, right? Like, if I use a reaction, can I use this 2 turns in a row? Or does does the 1 minute reset, or does it stack?
So the way that would work is that your next saving throw is your next saving throw. So if you do this twice, then you still only get advantage.
Okay.
Advantage doesn't stack.
Okay, cool. This is gonna make some people This is gonna make players fight each other.
So
that's so
people
funny
told
to
me
me.
this, and I don't know how I should fix that.
No. I don't know if you need to. I don't think you necessarily need to fix it. I'm just pointing it out, and I think it's funny.
Okay. Yeah, this is supposed to be like crummy silvery barbs. It's like it's silvery barbs, but like you're not making them fail, you're making them succeed.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
Dude, people are gonna want to punch the shit out of your Shadowcaster, dude. They're gonna be like, "Oh, dude, you let it succeed on the entangle so that you can get advantage." Like, hey, man, I'm not trying to get hurt. Like, now it can run around. Oh my god, it's gonna be such fucking chaos.
Yeah. Okay, you've seen Shadow's Embrace for the record. So the next one is the Lockstep. It's at 2nd level.
All right, let me look at Lockstep.
I
really, I know that I feel like one of them. I feel like my biggest. First of all, I'm going to say something that is so opposite to what I said the last time that I looked at your pieces that I need to apologize before I say it.
Okay.
Because I don't want you to think that I'm trying to, like, gaslight you into confusion. The biggest critique I had of the dream spell that I looked at last time, if I remember correctly, was I was like, I don't know when I would use this.
Yeah.
And as much as I felt that then, I want to say that I get such joy out of reading these spells because they're so fucking weird and different. So maybe it's okay that I don't know when I need to use them, because it is one of the things that I notice when are you somebody that is cocky?
I don't try to be.
Okay, so I need you to either ignore what I'm about to say or like restrain yourself so your head doesn't get too big. But most of the time when people write new spells, they are very close to reflavoring of spells that already exist, right? It's like a icy version of a Wall of Fire.
Right.
It's a combination of these two spells. They feel they feel very similar to spells that already exist. Spells are not hard to write from a mechanical standpoint, but they're very hard to write from a new standpoint, unless they're basic. And I think that what you consistently are doing here is you're making spells that genuinely feel new, which is very hard to do. And I'm wondering how much of that can be pointed towards your choice to build these 5 like pillars of magic that have a unique, distinct feeling that are dramatically different. Because you took a lot of, and I'm saying this to you, and you kind of know all of this, but I'm also saying it so chat hears it. But like, you spent a lot of time thinking about what these things would feel like, what their flavor would be, and how it would be distinct. And it shows in the way they're being executed. So good on you. Okay, you can listen to what I'm saying again now. I'm done complimenting you. Okay, 2nd level Lockstep. 2nd level Abjuration, casting time 1 action, range 60 feet, concentration 1 minute, a vial of molasses. Have you ever tasted... You know what's so weird about molasses? Molasses, I think, smells bad. I do not like how it smells at all.
For sure.
But it tastes so good.
But it's great. It's so good. Yeah,
There's so few things in the world that smell bad and taste good. Usually things smell bad, taste bad.
Durian's like that too. If you like durian.
Durian Gray?
Not Dorian.
I know.
Durian.
I was just being cheeky.
I don't know what.
I know every single thing that's ever been evered. No, that's not true. I've never had durian, but I have heard that before.
Yeah.
Let's actually do this. Okay, you bind your movement to the movement of the foes around you. Choose up to 2 hostile humanoids that you can see within a 60-foot range. Each target must succeed on a strength saving throw. On a failure, their speed... I'm sorry, I have to start over. I was reading it in a weird tone and I got lost. You bind your movement to the movement speed of foes around you. Choose up to 2 hostile humanoid creatures that you can see within 60-foot range. Each target must succeed on a strength saving throw. On a failure, their speeds are reduced to that of your speed. Creatures that fail the saving throw can attempt a new one at the end of each of their turns. You can choose as a part of the casting to reduce your speed to 0 until you end concentration. If you do, any targets that fail to save initially have their movement speed drop to 0. I want to make 2 suggestions here.
Sure.
A question and then a suggestion.
Sure.
Are these limited to humanoids because you are a humanoid?
No.
Why is it limited to humanoids?
So this was the intention of this was first was the idea of like the movement thing, and somebody pointed out that hold person does that sort of, but with paralyzation. So this is hold person, but I give you 2 creatures and you don't get paralyzed. And hold monster is way stronger, so like not letting the boss move is a lot.
Yes, the main thing about hold person though is the paralyzed part. That's the dangerous part.
Yeah. Right, but I dropped the speed thing for 2 for that reason.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
You don't need to listen if you don't want to. What if instead of as a part of casting the spell, you reduce your movement speed to 0? What if the amount of speed you move on the turn that you cast this dictates the amount of movement that they can move? Is that too complicated?
I talked to somebody.
It might be too complicated.
Yeah, that was the exact feedback they gave when I gave that original suggestion.
Okay.
So
this might be an example of something that would like work really well in a video game and not in a.
Yeah,
in a
that was why it's just 0
Dang it.
or yours.
It sucks when a cool idea is that. There are so many cool ideas that are that also, and I see you guys write them a lot, but it's fine. But like so often there's an idea that would be so cool if only we were video games. It's the difference between things you can make cards do in Magic cards versus things you can make cards do in Hearthstone.
Right.
Like, you can have a feature in Hearthstone where I play this card, and every battle cry that was used from the beginning of the game to this one is used again. You can't really do that in Magic, because it's hard to keep track of all those things.
I also want to make this point out. One of the reasons they're hostile is so that you don't have the ability to, like, just use this as a massive speed buff for all your teammates, if you're like a monk thing or whatever. So it's just hostile. So because I think granting speed to 2 allies might be too much.
No, I agree. Yeah. I agree. I like everything about it. I was just thinking, if the goal is you're doing this sort of like reflective mimicry, I was just thinking, like, would it make sense? Would it be possible to do it in such a way that you copy them more?
I mean,
I don't think it is. I think it's good as it is. I like it. I like it. What I'm wondering is, I like it, dude.
Okay.
I guess here's the other thing that I would say. I do feel like there is an element of maybe you make it something where it's like at the start of each of your turns, you can choose to have a movement speed of 0 or move. And if you choose to have a movement speed of 0, theirs becomes movement, but you don't have to. Like, if you choose to move, then you can sort of turn it off. I don't know. But I like it overall. I want to look at one more. Which other one should I look at?
Shared Burden's the last one. Shared Burden's the only other one on this page.
5th
Everything
level,
else is something you've seen.
Necromancy. 1 action, 60 feet, instant. A metal shackle worn by the caster. You point at a single target to access their life force directly. Excuse me. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the following occurs. Up to 5 willing creatures in a 60-foot radius centered on you can choose to spend a reaction and roll a number of d6s up to 5. Each creature that does so takes necrotic damage equal to the total rolled. This damage cannot be reduced in any way. They can choose to take damage?
Yes. Yes.
What is the intention there?
Second condition.
Okay. The target... Oh, I see. The target takes damage equal to the total... So here's what I would do. To make this simpler, this doesn't need to be 2 bullet points, because this feature really is the second part of this feature.
I get it. I wanted to separate it, but yeah.
I feel like separating it makes me feel like... It almost feels like it does... I feel like by separating it, you are doing the thing where you're like, hey, player, connect the dots. And if you put them together, you're just connecting the dots for them. And I feel like you can just put them together.
Sure.
So this is a 5th level spell. 5 creatures. If each one does it, that's 5 times 5. That's 25 d6 maximum. I think that might be too high.
I don't know how to tweak the damage. It's a reaction to, and you're getting hurt for the amount. So that's why it was like a weird.
Yeah, but it's split between everyone.
Yeah, no. That's on purpose. That's the point of the spell, but yeah.
No, I understand. But being able to do 25 d6 damage to a single target with a 5th level spell, even though it's a big sacrifice, is going to be hard. It's going to be, the thing is, it's going to be the kind of thing where it's going to one-shot a lot of things that... It's like, it doesn't really matter if everyone's taking damage if the bad guy's dead, because healing is very easy.
I might drop it to like d4s or something, but I don't know how to tweak the damage. Like, the effect is like, I can tweak the numbers. I don't really care about that.
Yeah, that's what I think you do. I think you fix it by tweaking the numbers. I think
somebody when I wrote this spell in the Discord, somebody pointed out that this is a great thing to give a boss monster with a bunch of minions, and then the minions die, and it almost one-shots the barbarian, and it's scary.
Yeah, it's a really fun feature. I worry about anything that... Anytime you give players access to something that can do a abundance more damage than they normally can do at that level, you are potentially creating a situation where you're creating a dungeon master headache.
Yeah,
and
I got you.
That's one thing that I think is worth thinking. That's more important than I think than knowing when would I use this. I think that's because I like it in theory. Because here's my thought process. If I'm playing a narrative game, which is the goal of these, and I understand that, then I think this fits a lot because people don't want to get hurt. So it you're not thinking about, I can just take a short rest and be fine. You're thinking like, fuck, if you're gonna cast this spell, I'm gonna it's gonna hurt me. But if you're playing this game like a video game, even a little bit, which by the way, some of my players, this is some of my players, not all of them, but some of them are gonna be like, listen, I'm gonna do the math. You have this many hit points, you have this many hit points, you have this many hit points, you have this many hit points. If we all do this, the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to go down. But that's it. Even if max damage is rolled, none of the rest of you will go down, and we are going to take 3/4 of this boss's damage in one hit. Like, it is worth it.
I will point out that one of the reasons that costs reaction is to make it a little bit more costly than just you take the HP number goes down. But yeah, I get it. I'm not like, I don't know how to balance this spell, but like I want the idea of this spell, right? I don't necessarily need the numbers, and it being super powerful is kind of the point.
What if so I have another idea that's a little bit sideways, and I don't know if this is the move or not. You could also have it do something that was different than taking damage from the other characters, but it could eat up parts of their action economy. More so, or it could inflict something upon them. Like you could do something where it's like the willing creature, and I'm not saying to do this is just an example, but like the willing creature, maybe they take damage, maybe they don't, but they are like blinded and incapacitated until the end of their next turn.
I'm not saying I don't think
you should do that, but something like that could also be an option if you're struggling with using the damage to balance it. Because where my head is at is, how do we make this something where it's a sacrifice for the players, where they can't sit with a calculator to feel comfortable with it?
Yeah. I think if I make the damage a little weaker, I also wanted the idea of this is that that this makes the barbarian feel like they helped, even if they didn't. Like, this is also like the party gets to celebrate this and not just
yeah.
Oh, thank God I took this spell. the only reason I'm avoiding conditions is because the vibe of this has been like it's very
reflexive.
Directly
it's very
correlated.
reflexive.
Yeah,
No,
like
I
it
understand.
feels
I
like-
understand.
So,
I think if
I
you,
might
I
just tweak the damage.
think it might even just be fine. Like the issue that I have with it is that issue of the guy with the calculator who's sitting.
Yeah,
there doing
no,
the
I
math.
got you. Yeah.
But I like the idea quite a bit. I think these are very flavorful. Very flavorful. I like them. Thank you very much. What are you gonna serve me next? Rot? Is that gonna be the next thing we look at?
We did rot. That was the.
Oh, that was the big eyes and
blindness
shit.
and
What's the next one you're gonna?
I think it's the only two left are blood and stone. I don't know
I'm
which,
gonna tell
which
you
one
right
sounds
now,
better.
I am so much more interested in stone than blood, and it's not because.
Yeah, me too.
Because every fucking. Do you have any idea how many fucking comments I get on my shorts being like, "Hey, can we make how do I make a hemomancy sorcerer? How do I make a blood wizard?"
Yeah, no.
Everybody wants a blood wizard. I've never seen, and I'm sure that there's at least 2 people listening right now that are working on a blood magic system because people have sent them here. I have yet to seen one that I feel like, yeah, I like it. I've seen versions of it, but I've never seen one that I'm like, oh, yes.
Every time I try to write a blood spell, I get bored. I don't.
They're hard to make unique. They're hard to make unique.
Yeah. Stone is more fun.
Okay, cool. Well, do you have any final thoughts, or can I hang up on you?
No. Other than the flavor, I put more flavor on the top of this page. The flavor of the shadow magic, but
the second Itzel corrupted the light, adding shadow, giving darkness in what was once. I said that right. In what was once always in perpetual light. This corruption was strong enough to envelop the entirety of the sky, leading to a sky of void, but this was only for a time. I'm going to give you 2 pieces of feedback. Can you guess the first one?
Probably using a word twice in a sentence or something.
Yeah, think of something else for the second sky or the first sky.
Yeah, that's...
The second thing is, I feel like if you're going for that biblical sort of ancient text vibe, the word entirety feels out of place.
Okay, that's definitely worth noting.
Leading to a shroud of void,
Shroud of void. Yeah, that's better.
Not a cloud, but like an
it's implying night.
A blanket of void, a cover of void, good. Something like that. Yeah. But I think it's good. I like it. I love this. This is like, I love flavor text like this is the kind that I like, where it's like it is in world. I think it's solid. Cool.
Yeah, it's as I said. I have a whole document that's much longer.
Oh, I know you do. I know. I appreciate that you aren't sending me the 30-page compendium every time.
Oh God, I don't even want to read the 30-page.
Some people do. All right, buddy. I'm hanging up on you. You're great. See ya. Bye. That was name. I think we got 2 ones left. Oh, I love guys. We're gonna do everyone tonight. I love when we get to do everyone on the wheel. See, this is why it's good to be a member. I never get through everyone on the wheel on the other nights. We have too many people. Some dude, I think he's here. Some dude. Also, Trad, are you gonna want to call on stream? I see you in the Discord. Oh yeah, you're ready. Hey, some dude. Some dude, whenever you're ready, you can unmute.
Hello.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
I am decent.
Good to hear from you. So we are looking at an update of the larger moon, not moon tint. Oh, moon tint is the thing inside it. I knew the Urkius horror. So for folks that don't know what this creature is, let me just give a little reminder because because it's very unique and I think it's worth explaining. It is this crystalloid creature that has bodies inside of it, and it has this armor that is very unique in this way, where it is essentially armor that has somewhat of a damage threshold, where basically if you take 17 damage, it reduces 5 of that damage, but the total maximum capacity of that armor goes down. It's almost like, I don't know how to do, it's almost like a shield. It
has a second health bar that can only absorb so much damage per attack.
That's such a simpler way of explaining it. Perfect. All right.
And that's sort of closer to how I ended up rewriting it this time.
CR11. Everything else here still feels pretty similar. 95, 15. It cannot reach a height of greater than 5 feet above. That's a very nice way of writing that. Armor crystal armor. It has 200 hit point pool of crystal armor. These crystal armor points take damage before its normal hit points, up to a limit of 10 hit points per attack or effect. Any damage above this limit is dealt to the horror's hit points as normal. Okay. Okay. You tweaked this part a little bit, I think. This feels different. Am I imagining that? Or no?
This is basically a full rewrite.
Yeah.
How it's phrased.
Yeah. Okay. Let me think about it for 2 seconds. I like this a lot. My first thought was like, oh, this just is good. These crystal armor points take damage before its normal hit points. Up to a limit of 10 hit points per attack. You could so pedantic. You could also say up to a maximum of 10. I think that would also fit the vibe. But overall, actually, I'll be honest, I feel like this is pretty solid. I'm curious to see what people in the Discord will think of it. I don't know if you shared it with them there. I need to link it. I need to link it. But my first thought is this is I don't remember how it was written before, but this feels really clear. So cool. Let me look at release Mutant. When Urkius Horror's health or crystal armor reaches one of the following thresholds, it disgorges. I love that word. A mutant into an adjacent space. So when it has that many hit points or that much armor, it releases a mutant, and that many hit points or that much armor. I have a question, and this is not like a aha question. This is like I just genuinely don't know. Do both of these thresholds count? Because it could hit 67 and then hit 133 armor. So would that trigger two separate instances of mutants? Or is it like once it hits 67 hit points, the 133 trigger also counts as being happened?
I think it would make most sense for them to basically both happen one after the other. It's like so it takes that much damage and it releases one of them. And then on its next turn, it releases a second, but it probably could.
Because if these are all separate instances, then I don't think you need to write this or this. I think you just list it. I think you just list 133 or 67.
There's two instances.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's two thresholds. So when it hits 67 or 133, then it releases one, and that entry can't happen again.
Okay, I see. So, because like what I was thinking is if I do less than 10 damage to it every turn, I could very easily whittle it down to 133 armor, but have its hit points still be like 70. And then later, its hit points could hit 67. So would nothing happen then?
Yes. So the intent is sort of like once one of its health bars hits 1/3 empty, then it'll release one. And then if it hits 2/3 empty, it'll release another one. But yeah, I think I could probably do with some more thinking on how to phrase it.
I think it's I think it's kind of fine. I just think that the way it's written makes it seem like what you just said, so it's fine.
Okay, that's good then.
I'm wondering. I almost wonder if it makes more sense to not have it happen on the hit points and just on the crystal armor. Only because I feel like when I'm looking at the picture, it looks like they're stuck in the crystal armor. That's not anything, but that's just where my head goes.
Oh yeah, the intent is more that it's a response to, oh no, I am hurt, rather than the crystal's broken around the thing.
Yeah. Okay, let me,
it
makes a lot of sense. Let me look at the other features, because I'll be honest, I feel like crystal armor is solid. This is pretty solid too. This is also just a really fun way to make stuff happen. I like when stuff happens not in the action economy, but because of things like that. But do mutants have pack tactics? It looks like they do not.
I mean, there should only be up to 2 of them maximum in the battle.
They're not like packed creatures. They're like horribly tormented people that have been petrified in crystal. You know,
they're like super space zombies.
They're zombies.
Basically.
Yeah, they're zombies. Yeah. Okay, let's look at actions. It can make up to 2 plasma beams. Once with Urkius. Once it has fallen below 50 hit points or 100 armor, it can use 4 plasma beams. I like that too. Sort of turns it into a stage combat. Okay, it targets a creature within 90 feet. The first time each round a creature is targeted in this way, each creature within 90 feet of it must make a wisdom perception check. Any creature that fails the check is unaware of which creature has been targeted this round. Interesting. Let's keep going. At the end of its turn, it fires a powerful beam of plasma from its core at each target creature within 90 feet. In a 90-foot line that is 5 feet wide, each creature in the line must make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw, taking 22 lightning damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one. If the creature succeeded on their earlier wisdom check, they have advantage on this saving throw and take no damage instead on a half if succeeds. Okay, so for folks that don't understand what's happening here, let me paint the picture. It basically is putting little laser pointers on a bunch of people's heads. If you roll a high enough perception check, you can see the laser pointer so that when it's done moving on its turn, you have a sense of where those lines are that are going to shoot out of it. I really, really like this. I want to suggest something else that I would consider maybe adding on or... Okay, first of all, I think this is solid and I think it works pretty well. But can I throw a strange curveball out there?
Yes.
What if there was no... What if you dropped this... Don't listen to this if you don't like this. This is kind of taking a different direction. What if you dropped this last part with the wisdom perception check advantage on the saving throw? But instead of shooting the beam on this turn, they shot the beam like at the start of their next turn. So it's sort of like they line up the shots, and then if the players didn't see who they were shooting at, they have no idea where the lines are going to be. But if they did see who they were shooting at, they can kind of guess where the lines are going to be. So it becomes much more of like a Crash Bandicoot level than a traditional monster. That's only if you want it to feel more like a Crash Bandicoot boss than an actual monster. But that could be something that you could play with. You could also potentially add that in addition to this. But I love this idea that, like, it lines up a shot, and then you, at the start of its next turn, that's going off. And you can either be in the line of fire or not, depending on where you are. That could be fun. But if you don't want to do that, that's totally fine. I think this works pretty dang well. For folks that are watching at home, this feature, it takes a while to say. It's like 3 full paragraphs to explain, but it's quite clear. It's wordy, but it's one of those features that I think actually needs to be a little wordy because it is fairly complicated. There are like levels to it, but that's kind of the point, is that it's almost turning the boss into like the monster into like an environmental threat as much as like a creature threat. So this is one of those examples where it's like, yes, this is a long description, but I think that it is not confusing and it merits being a little bit long. I don't have that much other feedback about the actual attack itself. Other than I wish there was a thing where you could like have a delayed version, because I think that's cool. Let me look at the moon tint.
Yeah, moon and sun changed basically.
Moon and sun changed. Cool. Yeah, man. So those are my main thoughts on it. Do you have any questions? Things you want me to look at or things?
Say that I'm. So your description of your understanding of the feature and what it does for the boss is super great, because that is. It means I exactly matched the flavor I was trying to convey with it.
Cool.
Perfectly. Because that's exactly in the original game. All the boss's attacks are effectively environmental things. So it's
somebody in chat said your players are gonna love
laser.
This. I think somebody in chat said players are gonna love this. I think this will be a fun fight. This will be a fun fight. Cool, man. I don't really have much thoughts other than that. I think it's in a good spot. Like any of my feedback is more like if you wanted to put something on in addition. But I think it's in a good spot, dude. I don't want to fight it.
Really great.
Cool, man. All right. No final thoughts?
Nah.
All right, buddy. Thank you for the share. I really like how this piece came together. It's feeling really good. All right. See ya, some dude. Send me more weird stuff soon. I like these kinds of like monsters that feel like encounters as much as they feel like monsters. Do that more. I hung up on you after I told you what to do. All right, we have one more left. Tradioso. Harley. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm all right.
I'm spinning
Just
the
got
wheel.
in from work, so I'm kind of the last one.
How was work?
It's work. I mean, I work as a security professional is my title.
Okay, you beat people up?
No.
Good.
I
Me
get
either.
fired and sued if I do that.
All right, fair. There are no people up. So what are we looking at tonight? A ranger?
It's a ranger subclass. It's supposed to be very ninja, and I know you're used to seeing my really big document of like all my subclasses, and I wanted to ask if you would prefer this over to that. That's my drawing.
I would prefer this because it's easier for my brain, but also it's easier for chat. Because when I send the link to chat, because this is what's going to happen. And I know, listen, chat's a bunch of fucking scumbags. They think they're cool just because they're just because we are building wonderful things together. But they're going to read the subclass, and then they're going to get bored, and then they're going to start looking at the other things in it, and we don't need that. We need to herd these kittens. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But if it's easier for you to put it in the whole document, then you can also do that. That's fine. I don't care. You made this drawing?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at it for a second, then let's honor the piece. Dang, boy. Dude, look at that. I can't. I'm so bad at drawing people.
That's a blowgun, by the way, not a bow or a quarterstaff. Some people told me it looks like that.
If you want to, if you want to do something to make it look more like a blowgun, I'm going to give you 2 suggestions. Make the tip, the nozzle, the foomp, a little bit more visible so we see the little hole.
I think it's getting cut off a little bit by the image.
It is. And then maybe put like a little bit of like fuzz. You know how blowguns just have some random fuzz on them?
Yeah. It's so it catches the air when you're pushing it through.
Who knows? Just put some fuzz though.
Okay. This is a character that I have yet to play who is supposed to be a Gloomstalker Shadow Monk multi-class.
Okay.
But he gave me the idea to make a whole new ranger subclass for a ninja.
I like that. That's a good dungeon master right there. A shinobi is a skilled combatant, one who masters their own mind and body and weapons. These warriors aim to artfully conduct themselves in combat, and try to think of a different word other than combat here.
Okay.
Think of a more flavorful word. Put combat into the synonym machine and find something else. And use magic to enhance their skills in assassination, espionage, and stealth. Cool. Okay, I like this. Simple, straightforward flavor text. A good example. Very few wasted words. Straight to the point. It's what I like to see. We get some spells. Fog Cloud, Spider Climb, Water Walk, Arcane Eye, Mislead. Very solid.
You also get the Minor Illusion cantrip.
Did I miss that? Oh, okay. Yes, we do. Minor Illusion. Cool. Fun fact. When a druid or a ranger gets a cantrip as a part of their class circle spells, it's usually listed here, and it makes the whole thing look odd because that's so unusual, but it's there. If you look at the Spore Druid, if you look at the Wildfire Druid, if you look at the Drake Warden, so I would put whatever. You don't have to, but I think they do put it here. Maybe they don't. I don't know. Look it up. See what D&D Beyond does. I feel like they do. Okay. Everything here feels really solid for like an espionage thing. The only thing at all that stands out is is Water Walk. And I get the logic of Water Walk because it's like you're the whole shtick is like you're coming in at all angles. They don't expect you by sea.
It's very in like ninja lore or whatever. They have the shoes that supposedly allows them to walk on water, and so fantasy ninjas can walk on water.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay, that helps ground me a little bit. Thank you. I did not know that. Help me tell him about Bob lore. Who's Bob? I need your help. Tell him about Bob lore. Cameraman, what are you chanting about? Are you talking about the Baha'i? Are you talking about the prophet of the Baha'i? The Bob? Because that's spelled B-A-B. Okay. I don't care about Naruto. It's not for me. You can love it till the cows come home. It's another anime I don't need to watch. There's too many animes I do need to watch. That's low on the list. Okay. Silent casting. At 3rd level, you learn how to masterfully channel magic through various hand signs. While you have 2 hands free, you can replace the verbal components of a spell you cast with somatic components. So this, in theory, is quite nice, but it is unquestionably a ribbon feature. And I want to ask you a question. Did you, because I didn't do this, I don't know the answer to this off the top of my head. Did you peek at ranger spells to see how many spells would be affected by this in a way that would matter?
I did. Also, almost all, if not, I believe all of the spells you get in shinobi spells require verbal components.
Okay, that makes sense. But other than those spells, how many, like how often is this going to be helpful to you, or is it really just mostly those spells?
I believe Hunter's Mark does, so you could silently Hunter's Mark someone if you were in stealth. Some of their other spell features and stuff.
Okay, I like this a lot. I'm just trying to decide in my head how strong it is, and I couldn't visualize that. But if you feel like it's decently strong, then I accept. Shinobi Weapon. At 3rd level, you are able to use a selection of weapons as extensions of yourself. At the end of a long rest, you can designate 1 melee weapon that you are proficient with as a shinobi weapon. Longbows and short bows are also considered shinobi weapons for you. Great. So you get longbows and short bows and then 1 other weapon.
Yeah.
You gain the following benefits when you use them. You can use dex or strength for the attack and damage rolls with your shinobi weapon. Oh, so you could make it like a great axe, and you could use dex for a great axe?
You can also use strength for long and short bows.
Oh, interesting. Cool.
Because to me, the idea of overdrawing a bow, like you're just pulling it harder than as opposed to aiming through pieces of armor or looking for openings, it's a cool idea to me.
Yeah, when Patrick was on earlier, people were asking about Homebrew, and one piece of Homebrew that is in Rally, and I don't think any of us have the item yet, but I really want it for my character, is there is a strength-based longbow, and it's essentially that. It's like a heavy draw bow, and you need to have a certain strength to use it, and it's like, but it's logical, makes sense. Okay. The first time you hit a creature with a shinobi weapon on each of your turns, the creature takes an extra 1d4 damage from the weapon. Okay, I'm going to be very honest with you here. This is not enough for 3rd level. I like the little bit of extra damage. This is interesting. This is interesting. I think there's one piece of the puzzle that's missing. So here's what I'm going to suggest to you. I'm going to suggest to you thinking of one more thing. It doesn't need to be big. It can either be an additional thing that the shinobi weapons get, or it can be another ribbon E feature. Maybe tie it to, you know what maybe it should be? Maybe it should be a unique, this is what it should be. Take a minute, go look at Minor Illusion, and think of a way that you could make Minor Illusion more powerful, and then make it that.
So there's the Illusion Wizard who gets the option to make a visual and auditory part of the spell when they cast Minor Illusion. Do you think that would fit in? Where you can do both?
I wouldn't copy that. Does Minor Illusion require concentration?
I think it might.
I don't remember. Let me look really quickly. I have an idea, but it sort of matters whether it requires concentration. Minor Illusion.
It does not. It just lasts a minute.
So I want to make 2 suggestions. One is you can extend the length of your Minor Illusion by concentrating on it as if it's a spell. So you could like set and forget something and then like, you know, dip and run or whatever and make it last for more than a minute. The other one is, what if like proficiency bonus times per day when you cast a Minor Illusion, it did not proc magic detection? So like you cast an illusion of a crate and you use one of these uses, and things like detect magic don't make it glow. Is there anything there, or am I shooting in a random direction?
I think it's just for that's good for NPCs who might have the ability to sense magic,
but that's what I mean. Like, you don't want it to be that much stronger. This last the piece that is missing is about it's like that. It's like, I would say the piece that's missing is the strength of like another language or another skill proficiency. That's where your head should be at for balancing for this last.
What if proficiency times per long rest when you casted minor illusion, you could make it a 10-foot cube illusion instead of a 5-foot cube?
That could work. Something like that, though. That's the headspace to be in. There's not a right or a wrong answer, and I don't think you should rush to the decision. I also want to read the rest of the subclass first, but I do think there's another piece. Oh yeah, maybe thieves can't. That's actually not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. That could be it. That could actually be it. That's a good idea. Whoever said that, databank. That's a good idea. Let me look at disciplined parry. At 7th level, when you are subjected to a saving throw while you're holding a shinobi weapon, you can use your reaction to add 1d8 to your saving throw. On your next turn, after using this reaction, you can only make 1 weapon attack as part of the attack action instead of 2, excuse me. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you'll gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Why do we need to do that downside? Is that...
The idea is you're kind of sacrificing some of your attack speed to parry a spell effect or attack that's requiring you to make a save.
But is it strong enough to merit that downside, especially considering it's resource dependent?
The other rangers, when they have this reaction to add something to a save, it's always a d6. So I could make it a d10. That was what I was debating between, is a d8 to d10.
I feel like maybe keep it as is. Maybe keep it as is. I think if you make it a d10, you got to limit it more than proficiency bonus times. It's got to be like once per short rest or something like that. Because a d10, adding a d10 to your saving throw is a once a day feature that the Fiend Warlock gets, or a once per rest feature that the Fiend Warlock gets. I like the idea though.
I've had somebody who I showed this to. Most of my friends in my like normal D&D group don't they don't take my homebrew seriously. They don't review it a lot. But one of them did, and they said that this one feels a little complicated, and it would be hard to keep track of, they think, if it were them playing this character.
I disagree with them, but that's fine. I don't think this is that complicated. I think this makes sense. I think that you only have to keep track of for a round is reasonable, I think. The other thing that I was going to say was there is an element to me that feels like, why is this all saving throws? I don't understand the logic of it being against wisdom saves and things like that. So I wanted to offer you an alternative here. What if you could make this reaction either when you were hit with a weapon attack to add to your AC against that single attack, or you could add it to dexterity or strength saving throws specifically. The idea being that you are sort of using your weapon to like get out of the way. You know what I mean? Like there's a very physical element to it. Consider doing that. Consider changing it to not all saving throws, but let it also work on weapon attacks, but then just strength or dex. I think that might help ground it a little bit more, and also might make it feel more in line with like you are like, you know, you're like flipping off your blowgun to avoid the fireball, as opposed to like, you know, flipping off your blowgun to avoid the charmed person.
In my head, I knew that was a flavor fail, I guess is the way I'll say it. But the disciplined part of disciplined parry is the idea that, well, like, you are a master of your own mind, as said in the flavor part. So if you slow yourself down and you can focus on maintaining control of your own body,
then I don't think it should be tied to your weapons. I think the downside should not be tied to your weapons then, because when you tie the downside to your weapons, I feel like it's not you doing it. I feel like it's you doing something with your weapon to do it. So I would think of another way to represent slowing yourself down that can be more of the mind, or that has less specifically to do with your attacking. If that is the direction you want to go in. Either way can work. I just think that it's play around with it a little bit.
Okay.
Overall, though, I think it's a pretty solid mechanic. Let me look at 11th level. Silent Descent. At 11th level, you can slay your enemies from the shadows undetected. When you make a shinobi weapon attack while hidden, whether you hit or miss, your position is not revealed. Okay, so we get a little bit of the skulk, a little bit of the skulker feat.
Mm-hmm. It's a little bit of an improved version of it.
Oh, it is?
With the skulker feat, it's only if you miss.
Gotcha. Oh, interesting. Good point. Good call. Additionally, once on each of your turns, when you target a creature... that does make you really scary when you multi-class with Rogue. Additionally, once on each of your turns, when you target a creature... you are hidden from with the shinobi weapon attack, you can forgo the advantage on the attack to make an additional shinobi weapon attack against that target as a part of the same action. Should this be infinite?
I was thinking about tying it to a resource, yeah. But other ranger features that allow you to do this same thing are resourceless.
What is the Horizon Walker that gets the third special attack? Is that resourceless? It's just
I think it is.
Okay, if it's resourceless, then make it resourceless.
Because the Horizon Walker is before your attack, you can teleport 10 feet, make your attack, and then if you hit an individual person with each attack, not like stacking them, you can hit a third person.
Okay, cool. I like it. Overall, solid 11th level feature. I am scared of being able to hide and always stay hidden whether I hit or miss and be able to sneak attack at the same time if I multi-class, but I don't know how much of an issue that actually is. Let me look at Shroud Substitution, the capstone feature. At 15th level, you can trick your enemies into attacking a space you do not occupy. Oh, okay. Is this smoke bomb? Are you throwing a smoke bomb? Is that what's about to happen?
A smoke bomb or an illusory duplicate.
You're Batman slamming something onto the ground and disappearing.
That's the idea behind you getting fog cloud.
Yeah, that makes sense. When you are targeted with an attack by a creature you can see, you can use your reaction to make a dexterity stealth check against contested by the attacker's wisdom perception check. When you do so, you create an illusory duplicate of yourself and teleport to an unoccupied space within 10 feet. If your check's total is higher, the creature attacks your duplicate and you successfully avoid the attack. If your total is lower, the creature can attack you with their attack if you are within their range. Use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and you gain expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay, so after I'm looking at this feature, I want to take back the suggestion that I said on Disciplined Parry because they would basically be stepping on each other's toes if you also made Disciplined Parry a weapon attack feature. Is this enough for a 15th, chat? I feel like it is.
Normally, they get away to, as a reaction, get resistance to the damage, like Uncanny Dodge, and that's typically resourceless, or some way to avoid damage entirely with a resource.
Yeah, I think they get a handful of different stuff. Rangers get weird. Is it enough, is my question. I think it's enough.
Being able to teleport 10 feet, you could teleport behind cover and start hiding again.
If I were you, this is what I would do if I were you. I would consider increasing the range of the teleport. But other than that, I don't think you need to change much about this feature for it to be solid.
Okay.
Keep in mind that you're going to be level 15 when you get this. So, like, you're pretty much towards the end of the campaign. You've been a ranger the whole time, which is either good or bad, depending on how clever you are at how you build your character. I feel like if it was 15 feet, it would feel so much better. Like, I feel like that extra 5 feet is a lot.
It'll also get you out of the range of more larger creatures' attacks.
Yeah, so maybe increase that. I would increase that to 15 and see how that feels.
Okay.
I like it, dude. I think this is pretty solid. Honestly, if anything, this feels like a very this really does feel like a ranger subclass. Like, I don't feel like I'm looking at features that should be in other subclasses. It feels very especially like the new design of the Rangers. It feels very in the same vibe as them. Oh shit, I almost dropped something. Yeah, it doesn't need much more, dude. I don't think it needs much more at all.
Okay.
I really like
so
it.
the special way to cast Minor Illusion, 15 feet on the substitution.
And then play around with Disciplined Parry a little bit.
Okay.
I also don't think you should have this. I don't think Shroud of Substitution should be proficiency bonus, and Disciplined Parry should be proficiency bonus. One should be proficiency bonus, and one should be like your Wisdom modifier, or once per short rest.
All right.
Whatever you prefer. Just having too many things based off of, like, you want to spread the proficiency bonus times every day. You don't want to overdo it. You want to have a variety of where you get your resource back from. I don't have any other thoughts really. I think it's pretty solid. I like it.
All right. I also redid my Swift Monk, and I'm pretty happy where that stands. So I'll probably send that in next week, if not for one of the other numerous subclasses I've talked about.
Cool. Very cool. Any final thoughts or questions before I kick you out of here?
Love you, bye.
You son of a bitch. Whew, guys, we got through all of them tonight. Isn't that wonderful? So, folks, I am going to be away this weekend. I'm going away. I will be returning late Sunday. So we are not doing a stream on Sunday. We are doing a stream on Monday night. Whoa! And I don't know what my schedule for next week is going to be at all yet. I'm not going to put it together. It's going to be last minute. But if you keep an eye out on Monday, I will post both on YouTube and in the Discord what my schedule for next week will be. And it will include a couple call-in shows as well as the traditional homebrewy shenanigans. So it should be a little bit of both, and it should be good. Thank you guys so much. And have a great night. And I'll see you guys in a little bit probably, right? Like not immediately, but soon. Oh wait, shit, I fucked it up. 1 second. Don't leave yet. I'm still here. Don't leave yet. I hit the wrong goddamn button. Okay. Everybody calm down. All right. Anyway, as I was saying, you're great. Have a good night. I wanted to show you off because I have credits now. Whenever people become members, I can add them to credits. So there's a little credit rolling at the end. It's very cute. All right. So have a good night. You guys are the best. And be good to each other. Okay. Now I'm going to leave.
Drive me up the coast,
see you later.
Boy, wanna hear the ocean roar, crash over me. Then ride it home, dance it out in moonlight. Hold me tight and don't let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, stardust, stardust. Left behind, left to find. Find one another, face the sun, fear no one, 'cause we are all one, we are all one, we are all one, we are all one, we are all. Pick me up, yeah, moonchild, put me into overflow, crash into me. Let me fall deep enough to feel like deep enough to not let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, stardust, stardust. Left behind, left to find. Find one another. Face the sun. Fear no one. 'Cause we are all one. We are all one. We are all one. We are all one. We are all. Love get me higher. You get me hypnotized. I can see better. all one. We are 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 all